The arbiters of fate finally reached the halls of the Lord of Darkness, the one whose cursed name instilled terror in all mortals. The ruler of all filth and vices sat in his dark chambers. There was no force in the world capable of resisting such a mighty spawn of hell. The massive gates, forged from black iron, collapsed under the pressure of the valiant knight. The hero thundered into the ominous chambers and proudly shouted to the Lord of Darkness to appear for the decisive duel. But the Lord of Darkness only smiled contemptuously, cold-bloodedly stating that he had never hidden from mortal worms. The noble warrior finally removed his helmet, politely introducing himself to the Lord of the Abyss, but immediately unmistakably made it clear he came to bring him death. This blond man with piercing sky-blue eyes bore the proud name Firkin the Mighty, the invincible paladin of light. To hear such audacious words, the Lord of Darkness only laughed evilly, struck by the boundless confidence of this mortal. The worthy Firkin ordered this insignificant weasel to be silent. At that very moment, a deadly attack rushed behind the knight. The Lord of Darkness deliberately directed it past the target to scare the impudent one. The Lord of the Abyss sternly demanded that the warrior cut off empty worldly chatter and end his life here. However, the noble paladin became enraged. The Lord of Darkness interrupted the solemn speech he had been preparing for many years. The knight fiercely demanded to be allowed to properly finish his words. The enraged Lord of Darkness immediately ordered the man to shut his mouth, reminding him that this world is full of great warriors, so considering oneself the strongest among them is an extremely foolish thing. But the nobleman could not endure that this disgusting cold dared to humiliate him. He drew his sacred bladeth legendary weapon of the chosen evil hunter, and solemnly declared that he had come here to take the head of the King of Darkness. The paladin desired that the spawn of hell witness the legacy of the great sword of glory, the eradicator of all vices. But to the greatest surprise, instead of a sacred blade, a crude goblin axe ended up in the warrior's hands. Even the Lord of Darkness was amazed by such an unexpected appearance of the weapon. The shy paladin abruptly began to explain that this was by no means the sacred sword, and apologized for the unfortunate misunderstanding. The knight immediately pulled out his magical shoulder bag, a wondrous hiding place capable of holding anything, regardless of size. Sometimes he placed the sacred blade there, and from time to time forgot about it, already thinking that he had irretrievably lost the weapon. At first the paladin drew from the darkness the ancient staff of the spirits of the ancestors. Again he plunged into the bag and felt something sharp. However, this time he pulled from the darkness the legendary gigantic and majestic demon slayer of the first people. And again it turned out that this was not the right weapon. Firkin began feverishly rummaging in the shoulder bag, desperately searching for that very sacred sword. Next time he felt a rapid semi-automatic punisher from another world. The Lord of Darkness exhaled heavily, letting the human warrior understand. He was already tired of watching the digging in the pit and ordered to attack with whatever was at hand. Eventually, the valiant paladin pulled absolutely everything from his magical bag, but still did not find the sacred sword. At that moment, the patience of the Lord of Evil snapped, and he sternly commanded the warrior to attack. The knight fell into the strongest panic, having not the slightest idea where his sacred blade had gone. Only then did he realize in horror the sword was irretrievably lost. 30 winters passed since that fateful day. The saga moves into the lonely dungeons of the Forgotten Citadel. A young warrior arrived there. He came to face his fiercest enemy in a duel. The guardian of the Forgotten Stronghold only snorted contemptuously at the human descendant, who showed all his strength but could not make the ancient guardian laugh. The bony guard tried to explain to the mortal that he would not be able to defeat him with such pathetic tricks. But suddenly, while the skeleton was delivering his speeches, the young man struck his sword on his skull, split the crown in half, and the walking relics fell to the ground. Everything the young warrior said to the guard, and he really was a formidable opponent. The defeated one only laughed tiredly in response to these words, thanked for the flattering speeches. His mortal remains began to crumble to dust. This young adventurer was named Johnson, an ordinary lover of dangerous journeys. He was led here by ancient legends about the sacred sword, passed down from generation to generation, and long lost along with the last warrior who possessed it. Therefore he, together with his faithful companions, decided to set out on a long journey to find the legendary blade. They immersed themselves in their search, fighting numerous fierce enemies, and finally found a dungeon where the special magical blade might be hidden. But it turned out that this place was much older and more dangerous than the young seeker had thought. There was only hope that his companions, with whom he got separated in the labyrinth, were in good health. Suddenly he heard voices behind him ordering him to stop. The young warrior froze and turned around displeased, not understanding what misfortune was brewing behind his back by the two. At that very moment, two figures in dark cloaks maliciously chuckled over Johnson, whom they had managed to scare. They were companions of the adventurer himself, the Master Mage and the Master Archer, and to great relief, they remained alive and unharmed. The young warrior admitted that he was just about to set out in search of them, and asked if they had encountered anything dangerous so far. However, both companions were in good health because everything was going quite smoothly. Although they met the secret lord of the citadel, they dealt with him without much difficulty. Unfortunately, they knew nothing about the sacred sword. This was disappointing, considering that the boy had paid a considerable sum to the Thieves' Guild for information about the sacred blade, and everyone hoped that at least this time the expedition would be successful. The companions, of course, were impressed that Johnson paid for such precious information, given that he had to eat stewed grass due to lack of money. However, the brave warrior was ready for anything for the sake of adventure. Yet the three friends, like a small ship crossing the boundless ocean, kept their course toward their cherished goal, overcoming hardships and bad weather. This was how their journey looked, the path of pilgrims in search of the sacred sword. So the young seeker saw no reason to either rejoice or grieve over a handful of coins, especially since these funds went to the legacy of a great warrior. Still, the Master Archer ordered his friend to be silent and show his bag, because he wanted to make sure that he really had no money left. But at that moment, the mage felt something evil in excess of magical power hovering in the air. After that, the whole ground beneath the Trinity's feet trembled, and they immediately grabbed their weapons. The wizard showed his comrades the gates rising far away, from where all this dark mana was pouring. The magical power was so mighty that their entire skin was covered with goosebumps. Johnson understood the upcoming battle would not be easy, so everyone prepared for the clash. Finally, a demonic warrior in a helmet, with eyes burning with rage, peeked out from behind the gates. All that remained for the young seekers was to offer prayers that the Almighty would protect them in the battle ahead. But as soon as the monster emerged, appearing, it immediately ordered the people to flee and save themselves by running away. Johnson became angry, believing that the otherworldly witch was trying to scare them, and ordered the creature to shut its disgusting maw. He even called it a wicked freak. Unfortunately, they never realized that this monster was trying to save them, but nothing could be done. Someone struck the demonic guardian on the head. Eventually, they saw how he sank unconscious to the ground, and above him stood his killer, clutching his demonic sword in his palms. The warrior only sighed heavily here again. He did not find what he was looking for. Johnson pressed the blade to the opponent and ordered this man to identify himself. But he only repeatedly insisted that even here he had not found the sacred sword. After that, the stranger flared up with rage, looking at the youth, and sternly demanded that the sacred blade be brought to him immediately. And at that moment, seeing his terrible face, the wise mage realized before them was the victim of the wrath of the sacred sword. This madman became the victim of the curse of those who perished in search of the legendary weapon. He tormented himself in endless wanderings, searching for the blade and killing everyone who crossed his path. So long ago, he was no longer a man, rather a cursed evil spirit. At that moment, the archer realized that terrible flow of magical power came precisely from this man. He urgently advised his comrades to flee immediately. But the valiant Johnson did not care at all whether this stranger was a ghost revived by wrath or someone else. The young warrior decisively rushed at the enemy with his blade, understanding even wrathful spirits can find peace if struck properly with sharp steel. Yet the enemy, with astonishing ease, grabbed the tip of the youth's sword with his aged hand, and he froze, stunned. Immediately, the ancient warrior fell upon the insolent boy who dared to kill him, and struck with the hilt of his blade. Instantly, he threw Johnson backward with such force that the youth lost consciousness for a moment. At that very moment, the Lord Archer had already drawn the string of his bow, hoping that at least this time he would not miss and would hit the enemy with an accurate shot. But the old warrior, with amazing ease deflecting the arrow, approached with his sword to similarly neutralize this insolent one. Of course, the archer was hit because the stranger managed to knock down the arrow, fired by the technique called the one who does not miss. The old warrior was even surprised. He expected that new arrows would now strike his spine, but no, they lay on the ground like pieces of paper. While he was distracted, the archer immediately called the mage to use his magical power and finish off their enemy. The sorcerer had already begun his spell. It flashed with bright blue lightning. It was a short-distance teleportation spell. At first, the wizard moved Johnson just behind himself. Obviously, the archer was quite angry that the mage chose not to save him. However, the sorcerer coldly and precisely reminded, according to the pirate code, they must leave behind those who fall behind, so those who can survive must take this opportunity. But the old warrior did not let the young sorcerer finish the spell. He immediately threw his sword at him. In the end, the sorcerer, with a wound on his forehead, fell unconscious, and could no longer escape anywhere. At that moment, the archer did not even know what to do to thank the angry spirit of the master or to curse fate. At the very next moment, the evil old man, burning the boy with his gaze, decided to find out whether the sword was his, whether he himself held the sacred sword. As soon as the archer said that he did not have the sacred blade, the old warrior immediately struck him down. Eventually, the two young men were already lying next to each other, but they were not dead, only unconscious. Waking up at that very moment, Johnson realized this man had nothing in common with lifeless creatures. And the monstrous flow of magical power, which sent shivers down the spine, was beyond the control of ordinary mortals. Since the stranger had light hair and deep turquoise eyes, one could conclude he was a very unusual man. Among all the warriors known to humanity, there was only one perfectly suited for this order, the legendary Firkin the Mighty. Johnson, with a broken nose, immediately shouted loudly that he was a devoted admirer of this man and wanted to ask him for an autograph. However, approaching closer, Firkin already raised his hand to properly teach this kid a lesson at the end. He only warned the young man. The warrior he admired had died in battle 30 winters ago and vanished without a trace after a brutal and bloody clash. Of course, Johnson could not believe such words, because everyone knew that the body of that warrior disappeared along with the sacred sword. It was the old man before him who was the warrior, but for some reason, he now found himself in the citadel in the most terrible state. The young man begged the elder to return, because the world still loves him and awaits the hero's return. He also decided to find out where the sacred sword was, the obvious proof of his identity. But as soon as he spoke these words, Firkin rewarded the insolent one with a harsh blow to the jaw, and he, losing consciousness, fell to the hard ground. The old warrior got angry because this young boy talked so much. He did not understand why people who actually knew nothing always shouted the loudest, since he had already been told that the warrior the boy admired had died 30 years ago. He not only abandoned his comrades, but also chose to survive like the last coward, and on top of that lost the sacred sword. Therefore, it is obvious, any warrior who allowed this was nothing more than an indelible disgrace. Thus the warrior Firkin, a 56-year-old elder, spent 30 years of his life searching for the sacred sword after his inglorious departure. The old warrior long remembered the battle of past years with the fiends of darkness. Then the human army marched against the huge, undead host. They all fought to defeat these risen from the graves. One of the knights, known for his cruelty, was cutting down enemies with such fury that even the risen dead felt embarrassed. At that moment, he gave a signal to the wizard, because a magical area attack would leave no living place from the enemies, and this would greatly help in the fight. But unfortunately, by that moment, the old wizard's magical power had already been exhausted. At that moment, the gray-bearded gnome noticed nearby that the opponents were advancing again, so he asked the knight Errol to prepare for the clash. Immediately, by Sir Laric's order, the warrior woman rushed into battle to subdue the enemies. In cutting them open on the right and left, she ordered all this unclean to finally perish in the netherworld. At that very moment, all the warriors felt the ominous magical power flying straight at them. The knights could hardly hold under her pressure. All they could do was try not to fall face down. But the dark wave swept away all the warriors, and only Errol, yes, she, still stood on her feet. Everyone immediately became worried. Would everything be all right? After all, the chief of the strongest opponents had arrived on the battlefield. It was the Lord of the Dead, the first of the 4 commanders of the Lord of Darkness. This man was also called the Phantom King, and now he wanted to introduce himself, but the little people had already nicknamed him No One. Right then, the Lord of the Dead thought that people might mistakenly call him that, and decided to reveal his true name. However, Errol quickly ordered him to be silent. She did not want to listen to speeches from such scoundrels as this King of the Dead. After which the warrior woman took off her helmet, and finally a female face appeared beneath it. Errol introduced herself and promised to personally take care of this opponent. But by that time, the dwarf had already realized there was no urgent need for that. Their strongest fighter arrived just in time for this battle. Therefore, everyone greeted the mighty warrior Firkin with great respect. The man himself only approached Errol and the rest of the warriors. He began to apologize for being late to the battle and hoped that they had plenty of fun fighting without him. At that moment, the Phantom King honestly admitted that he was already bored with this battle, and Firkin appeared precisely to cheer him up. After that, he greeted the Phantom King by the name Nikak. Only then did the Phantom King finally realize the humans had given him the name Nikak, but he noticed that the way they invented his name contradicted all the rules of politeness, and that was the point. So Firkin suggested he choose a new name, and from then on he would call him the Named. After that, he drew his sacred blade, warning that he had come not at all to befriend this monster. He also warned that this battle would haunt the named for a long time in the most terrible nightmares. The Phantom King only smiled as soon as he saw that creepy thing in the warrior's palms and decided it was some kind of magical sword. Yet Firkin proudly showed his sacred blade in all its glory. At that moment, the old man riding in the cart was dreaming, and each time repeated to himself the words about the sacred sword. Finally, he woke up and wildly began looking around, hoping that this sword was lying somewhere nearby. Honestly, such behavior of the old man greatly confused the travelers who were riding with him in the same cart. Finally, the cart stopped exactly because they had reached their destination. The old man warned the coachman that he could get out. They stopped near the terrifying, cursed, horrible valley. One can enter there, but cannot get out. Of course, the old man immediately noticed that the name was too long for a single place, but all the locals knew this place was the lair of ghosts and vampires. Many adventurers disappeared without a trace after crossing the threshold of this cursed abode, and among the common folk, there were terrifying rumors that the Phantom King himself lived there. Firkin was stunned by these words, and the peasant hurried to explain that this Phantom King was the Lord of the Dead and the first among the 12 ghostly rulers. He was given the name the Named One, and he was truly a terrible creature. He cursed all living things and led countless legions of spirits. Honestly, the old warrior was stunned. Even after so many years, the Named One was still among the living. Also, the peasant decided to find out what this gray-haired old man needed in his deep old age in that terrifying cave, as he considered the intention to enter there reckless. Firkin cold-bloodedly explained that he had heard rumors that the legendary sword might lie there, so he came to verify these words. After this, as payment for the ride, he gave the coachman his blade, wrapped in cloth, and explained that it was the magical blade of the Forgotten Citadel. As soon as the peasant pulled the weapon from the fabric, he immediately saw the incredible power radiating from this sword. The old warrior explained that this saber would be a worthy compensation for both coachmen for having to deliver it to such a wilderness. He only asked that the peasant not let the blade cloud his mind. Tout thought that such warnings would only scare the weak. After this, saying goodbye to the warrior, they rolled away, and the peasant fussed with his newly acquired blade and raged with joy. However, the old hero knew that this merriment would not last long. After that, Firkin finally turned his gaze to the dreadful cave before him, understanding that the legendary sword must rest there. He decisively entered inside to find the desired weapon. Barely had the old warrior stepped over the dungeon threshold when one of the risen dead immediately lunged at him, shouting that he must destroy this man. However, Firkin, picking up a heavy bone from the ground, immediately delivered a devastating blow to the skull of the living dead. After this, he bluntly cursed the undead for being far too noisy, and the ghost began to humbly apologize to the living for having trouble controlling his anger. However, he immediately warned the elder that living beings were forbidden to enter here, thus putting the spirit in an extremely difficult position. Other gathered undead immediately reminded this strange man that this was the land of the deceased. Although they did not wish to kill him, they demanded that he immediately leave their domain. Firkin roughly demanded, "Let the resurrected corpse bring him the legendary sword, and then he will leave this world." The ghost tried to explain that he had not heard of any blade, but at that moment, one of the dead attacked the old man so that he would no longer mock the deceased. Obviously, Firkin was outraged by how the undead treated him, although he wanted to negotiate with them amicably. So he, with a mighty blow shattering the skull of the corpse, tore him from the endless cycle of life and death. After which he dealt with all the insolent ones who were hostile towards him. Honestly, what they saw truly shocked everyone who witnessed it, given that ghosts were invulnerable to physical damage. Yet this old man managed to defeat them with devastating blows imbued with ancient magical power. At that very moment, Firkin ordered everyone to approach him one by one. He was ready to personally help each meet Buddha. And of course, under the threat of total destruction, all the corpses immediately scattered in all directions because they did not want to vanish into oblivion. In principle, this is what Firkin expected. He believed that violence was the best way of communication through intimidation. At that moment, he heard slow, even footsteps, and then a loud scream from one of the fleeing corpses. When he turned around, he saw a familiar silhouette from the past 30 years ago. At that moment, the dead themselves knelt before the Lord of the Dead, begging, "Render justice to this man." Even the named himself smiled, politely greeted the dear guest, and asked him to state his name. Firkin was a little upset that the named did not remember him, although he could understand that considering how much time had passed since then. After that, he decided to remind the Lord who he was, and suggested having fun like in the old days with the king named. Only then did the Phantom King finally realize he had seen this man before. But honestly, it was hard for him to believe that this was the same Firkin the Mighty. The old warrior felt that his enemy had indeed remembered him, and it touched him to some extent. But the named only gave a meaningful snort and laughed. Yet he still could not forget the offender, the one who once dared to humiliate his dignity and correct him. Since then he had often recalled both Firkin himself and their ancient battle. The old man himself claimed that the named got what he deserved. He behaved badly, so he was punished. But now Firkin was just a feeble old man, so the named had nothing to worry about. The old warrior had long stopped dueling because he renounced the name Firkin the Mighty. However, the named felt that the old man, in the twilight of his years, decided to stretch his bones a little, so he began to attack his phantom. But still, he decided to listen to the guest. He wanted to find out why he came here, and whether he really came to destroy him. However, Firkin only scratched the back of his head. In confusion, he had no such thoughts. He had simply heard about the legendary blade, so he came to take it. The named pretended to have no idea what the elder was talking about, but the latter asked him not to fool around. Firkin already knew that the weapon capable of cutting through the heavens and overturning the earth lay right here. He ardently desired to test this blade, so he asked the named to bring him the weapon. For now, he asked nicely, otherwise he would be forced to kill him. The Phantom Lord did not argue. The legendary sword was indeed with him, but he saw no reason to obey the elder. Yet he was the one capable of surpassing death itself, whereas old Firkin, he definitely could not defeat him. However, the elder cold-bloodedly warned. Although he could not kill the named, he was still able to torture the Phantom King until he himself began to beg for death. On this matter, the immortal had another question. If Firkin was no longer called the strongest and had lost his sacred blade, then why did the elder need another legendary sword? Firkin did not hide that he no longer had the sacred blade. I once had it, but now I have irreversibly lost it. The Phantom King barely restrained his laughter. The greatest warrior was left without his sacred sword. He thought that a true hero could not be so foolish as to make such a blunder. Even a complete fool would not dare to lose such a significant relic. That is why the named was sure. The old man came with the intention to deceive him. But he was not so simple as to believe in this deception. However, the old man only became more enraged. Although the named had a silver tongue, he clearly did not take responsibility for his words. After everything said, Firkin, the Phantom King, reconsidered conducting affairs peacefully, so he proposed to communicate in the language of violence. In the end, retreating fearfully, the named tried to calm the old enemy and even offered to help him if Firkin really did not have the sacred sword. For this reason, the old man stopped, not delivering the final blow, and gave the opponent the right to speak. But the Phantom King took advantage of this opportunity to quickly retreat and make it clear, Firkin was definitely not his equal today. He reminded that he was on the land of the dead, a place teeming with corpses, where he, the man named, was the strongest of all beings. Therefore he called his reaper, who ordered to take away, but what exactly, he did not specify. Firkin, exhausted, rushed into battle, deciding that the Phantom King was offering to take the reaper's scythe, and was terribly offended by such a proposal. Therefore the named had to explain. It was the reaper's order to take Firkin's very soul. But the battle-hardened old man stopped the phantom scythe rushing straight at him with just one palm. He was in extreme furious rage because the reaper had truly dared to attack him, and even suggested to talk peacefully. At such a terrifying sight, the phantom servant instantly reconsidered, obeying his master's orders, and froze in place, and then completely vanished into the air, realizing it was better for these two to settle matters themselves. At that very moment, he left the old man his scythe. It split under the pressure of his mighty hands like fragile reed. Only then did the named understand Firkin remained the same monster as before, so he hurried to retreat. At that moment the old warrior made it clear that he was giving the Phantom King 3 seconds, hoping that during this time he would kindly bring him the sword. The desired countdown began, from 1 to 3. Yet the enraged Phantom King was sure. This time Firkin would not defeat him, and he would finally settle the score with his old enemy. So he attacked the old man with a whole downpour of greenish phantom crystals, ones meant to cut his flesh to pieces. After the devastating attack, a gigantic pillar of smoke rose, and the old man remained whole and unharmed the first second before that moment had already passed, and the second had come. The named only laughed, understanding. The opponent was not so simple, it only amused him. So I forged again from my own dark energy a blade to continue the attack. However, at that very moment the third second began. As a result, the Phantom King immediately fell to one knee, and the blade he created was given to Firkin himself, presenting it as a legendary sword. The old man himself rejoiced that all his guesses in the negotiations were finally justified. At that moment, even the other dead despised the Phantom King for such pure humiliation, and did not believe that he was the strongest of the deceased, because he fought like a true coward. The named himself now wondered what had this old man been doing for the last 30 winters, since the former monster had now become a true devil. The old warrior, examining the blade, decided to find out whether his old enemy was deceiving him and whether this was really the same sword. However, the named calmly explained that he would not dare deceive such a person, and at that moment the legendary blade called Long Sword appeared. Firkin carefully listened to his speeches and pondered them for a long time. Then he lowered his head and reminded himself that 3 seconds had passed. Now he would kill him. In the end, the frightened Phantom King had to admit he never had the legendary sword. It was just a rumor they spread to attract adventurers here. Due to recent outbreaks of plague and prolonged wars, adventurers completely stopped visiting here. Because of this, the spirits lacked fresh souls of careless travelers to gather. Firkin had no idea why the Phantom King decided to tell him about this. Be that as it may, he saw no point in killing an old enemy. He was doing what he had to survive. Of course, the named was struck that the old foe decided not to harm him, but the elder calmly explained he could deal with the Phantom King whenever he wanted, but he came here first not to harm anyone. Since he was convinced that the spirit's blade was not the sacred sword, their conversation ended there. Of course, he could have killed the Phantom King, but he would resurrect anyway, so I saw no point in wasting energy on something futile. Obviously, the named was extremely impressed by the old warrior's nobility. He was just like a true hero. After that, he showed the man the exit and asked him to hurry to leave their domain. But at that moment, pondering, Firkin decided to find out could the named bring the dead back to life. Unfortunately, it was possible, but not as a full resurrection, only in the form of a mindless ghost, unaware of its past life. Still, he was not a divine dragon to perform such miracles, just an ordinary Phantom King. However, he also said that there is a possibility to summon a soul by placing it into another body. This was the main essence of the living dead. After these words, Firkin just burst out laughing, and only then remembered that earlier he had not thought of such a wonderful idea. After that, he asked the Phantom King to create a personal resurrected corpse for him. Very soon the old man, together with the unknown knight, continued their way through the dark forest. Suddenly, bandits with weapons jumped out from around the corner at them, greedy for loot. They surrounded the traveler from all sides, and an ominous silence hung in the air. Immediately, the knight demanded that the vile robbers get away and not even dare to attack them. An instant arrow shot to the head knocked this warrior down. He fell to the ground dead. Only then did the bandits explain to the old man it was better to give everything he had, otherwise he would die just like his friend. But at that very moment, the knight's body burst into blue flames of the dead. The resurrected could not believe that they had been attacked. After that, he calmly apologized for the fact that they could offer nothing but death. The archer who had just shot the arrow immediately got scared when the corpse resurrected and spoke. And their leader immediately launched an attack, understanding that his comrades needed to gather their courage. After all, it was just a risen corpse. At the very least, they could kill the old man and disappear. But the leader's blade immediately split the old man's body into 2 parts. Firkin himself calmly explained, once he argued with the sun about who would be the first to strip the robbers of their clothes, and the star heated their garments with heat and burned their bodies down to the very bones. But in reality, the sun did not desire to strip the bandits of their clothes. It wanted to tear the mask off this rotten world and burn it. To cleanse all evil means to remove the heavy armor from those who live in it, as well as to burn and discard the flesh of the wicked. This was their only salvation, that which could break their chains and atone for their sins. And together with these words, the elder created a huge sphere resembling a small sun and hurled it at the sinners to burn them to ashes. Eventually, the robbers immediately fled in panic like frightened rabbits, and their leader even fainted. Then the elder stopped for a moment. Behind his back, the enormous magical power also faded. Now Firkin was sure the bandits were so scared that they definitely would not bother the travelers anytime soon. It was the knight who was struck that Firkin was ready to burn everything around just to study one group of bandits, but he hastened to explain that despite the size, the fireball was hollow inside. Moreover, he was impressed by the knight who was not talentless, because he survived even after an arrow hit him in the head. However, having removed his helmet, the Phantom King calmly reminded he had indeed risen, and death, as for the resurrected, was not frightening to him. Not much time passed before the named took all the clothes off the bandit. He was peacefully sleeping after the experienced horror. Now he looked like a real bandit, but he could not believe that he would have to hide his identity every time. But he was the famous Phantom King, and besides, he had a handsome face that did not want to disguise itself as an ordinary bandit. However, Firkin calmly reminded, It would be much worse if people found out that a living resurrected was here, and there were many churches nearby, so the priests could unleash all their holy powers on him. The named was a little offended the church had never scared him, but Firkin explained that it was not about the church, but about the Knight Arthur. Anyway, whether the Phantom King wanted to fight the church or not, as long as their agreement was in effect, the old man could not allow the named to suffer harm. Therefore, he hoped that he would understand him. Eventually, they continued their journey, but the King of the Dead still kept their last conversation in memory. Then the old man explained that he needed to bring one person back to life. She would become the key to the sacred sword. However, the Phantom King hastened to explain that this was not a simple task, not even close to creating brainless undead. After all, after death, every life is doomed to oblivion to become dead. One must forget pain and suffering and find peace. Resurrection was both a blessing and a curse. Therefore, Firkin risked getting into trouble by breaking this order. The named wanted to know for sure, was the old man sure that he was ready to break the prohibition for his own interests, and resurrect his once best friend in the form of a creature that curses the whole white world? However, frankly speaking, Firkin did not care about such formalities. He simply longed to find his blade. Moreover, he felt that his friend would definitely understand him. After all, they were just playing a game between close comrades. He was needed by him because he was the keeper of the sacred sword. Only he could say where the sword is now. Therefore, the elder asked the Phantom King to help him. If he does this, Firkin will release him and promise that they will never see each other again. Of course, it was interesting what would happen in case of refusal, but seeing how Firkin clenched his fist in anger, Imenevani quickly understood everything. So they quickly concluded the agreement and sealed it with a handshake. Immediately after that, the King of the Dead took out his book, Understanding. Since Firkin needed a high-quality merlets, the corpse's body would have to be carefully prepared. No matter how good it is, first of all they need the heart of a dead man. It will become the basis of the sacrifice, an eye that seeks the soul, and half a pig carcass. But Firkin was not at all bothered by such complicated things. He asked the name to show where they should go, and then he paved the way there. This is how they arrived and very soon reached their destination. It was the legendary ancient forest, also called the Elven Garden. Here they had to find the essence of the forest. The named one hastened to explain that the resurrection of dead souls requires payment, that is, they need a sacrifice. If you need to bring back an ordinary person, a pig or a dog will do, but still the guy the old man wanted to bring back was a great wizard. However, Firkina cared little about Thish, was ready to go all the way. But for some reason here in the forest, where the key to the resurrection of his friend was, lived a huge bear. At that moment, the bear was surrounded by numerous knights who set an ambush to catch him. The warriors knew perfectly well, this was not just a beast. He was the guardian of this forest, and today they had to tame him at any cost. Right there, one warrior wanted to attack the bear. But the captain only laughed at these simpletons. Yet he did not listen to anyone and still, shouting, rushed into battle. He began to swing his sword in such a way as to cut the bear for the glory of His Majesty, the Emperor. However, the beast's hide was so dense that from one strike, the blade shattered into tiny fragments. When the bear rose on its hind legs, it was bigger than a house. Eventually, with one strike of his clawed paw, he knocked off the head of the naive soldier. After that, he roared loudly, showing that he was in genuine rage. Now the knights had no choice left. Each drew his blade to defeat him. Then a young man appeared from somewhere and asked to retreat. Extra casualties were unnecessary. After that, he stepped forward and asked to leave this bear to him. Some thought he was a mercenary, but one of the knights had heard about this young man. He could not believe that he had the chance to see the power of the mage Adolf, even once in his life. Eventually, after Adolf's first appearance, the atmosphere somehow changed, and the bear calmed down a bit. Of course, this impressed absolutely all the knights, who had already prepared to say goodbye to life from the fury of this beast. At that moment, the sorcerer raised his hand and calmly beckoned the beast to him. The knights were shocked by such a contemptuous mockery and confidence in front of the mighty beast. It immediately fell into rage and rushed forward to attack. Obviously, the warriors immediately became curious about what was on this man's mind, since he deliberately decided to enrage the bear. The most amazing thing, despite the magical staff on his back, the mage took a boxing stance, preparing for hand-to-hand combat. After that, he dodged one of the bear's attacks, easily parried it, and immediately struck the beast in the liver from a blind spot. He immediately whimpered in pain, and this was incredible, considering that the bear's hide was about 10 centimeters thick. But still, he was not so easily defeated. So the wizard continued to dodge and kept attacking. The wizard's next strike hit the bear right in the snout. He somehow became indifferent and sighed, then growled discontentedly. At that moment, Adolf rushed at him, aiming directly at the beast's snout. And the bear, in response, also charged at the fighter. Because of this, the mage had to retreat. In the end, the knights were convinced this creature was truly a formidable opponent. The knights standing around initially thought the young man was a mage, but he had not yet used magic. But the warriors clearly understood magic was by no means hidden in the magical staff. The magic was already in the fact that an ordinary man could fight such a huge bear, barehanded on equal terms, and even overpower it. At that moment, the old man together with the named finally entered the forest. Immediately Firkin warned that from this moment, the king must keep his ear sharp and avoid unnecessary attention. And then the Phantom Lord truly became a little worried, because no one knew when the short-statured, sharp-eared elves would hit them with an arrow from an ambush. He was angry at these forest guardians. But the trouble was that the owner of this forest actually had a bad temper and the old man really did not want to come into his sight. After these words, the Phantom King only snorted, for it seemed to him that the true example of a vile character was precisely Firkin, a man who destroys everything that crosses his path. And as soon as he voiced his thought aloud, he encountered a rather threatening look from the elder himself. So I hurried to cover my head, expecting retribution. But still Firkin passed him by and immediately rushed onto the plain ahead. The plain was formed because someone decided to cut down the elven trees that had been growing here for hundreds of thousands of years. Obviously, the Phantom King decided that somewhere giant beavers had worked hard since such a thing had appeared. However, Firkin quickly explained that the local forest inhabitants had done nothing of the sort. At that moment, an enemy arrow flew aside toward those who were walking. After that, they saw soldiers standing with spears and bows. So it quickly became obvious what the elves created with the forest was the fault of humans. According to what Firkin knew, the forest guardians and humans were at war. It seemed the forces had changed, but it was still hard to believe that the human armies had advanced so far. At that moment, the knight warned, "It is better for them to raise their hands and not resist. It is futile." Firkin immediately obediently raised his hands, while the Phantom King himself was fooling around with these people. Obviously, they had no idea who he was. Eventually, the leader decided to find out who these people were and how they ended up here. The named one almost betrayed himself, but the elder hastily cut off the conversation and explained haltingly that they were just accidental travelers simply passing through these lands. The wanderer calmly explained to the warriors that, as far as he knew, these lands had long belonged to the guardians of the sacred forests, so he was truly interested in how the human army ended up in the protected thickets. The captain immediately began to explain that their detachment had arrived by the highest command of His Imperial Majesty to subdue the forest barbarians and return the ancestral lands of their forefathers. In essence, the ancient forest turned into the epicenter of a great conquest campaign. At this point, the warlord's mercy towards uninvited travelers was completely exhausted. The stern warrior grimly reminded that peaceful citizens should understand the consequences of entering the combat zone. If they do not immediately leave the dangerous frontlines, they will be dealt with according to the unyielding laws of wartime. At that moment, the nameless companion was already blazing with righteous anger at the arrogance of this haughty man. The wise companion, recovering and slapping his angry comrade on the shoulder, reminded him that they did not need any extra troubles at all, so the travelers decided to retreat, allowing the knights to continue their bloody mission. But at that very moment, the captain was touched by a mysterious boy who was so brazenly smiling right behind his back. He resembled a wanted criminal, so the commander needed to see his face. The nameless secretly hoped that Firkin would let him punish this brazen scoundrel right now, while the sage pondered further actions. The only thing he clearly understood was that the human king had indeed broken into the sacred lands of the forest guardians. Such a situation began to greatly irritate him. At that moment, the knights focused their gaze on their commander, on the fighters who had returned. The warriors threw at the captain's feet the carcass of the fallen half-bear. After which, calmly dusting the palms, Adolf reported unflinchingly about the completion of the assigned mission. It was hard to believe that young Adolf had seriously managed to defeat such a monster on his own. Such a brave warrior considered it his sacred duty, and everyone knew well about his extraordinary strength. After all, Adolf once even defeated an ogre with his bare hands. Such deeds were definitely not empty talk. The wizard wisely reminded, one should not expect anything else from a true mage, because completing any task is like magic, and that is the essence of his art. While the warriors conversed, Firkin slowly approached the fallen bear and carefully examined the mighty beast. Fortunately, the forest guardian was still breathing. Moreover, the ancient elder realized the young man was truly strong since he managed to handle the forest giant alone. The arriving knights immediately thrust the spear tips into the uninvited guest. Firkin only coldly asked them to be more careful with his beard. At this moment, the warriors were finally convinced this old man was definitely not all right in the head. So they kindly asked him to leave peacefully as they were ordered, to at least save his life. Otherwise, according to the strict laws of martial law, the elder would be immediately executed. The nameless companion decided to find out what decision this mysterious old man would make. At that moment, Firkin, as if nothing had happened, ordered the people to immediately kneel. And in a moment, all the bodies nearby were pierced by arrows. The warriors immediately roared, trying to form a battle formation to deal with the sudden ambush. The elves who appeared continued the deadly barrage until their leader ordered to leave no one alive. She fervently wished that the invaders of their sacred forest would become fertilizer for the ancient trees. After that, the archers continued to shower the warriors with arrows scattered on the ground. At some point, the mages among them stepped forward and raised protective barriers around their comrades and the commander. Turning to the warlord, they saw with relief he was still alive, although his shoulder was still bleeding. The captain was extremely frightened that as soon as he had lowered his guard, the elven fiends had crawled out of their treacherous ambush. If this continued, they would simply be ground to dust. So he ordered the mages and those warriors who remained in formation to hold the line until he himself went for reinforcements. Finally, the commander reminded the fighters to hold on at any cost. While the warlord was rushing away, the elves began to break through the defense. Firkin listened to all these cries of the fighters, who were being struck by deadly arrows. The warriors shouted loudly, then fell silent forever. Then the ancient sage realized, although there was a captain among them, he was of no use at all. After that, the elder loudly ordered the warriors not to rely unconditionally on the magical barrier, but still to try to dodge the elven arrows. At that moment, the Nameless One decided to find out if he was capable of punishing these scoundrels. Firkin only glanced. The Phantom King could also use some dodging, considering how strange he looked. Arrows were stuck right in him. At that moment, the gazes of the two focused on the young Adolf, who stood in place and deflected arrows even without using magic. Moreover, the brave man caught them with his bare hands and looked not the least bit strained. The Nameless One was extremely curious where such a talented fighter had come from. Firkin was lost in nostalgia because this young man reminded him very much of himself in his youth. Therefore, the old warrior was sure Adolf was truly a noble and proud soldier. However, at that very moment, the young warrior suddenly raised his hands and decided to surrender, for he was only a mercenary and did not intend to die for someone else's interests. And the elf's harbinger made the man understand, surrendering just like that was not allowed. As is known, those who incur the wrath of the forest face only death. The stranger was extremely surprised to see what kind of swarthy elfess this was. He was curious about what she had forgotten in this forest. Obviously enraged, the elfess sarcastically reminded that dark elves still remain elves. Not understanding this clarification, she decided that the Phantom King was a racist and ordered her subordinates to kill him. But the old man Firkin instantly appeared behind the elfess and suggested ending their battle without touching his friends. Obviously frightened, the warrior had no idea how this ancient elder managed to move so quickly. Wonder was plainly written on her beautiful face, so the old warrior quickly realized the elfess did not recognize him. The gray-bearded sage reminded the guide that he had played with her, carried her on his back when she was very small. However, the elven warrior raised her bow and immediately shot to punish the human old man who dared to mock her. Easily deflecting all the arrows flying at him, the ancient elder suggested the elfess cool her hot head a bit and talk calmly, as he believed he deserved to be heard. However, the elven guide ordered the man to shut his disgusting mouth, as she had nothing to discuss with a vile human brood. Yet it was the humans who broke the ancient pact. They attacked and invaded the sacred lands. She considered them nothing more than devilish offspring who destroy the forest and exterminate innocent forest dwellers. Even if they tear each of them to pieces, her anger does not subside. At that moment, the old man realized, judging by everything, he would have to extract the conversation by other methods. Therefore, the ancient sage instantly moved to the fallen bear and touched it with his palm. It shone with a bright greenish light. After this, he dispelled the spell, allowing the bear to return to its true elvish face. Obviously, the elf girl got scared, not understanding what this little human is doing. Having prepared to shoot, she immediately ordered to take their dirty hands off their friend. The Firkin just laughed in response to her arrogant words. After that, he grabbed the one who took human form by the neck end, made it clear that at this very moment they were sitting down at the negotiating table. Of course, the elven warrior immediately became frightened that the dear lord had fallen into the hands of that human scoundrel. However, Firkin politely asked to be given time if they did not want to lose their precious master. At that moment, the elf released another Valith's time, a fiery arrow in where the hero stood, a powerful explosion thundered. She made it clear that she was not negotiating with the traitors, although she felt sorry for the fate of this bear. However, Firkin, like an unbreakable fortress, stood firm even against the devastating power of the magical arrow. The audacity of the sharp-eared creatures truly overflowed the warrior's cup of patience. His comrade could die in vain. And the elf herself was bewildered. How could mortals survive under the onslaught of her spells, enhanced by mighty mana? Such questions tormented the soul of the Named One, but the ancient warrior made it perfectly clear. He was not going to shed light on the secrets of his art. But already boiling rage covered his heart. Such blatant contempt from these forest degenerates demanded immediate punishment. He wanted to teach them a harsh lesson, so he only asked his phantom ally to show some restraint. The elves, in their excessive pride, decided that the human race thought too highly of itself, and immediately unleashed a hail of arrows on their opponents, each burning with magical power. But with one commanding gesture, the Named One raised an invisible shield around himself, and his companion elf projectiles shattered against it like sea waves against coastal rocks. The Phantom Lord only laughed mockingly, thanking fate for the opportunity granted to him to reveal his power. And his palms touched the sacred earth. The fallen warriors rose from death's embrace as if by the command of the Lord of Darkness himself. The Named One ordered his undead to teach the arrogant elves true manners worthy of noble beings. Meanwhile, events unfold in a distant outpost of the human army. There one of the generals, boiled with rage, slow subordinates, exhausted his patience. But at that very moment, a strange creature, a zebra, was brought into his campaign tent, and its unusual appearance somewhat calmed the warlord's anger. In the next moment, a breathless captain burst into the general's chamber, the only one who managed to escape the trap. The warrior told his commander how, during the interrogation of suspicious travelers, their squad was treacherously surrounded by enemies. By these travelers, he meant the gray-bearded elder and the mysterious robber in a hood who dared to invade the elven lands. When the soldiers were already preparing to execute the prisoners with the death sentence, as required by the military code, they themselves fell into skillfully laid traps. The general plunged into thoughts about these mysterious figures wandering the primeval wilderness. Then he shifted his gaze to the tall guest who stood motionless away from the tent. It was none other than Sir Orna Knight in spotless armor from the elite order, directly subordinate to the royal will. The captain looked at the representative of the First Knightly Order with reverent awe. Their warriors carried out only the most important royal commands. What could have brought such a famous knight to these wild lands? At that moment, Orn himself turned to the captain with an important question. Perhaps he had not noticed the old man's light hair, piercing blue eyes, and the scar crossing his entire face. Captain hastily nodded, explaining that the elder looked simply terribly, as if he already belonged to the realm of the dead. In his opinion, the elven creatures would surely have turned the captive into a pincushion. But Orn understood perfectly well. If this elder was truly the one he was looking for, then most likely the elves had already gone to the ancestors. The general could not believe in such colossal power of the old man, who looked so small and tired. One thing troubled him. Who was this person if he was sought by the very First Knightly Order? But Orn hurried to warn the commander. The less he knows about this person, the greater the chances of staying alive. And he thanked the soldiers for their help in the search. The noble knight only asked the surviving captain to lead him to where the mysterious elder was last seen. Meanwhile, events continue in the sacred temple of the Guardians of the Forest, hidden behind mighty walls. 4 elven sages leaned over a magical cauldron, uttering ancient spells to foresee the coming danger looming over their protected lands. Finally, their own warriors appeared before their eyes. One of the sent ones sat peacefully, as if lulled by drowsiness in the kitchen, instead of performing a combat mission, while the rest, including the commander, were already prisoners of the humans. But the leader of the elves immediately recognized in the warrior who captured them the true identity of the enemy, and was only glad that the mighty Firkin had finally appeared in these lands. Meanwhile, Orn arrived at the field of the just past battle, accompanied by the captain who had survived. The ground was covered with countless bodies, and the captain bitterly realized that none of his brave fighters managed to hold out until the arrival of reinforcements. The noble knight fell to his knees and scooped up a handful of earth, tasting it. He immediately recognized in it the corruption of dark magic. This happened when the sacred land was bordered by a black mania. Dark magic had the property of poisoning everything around with its destructive influence. It became clear the sought-after figures had dealt with the elves and headed straight into the deepest thickets of the forest. Captain assumed that the old man might be a dark mage, but Orn quickly objected. This old man is a great hero of the Grey Times. Knight Trudno found it hard to believe that the hero could be mistaken for some worthless old man. But Orn patiently explained, true masters of their craft rarely care about appearances. and this old man once wielded a sacred sword so no one could doubt his skill. Only then did the simple-hearted captain realize, if the sacred blade was mentioned, then before them was none other than the famous Firkin, the last bearer of the legendary weapon. After these words, Orn understood that he had revealed too much and could no longer leave the witness alive. Therefore, he instantly beheaded the captain to keep the old man's secret intact. Yet in the end, I thank the dying man for his efforts and for showing the way. The knight, slowly bleeding crimson blood, could not understand why Orn had told him all this, and now had killed him himself. He explained, he spoke out not at all by accident. The captain returned to the knight's camp alone, and Orn simply could not stand the cowards who wanted to save their own skins at any cost. Now the knight in spotless armor was convinced. The information about the old man's journey in the company of a ghostly creature turned out to be true, but he was struck by something else. The hero of past years had fallen so low that he allied with the forces of evil. Meanwhile, deep in the protected forest, two companions were rolling a magical cart behind them. The elven captive shouted fiercely, demanding that these two simply kill her. Moreover, the fact that they turned their backs on her, she considered the height of disrespect and raged at these scoundrels for their complete lack of honor. The proud forest warriors wished to die with weapons in their hands, so they demanded to have their bonds removed and to fight fairly. Frankly speaking, Firkin already had blood coming from his ears from the mad screams of this inadequate person, and he decided to ask the named one if he knew any spell to calm the talkative captives. With age, the ancient warrior had forgotten many useful charms. The ghostly lord only laughed at the old man's softness, who decided to leave these annoying sharp-eared creatures alive instead of granting them the death they dreamed of. This indicated a little justice still smoldered in the old warrior's soul. However, Firkin calmly explained that this elf was the daughter of his old friend who lived here, in these lands. She was like a niece to him, that's why he treated her leniently. Although Firkin perfectly understood that killing her was forbidden, he still intended to use the captive as a trump card to obtain the essence of the forest. It was known to all. The essence of the forest is a true wellspring of secrets and power. Its power was so great that the keepers guarded it like the apple of their eye since time immemorial. Moreover, Firkin was outraged. During the great battle with the Dark Lord, the elves did not use such a weapon, although it was at their disposal. One way or another, to obtain the forest essence, the gray-haired warrior had to threaten death to these young creatures. He believed he had devised a truly perfect plan. At that moment, the elven maiden finally realized the true intentions of the vile old man, and he only ordered the captive to be silent due to her lack of endurance. She behaved worse than a small child. At the same time, the mercenary became curious. Why do people not let him go? At first, he simply watched from the side how events unfolded. However, approaching the magic cage, the named calmly explained to his captive comrade the bitter truth. The barrier could not be broken without first canceling the very spell. So the mercenary had to patiently wait for the negotiations to end in order to gain the longed-for freedom. The elven maiden indignantly reminded the gray-haired foreigner of his fatal mistake. The lord of the forest would never agree to hand over the sacred essence to him. For she was the very foundation of the ancient forested divine heritage that an unworthy intruder did not even have the right to contemplate. But for the glorious hero, such speeches sounded like empty clanging. Knowing little of the customs of the forest people, he nurtured the hope that everything would pass smoothly and bring mutual benefit. At the same time, the old warrior warned the sharp-eared creatures, if events do not unfold as he planned, he will without hesitation burn down the entire protected forest and forcibly steal the precious essence. The elven warrior became furious at such insolent words from the decrepit man. In her opinion, he only managed to defeat them thanks to a sudden attack, and he certainly would not cope with the other defenders of the forest. Suddenly, the elf standing behind the angry maiden spoke and called his people. Let the tribe understand together this old man is by no means bluffing, for before them stood Firkin the Mighty himself, the legendary warrior of ancient times. The speaker turned out to be the same defeated Medved. As soon as he uttered these words, all the comrades gathered around to make sure of his well-being. The elven leader could not believe that this rude ragamuffin, more like a beggar, was actually the same legendary warrior. But still Medved hurried to explain to his mistress the undeniable truth. Despite the striking changes, before them stood the same warrior who disappeared along with the sacred sword 30 years ago. Of course, it was not easy for the woman to come to terms with such a revelation. She remembered Firkin as completely different. It seemed incredible that this decrepit old man could be the noble young knight of days gone by. At that very moment, Medved himself fell to his knees, for no matter how much Firkin had changed, he could not fail to recognize his brother-in-arms, the great hero with whom he once fought shoulder to shoulder. Bowing in a respectful bow, he greeted the famous warrior according to ancient customs. Firkin tried to explain to the elf that such solemn splendor was far too excessive, but the named quickly noted that those who seek to ingratiate themselves usually behave exactly like that, so there was nothing to be surprised about. At that very moment, the leader of the elves tried to lift Medved from his knees, not understanding why he was bowing before that old man. And the bear himself was eager to know why the old friend came to their lands only after so many years and where he had been all that time. After the hero's disappearance, a new catastrophe struck the world. While the remnants of the Dark Lord's forces still posed a threat, those who were once blood allies turned their spears and swords against each other. This led to the human king, once a brother in arms, committing terrible atrocities near the elven forest. Even now the air was filled with the groans and torments of their forest, and the soul of Medved poured out bitterness over the loss of countless brothers and sisters whom that king had ordered to be killed. The elf thought that Firkin could stop all this, but it turns out that all this time he was just watching from the side what was happening. Now Bear nurtured the hope that the returned Firkin, the mighty, would definitely stop this bloody war. Clumsily averting his gaze, the old warrior made it clear he had no intention of helping in anything. Overall, from this forest, he only needed the sacred essence. Of course, he felt sorry that the forest people found themselves in such a difficult situation, but for them, clashes with humans are not uncommon. The elf reminded the hero that he was the strongest of the warriors alive today. Firkin only reminded that he had long renounced his famous name. Moreover, he literally felt with his whole being, if he intervened in this war, there would be even more problems, and he had a shared past with the king of men. The dark elf woman after these words only became more convinced that Firkin was nothing more than a disgusting scum. Probably, it was he who cast the barrier of dark magic around them, through which they could not break free. At that moment the named one made it clear that the conversation was over, but if the captives continued to make noise, he would silence their throats forever. Eventually they continued on their way in deadly silence, until the Phantom King noticed that Firkin suddenly froze in place. He barely managed to ask the question when they were suddenly attacked by the vines of the elven tree. After this, the very tree blocked the road and began to madly attack the foreigners who dared to invade their sacred lands. At that very moment, the named joined the battle, and Firkin hurriedly rushed to find out if everything was all right with the barrier. When the two turned around, they saw that the roots had already broken the magical bonds, and all the captives had managed to disappear. And the old warrior knew they could not escape far, so he ordered the ghostly ally to give chase, while he stayed behind to talk with his old friend. Glancing at the elf frozen atop the mighty tree, Firkin firmly assumed he had overcome such a long journey out of worry for his daughter. After that, he explained that he was going to visit them anyway, so the old friend should not have shown such impatience. Then he suggested catching up on everything that had been lost over all these past years. Immediately after these words, the roots continued to frantically attack the travelers, focusing especially on the Phantom King. But he cut them down effortlessly with his phantom blades. When another wave of root whips rushed at him, the named honestly admitted he was already quite tired of fighting them. Therefore, Firkin immediately joined the fight, swinging his strong fists. He asked the Phantom King to forget about these roots after all. He had a more important task, to immediately catch all the fugitives before they hid in the thickets. Eventually, the named agreed to fulfill the old warrior's request. However, before letting go of his phantom friend, Firkin warned the named better not even think about escape. Otherwise, he would not be pursuing the sacred sword, but him personally. The Phantom King asked Firkin not to worry about anything. He himself sought to captivate the hero's soul. So he simply dissolved into the air, pursuing the fugitives, and asked Firkin not to die here some boring death. When the named one completely disappeared into the forest wilderness, Firkin honestly admitted this guy still did not inspire trust in him. But finally, when the extra ears were gone, he suggested to his old friend to talk alone. After that, he politely greeted the forest elder named Ujur. The closer the lord of the forest approached, the more names of his former comrades surfaced in his memory. He was the dragon slayer, the light bearer, and now had turned into a brazen scoundrel. Of course, Firkin did not like that at their very first meeting Ujur started throwing such strange nicknames at him. However, the forest elder calmly explained, Firkin had changed beyond recognition and become even more hideous perhaps because he had aged greatly. Now he had an unkempt beard and torn clothing, looking more like the strongest of the homeless vagabonds than the former mighty Firkin. The hero reminded Ujur that he was clearly overdoing it and expressed disappointment, is that all the old friend could say to a comrade he hadn't seen in 30 years. And indeed, Ujur realized how much he had missed. At first, he said that he was no longer just an elder, he had become the great lord of this protected forest. And Firkin immediately congratulated his old friend on the promotion. After these words, Ujur demanded that the warrior choose his words carefully when speaking to him, and then immediately attacked the gray-haired hero. The ancient guardian angrily emphasized to Firkin that he was forgetting his place after all. The master of the forest was 100 years older than this insolent fellow. Every careless word made his soul tremble, as if a mighty Confucian dragon had been awakened within it. However, Firkin, despite his age, easily dodged the blows, laughing at Yujir's words as if they were speeches of a hardened elder from a past era. Only then did the renowned warrior notice that the roots of the elven tree had bound his legs because of this. He exposed himself to a direct strike. Yet the old man covered himself with his hands, so the elder's blow did not cause him serious harm, although it threw him 10 meters back. At that moment, Yujir himself had already begun to cast a new attack against the man who appeared 30 years ago and dared to bring a dirty dark mage here. The ancient guardian felt that Firkin had long since crossed the permitted boundaries. But no matter how fiercely the lord of the forest fought, attacking the hero with tree vines, it was all in vain for the gray-haired warrior. Therefore, he stopped one of the attacks and warned. The forest keepers were the first to attack him. Then he lunged at the old friend and forced him to retreat rapidly under pressure. This time Firkin was convinced of only one thing despite the long 30 years, neither Yujir himself nor his skills, as the forest elder had changed at all. Moreover, despite his age, he remained the same arrogant person and could not get rid of it. The lord of the forest himself was surprised. Even after 3 decades, the great hero returned to them and sought a fight. The elder even decided that he might have switched to the side of the king of men. However, the hero made it clear. He was not interested in their wars at all. He came for the essence of the forest. This news greatly surprised Yujir. At first, he took the statement for granted. Only then did he realize what exactly the strongest of men wanted the most. Catching the forest lord's pensiveness, Firkin kicked him in the stomach. He snatched the staff from his hands and flew back a couple of steps. At that moment, the hero calmly explained that he needed what was known as the core of the giant tree. The forest essence, which the guardians had so zealously protected for centuries. The old man wanted to use the forest essence briefly and immediately promised to return it. He needed literally just a few minutes. But the forest owner was angered by the fact that with age, Firkin seemed to have completely lost his mind. The ancient guardian had no idea how the strongest of men had come to such a miserable state. He sighed heavily, and watching his friend make yet another attempt to attack, the gray-haired warrior reminded that he wanted to resolve this conflict peacefully. He asked not to be stingy and to share the forest essence with the old comrade, because he wanted to sort things out without unnecessary injuries and troubles. After thinking a little, the master of the forest agreed to share with the hero. But he did not have time to rejoice when Yujir announced he would not share the essence of the forest. Instead, he would tear the hero himself into pieces and give his flesh to others. Firkin, in principle, expected such a reaction. No matter how much time passed, the elder of the forest had not changed in the slightest. So when the ancient guardian attacked him with tree roots, the famous warrior climbed them like a ladder and rushed into attack, hoping that at least in battle he would make the old acquaintance come to his senses. Burning with righteous anger, the master of the forest wanted to know why Firkin sought to obtain the sacred essence. The ancient guardian was fiercely angered that this man claimed that the lord of the forest could not give it to anyone. At that moment, the hero confessed that he intended to resurrect one of the long-deceased people. Of course, Yujir considered this pure nonsense and did not understand how the essence of the forest could be used for such a thing. Then the gray-haired warrior calmly explained that there was a way to bring back a person who had been their support many years ago. Immediately after that, he lunged at Yujir and swung his legs straight at his head. At that moment, a picture of a dead friend flashed before Firkin's eyes, whom he held in his arms while he was dying. These memories instantly transferred to the master of the forest himself through their connection. The ancient guardian came out of the trance and found himself in his elven castle, breathing heavily after the battle. As soon as he regained consciousness, he immediately began to guess what the old human friend was really after. Meanwhile, Firkin, having examined the defeated enemy, finally realized he was not a true elf. It was a technique called root clone. It could replace the master on the battlefield, but increase the expenditure of energy. When the fight ended, Firkin's head, which had been burning with rage until that moment, cleared up. So he began to ponder whether he had acted correctly. It seemed that he had somewhat overdone it. Even after he brings his comrade back to life and turns him into a living dead, he will have to figure out what to do with the consequences. The old man only wanted to find the lost holy sword, but did not know how to act properly. Soon he remembered the Phantom King. By that time, he was supposed to have caught the fugitives. Firkin hoped that he had no problems, considering that the named was legendary and the strongest of the 12 kings. It turned out that at that very moment the necromancer's mask had already been removed, and he was shackled in elven chains. walking with the elven army to the prison, he was finally convinced. He simply hates the long-eared guys. Soon the old man wandered through the forest and saw roots glowing brightly green. He immediately began to avoid them because they were magical traps with a reverse mana release restriction. Simply put, it was a trap dug with the help of tree roots to make it harder to notice. The more mana was burned inside this trap, the more it pushed it back, imposing clear restrictions. Therefore, it was very difficult to use mana in this forest. Moreover, looking ahead, he noticed thin, barely visible threads that sparkled in the sun. Unfortunately, he could not notice them immediately. Because of this, he almost crashed into them. This wire was coated with a neuroparalytic Prisona signature technique of the Forest Guardians, so potent that even a giant would fall from a single scratch. What he did not expect was that the Phantom King would fall into such a trap. When Firkin passed all these debris, he came across an ally's bandit mask lying on the ground. The old man could not believe that the King Ghost himself had fallen into such a worthless trap. In terms of skill, the bishop, the strongest of the 12, looked more like some primitive soldier. The gray-haired hero had no other choice. He would have to follow him, and therefore, the only way out was to break through using slightly different methods. After this, he began to look around, realizing that the Elven Kingdom was on the other side. Having loosened his old joints a bit, the celebrated warrior started off with such speed that a wave of dust rose throughout the forest. The observer, who was watching all this from the crown of the orange tree, suddenly coughed from the smoke that hit him right in the face. But still, the knight was extremely satisfied that he had finally found the warrior he had been searching for so long. Meanwhile, the events shift to the sanctuary of the forest keepers, to the tree Udyr. To be more precise, to the underground prison, which was also called the Root Cellar. There, the elven fighters had just placed the Dark Mage, the Phantom King, in one of the cells. After which the elven guard began to complain about the vile servants of darkness, while the name tried to explain his true nature to the guards. At that moment, a prisoner sitting in the neighboring cell reacted to his words. The young man could not believe that before him stood the very same legendary ruler among the 12 immortals, the sevenfold reborn first star. For Adolf believed that such a figure should look much more majestic. The named himself was very surprised that this young warrior had already managed to hear rumors about him. The prisoner hurried to introduce himself and also said that he had heard about the Phantom King from his mentor. Upon hearing the young man's name, the Dark Lord immediately understood. This was the very mercenary who had been foolishly captured, and now he was captive again. The named, of course, wanted to give the young man sound advice that he should have resisted more when he was grabbed. However, the young warrior understood. Resistance was futile. Then the necromancer inquired who this person's mentor was, since he had heard so much about the Phantom Lord. He assumed that maybe the young man was taught by some academic or a dark mage. Unfortunately, Adolf also knew little about his mentor. He had many secrets from the past. The only thing the young man was sure of was that his teacher was once undead. However, no matter how much the named pondered, he had never heard of any of the 12 immortals teaching a human, let alone a simple soldier, not to mention a dark mage. Adolf himself explained that he was a sorcerer. When the salted doubter doubted this, having seen him wield only his fists, the young man explained his magical art was different. It was distinguished by the fact that his mentor was an unusual immortal. He was the 13th of the Dark Kings. But the Phantom King did not believe Adolf's words, so he asked him not to invent tall tales, because after the 12th immortal lord, no more kings had appeared. But the young man cared little whether the necromancer believed him or not. He promised to tell more about his mentor as soon as they got out of here, so he suggested joining forces and escaping. Because there were things he wanted to discuss with the named in freedom. Of course, escape sounded quite tempting, but the immortal pointed to the shackles called shackles with reverse mana release restriction. The essence was that the more magical energy the summoner used, the more was released in the opposite direction, further binding the prisoner. It was the perfect guard against mages, capable of turning even an archmage into a helpless captive. Even the Phantom Lord would hardly manage to deal with them. At that moment, Adolf had already suggested using all his strength and trying to break these shackles with brute physical force. The named only smiled at such nonsense. Although he had seen what this young man was capable of in hand-to-hand combat, it turned out that such strength was frankly useless against magical bonds. But suddenly, the Dark Lord saw the first cracks appear on one of the chains. Honestly, after what he saw, even the Phantom King was simply frozen with amazement. Through the shackles, the young man could not use mana. It seemed he really broke them only with physical strength. But the young warrior insisted that he was a mage and even carried a wizard's staff with him, so everything became even more mysterious. At that moment, Adolf calmly showed the broken chain of his shackles, hoping to dispel all the prejudices of the Phantom King. After that, he explained that it was still too early to run, so he suggested waiting for the right moment to escape. The primary ruler was convinced. This guy is an extraordinarily interesting personality, and his plan was smart. But he hurried to warn that he surrendered not because he wanted to get stuck here. The only thing that brought him here was to see what the old man, with whom he came, would do. The necromancer was sure, to achieve his goal, he would destroy everything in his path and definitely come here. So far he asked Adolf not to waste strength. The named one's plan was calculated perfectly. At that very moment, the dungeon walls trembled, and stones fell from the ceiling. Immediately the elves raised the alarm they were attacked, so everyone sprang into action, preparing for defense. And the named one only gave a sinister chuckle just as he remembered Firkin. He had already appeared here. The elves themselves had no idea what human freak managed to sneak all the way here. All they knew was that right now some old human was tearing down the walls of their castle with his bare hands. Finally, when the wall fell, the gray-haired warrior slipped inside the palace and demanded that the elves immediately call him the steward. At that moment, the guards could not believe that the outer fortifications had fallen after just a few blows. Firkin hurried to explain that their walls were strong only in their fantasies. Such a defense against him was pointless. But he asked the elven warriors not to worry too much. He said he came for negotiations and even politely asked to open the gates, so breaking them down was a forced measure. At that moment, the forest elder Ujir himself stepped forward to his soldiers, impressed by the stubbornness of the old friend. The ancient guardian was pleasantly surprised to see his acquaintance again. He hoped that this time he would not appear as an impostor, so he suggested resolving their misunderstanding face to face. But again the elf rushed into attack without any sense in talking with this human. But the most amazing thing, Firkin no longer parried his blows, but exposed himself to them. So the elder could not hold back and wanted to know how to interpret this. At that moment, the gray-haired hero calmly moved the opponent's weapon away from his face and noticed that the elves had a hereditary trait to attack when someone asks for a peaceful conversation. He asked Ujir to be a bit more polite. But the lord of the forest could not contain his anger. Firkin allied with the Phantom King and appeared on their lands to sow chaos. He had no reason to speak with this man, for he had long ceased to be the warrior of the strongest that he once knew. Firkin, of course, was by no means pleased with these words. However, approaching closer, he insisted that Ujir simply allow them to talk peacefully. He truly needed the essence of the forest, just like the Phantom King, whom he had brought with him. Naturally, the elf loudly declared that he could not allow Firkin to seize the essence of the forest. And the hero knew well, for the guardian of the forest, this being was more valuable than his own life. Yet he reminded that it would not be more valuable than the lives of all the elves living here. Of course, everyone was furious at such threats and demanded that the lord of the forest immediately put an end to this insolent one. Even Ujir himself, despite all his patience, was extremely enraged that Firkin dared to threaten them. At that moment, the gray-haired warrior grabbed Ujir by the hands, preventing him from striking. But at the very second, an explosion thundered behind and the elven knights were thrown backward. The guards immediately began accusing the hero of pulling some tricks again. However, the gray-haired warrior hastened to explain that this explosion was not his doing. At that moment, another man appeared behind them and apologized for interrupting their heated dispute. But he hurried to explain he needed to negotiate with the great warrior Michuichi Vichai. Firkin, of course, was surprised by the knight's visit, and he understood that the knight probably did not come alone. And Orn only smiled with the words of the renowned hero. It seemed disrespectful to him to meet the lord alone. Therefore, he showed respect and brought his comrades to the meeting. At first glance, the elder of the forest recognized the first knightly order. It seemed to him that the king of men wanted to end their war by sending his elite here. At that moment, Firkin demanded that the old friend still give him the essence. He proposed a deal to the ancient guardian. If he gave him the essence, the gray-haired warrior would protect the elven people and deal with these humans. Meanwhile, in his campaign tent, the general calmly played chess with his friend. He won again, and the comrade even praised the commander for his persistence. Moreover, he made a move after which the young man could no longer win. The guest suspected that perhaps the clash with the elven freaks revealed special strategic abilities in the general. He only laughed loudly, explaining, "This war has lasted 3 years, its end was near, but during this time he really honed his skills." Then the guest decided to discuss the fact that this time even the first knightly order had joined the battle. The general was surprised how quickly rumors spread, but immediately explained, a knight squad arrived here on a special mission. In any case, whatever the order for the knightly order was, it only benefited the other troops because the main goal for all of them was to fulfill His Majesty's will and end this war. The guest thought that the general was just slowly cooling off in the camp. for he could have sent troops after the knightly order and ended all these issues sooner by bringing the war to an end. But the commander calmly reminded his friend, "It is not about some ordinary knights, this is about the first knightly order." It was an order directly subordinate to His Majesty the Emperor. There served sword masters and made each of them stronger than 1,000 warriors. Very secretive, little is known about them except that they all wore snow-white armor. All that remained for them now was to wait and enjoy the rest, for their powers were no longer needed. Since elite knights intervened in this war, the outcome of the battle is obvious. So soon the elves will fall under the pressure of the warriors. At that very moment, as soon as he entered the battle, the elven guardian turned into his bare form a huge predator, attacking the enemy. And as soon as he defended himself with a shield, the beast could not even break through the enemy's defense. In the end, all he had left was to painfully twitch and shake his battered paw, which seemed to be broken in several places. At that very moment, a dark elf woman leader of the Rist joined the battle, attacking alongside her squad of archers, firing at the arriving enemies. However, every time she advanced, the mage in white armor raised impenetrable shields that barely cracked under all this pressure. By this moment, the leader was already on the verge of a nervous breakdown. She did not know what to do because the enemies constantly repelled their attacks and, moreover, destroyed a colossal number of her fighters. At that very moment, just as the shield was removed, the enemy sorcerer released his energy, clearly preparing a powerful spell. And the forest guardian, who appeared before his subordinates and enemies, ordered everyone to freeze. At that moment, he had already uprooted a huge creature from the roots of the elven trees. Its name is Tree of Udra, a guardian not easy to break. Forward to fight this tree stepped a woman knight in white shining armor. She unleashed the power of her divine blade and rushed into battle. Watching this fight, Orn involuntarily smiled. He was impressed that the elves were putting up such stubborn resistance. Yet something else stirred him. Firkin did not dare to intervene in this clash. Indeed, looking at the cruelty of the battle, the hero understood. He should have dealt with this problem sooner, before all the elves died. Still, Orn was surprised. Where did he get so much friendliness, since he saw this man for the first time and he seemed to know too much about him? Orn immediately realized what a huge mistake he had made and decided to reveal his name, albeit somewhat belatedly. He was the deputy commander of the First Knightly Order. Bowing, the white-haired warrior reported that he had received an order from His Majesty, the Emperor himself, and set off to find the warrior Firkin to bring him to the king. Obviously, Firkin considered these words too pompous, given that in the past he was a light guide. Therefore, he ordered Orn to return to his lord and make it clear. He should stop clinging to the past. The king finally has to leave him alone. Of course, he did not forget to remind the knight. He said this not because he was kind right now. He wanted to hit Orn on the head, but he restrained himself because they were trying to conduct sober negotiations. At this moment, even the rest of the warriors in white armor began to grumble about the strongest of the people. Firkin, he was still standing and watching everything happening on the battlefield. And after that, he still considered himself a warrior. Even Orn himself understood. Negotiations would not work here. He would have to face his idol and hero in a clash. That is why he rushed into battle, making it clear. He wanted to properly measure strength, showing his power. Here are his attacks, from which Firkin dodged. The trees were blown away like a stream of wind behind the hero. Orn nevertheless continued to advance, even wounding Firkin in the face, leaving a thin scar, and hoped that he would soon lose his temper and show his great strength. To be honest, even the great warrior himself was quite surprised by his injury. After that, he calmly grabbed Orn by the hand and examined the sword in his palm. The gray-haired hero could have said that the knight's blade was indeed good and wanted to find out where Orn got such a sword. To be honest, the knight in white armor was quite frightened by the power of this old man and decided to satisfy his curiosity. But he set a condition. First, the old man had to defeat him. At that moment, Orn drew a second blade with his free hand and rushed to attack the fighter, but Firkin was able to repel this attack as well. Bloody marks appeared on his hands, and the hero finally realized the opponent was not so simple at all. Moreover, even the wound that he managed to inflict on him was not the last. The knight was already gathering strength for a new strike. Crossing his two blades, Orn advised the old man to prepare. It would not be so easy to escape this attack, and if he did not dodge, it would indeed hurt. And indeed, when the gray-haired warrior tried to defend himself from this attack with bare hands, he felt an extremely unpleasant pain. Dark energy was burning his palms. Yet he managed to push the destructive force aside away from himself. The next moment, Orn rolled closer to the old man, warning that their games of exchanging light blows were over. But suddenly he felt something that made him change his mind, and he instantly retreated. At that moment, the gray-haired warrior, as if nothing had happened, was warming up his hands, scorching the enemy with a deadly gaze. Orn was truly impressed. He felt such a deadly aura around the great warrior. It seemed to him that Firkin had no intention of fighting him seriously, so he suggested not to delay and to settle it as quickly as possible. At that moment, the forest elder Ujir collided back to back with Firkin. At the same moment, the gray-haired hero felt the elf was already quite exhausted. Although it was painful to admit, the ancient guardian had to confess, each of the incoming freaks was a true monster. Moreover, they were all equal in strength. None was significantly weaker than the others. The woman who fought fiercely with the guardian was not inferior in strength to the youngest Firkin in the art of the blade. She was truly magnificent in her battle dance, and the lord of the elven lands Ujir did not exalt her, for she became his pride, shattered to dust in a humiliating defeat. An unconscious reason seemed to open the gates of time and send the heroes into the misty distances of the past. This conversation painfully resembled former speeches before fateful battles, when they had fought side by side, back to back against common enemies. In those distant days, Firkin the Mighty was a completely different man, not the formidable elder he appears now. Yet in those times, as now, common sense never left his bright mind. Watching the prolonged dialogue, the impatient Orn decided to find out how much longer they intended to carry on these empty talks. After all, the noble knight did not want to linger long in these cursed lands. His soul was eager to finish all matters as soon as possible and set off home. At that very moment, Firkin the Strong, as always with his characteristic straightforwardness, honestly admitted to his faithful friend that he would very much like to reward the cheeky young knight with a heavy slap to curb his budding pride. Ujir, lord of the ancient thickets, immediately made it clear to the gray-haired warrior that he could not handle this situation alone. The ruler of the elven kingdom promised the hero the essence of the forest, so he earnestly asked, "Finally teach these arrogant youths a harsh lesson." Orn only sneered contemptuously in response. The valiant knight was firmly convinced that Firkin had already exhausted his entire combat arsenal. With such pitiful forces, in the White Rider's opinion, they could not overcome his invincible power. However, as soon as the forest guardian solemnly promised to grant him the coveted essence, the legendary warrior instantly unleashed his true, until then dormant power. Like a ghost in broad daylight, he appeared behind Orn, the one who suspected nothing. The knight sharply felt that mortal danger was already near, and the formidable Firkin coldly made him understand. There was no escape from the impending attacks. Of course, the desperate warrior could try to withstand before the devastating blow struck him, but most likely his bones would inevitably crack under the pressure of inhuman strength. Seeing the inevitable onset of the attack, the man seemed to catch a flash with his own eyes. His entire moment flashed like lightning. He remembered how he came to the captain of the First Knightly Order to report that he had tracked down Firkin the Mighty. He received invaluable information from a mysterious farmer who, for an unknown reason, carried a magical sword with him. He described that mysterious man as a gray-haired elder with incredibly light strands. He bravely entered the lair of the Phantom King and came out whole and unharmed, a truly legendary feat. The captain wanted to know how confident Orn was in the truthfulness of his reports. All the valiant knight could say was that last time they were searching for the fugitive in the lost citadel, they missed the mysterious elder. Now he had no shadow of doubt. It seemed to him that the fugitive was definitely heading to the sacred elven forest. The captain was glad that they finally managed to track down the legendary warrior, but it was still surprising. Some ordinary farmer carried a magical blade. It sounded beyond any plausibility. Orn did not understand why. Out of all the thorough reports, the captain was most interested in this mysterious farmer more than anything else. The captain awkwardly apologized and immediately warned his brave fighter. Firkin the Strong is an opponent of a completely different level than those miserable enemies he had fought before. If this was really the legendary Firkin himself, Orn would not defeat him alone. The warning sounded like a sentence. The man politely thanked the captain for his concern, assuring that there was no reason to worry. He considered the famous hero no more than a feeble old man, drunk on the glory of past days. So there should be no problems with him, so thought the confident knight. The captain could not deny that fearlessness was undoubtedly a strong trait of a brave knight, but his vanity greatly annoyed the wise commander. The captain had seen with his own eyes how powerful Firkin was in the prime of his strength. It was no wonder he was called the strongest warrior of the continent. This title was not given because he held the sacred sword. The matter was different. This man was incredibly strong by standards far beyond human. At the moment Orn covered himself, crossing his blades, even his battle-hardened knees trembled under the devastating pressure of the attack. The shaken knight barely managed to say anything when Firkin already jumped up close and, like a bogetter, struck the man on the head with force. The pain, which literally split the skull, knocked down the valiant warrior. He fell to one knee. He could not comprehend how a person could have such inhuman strength with just one hand, and bitterly admitted, He had greatly underestimated the formidable elder when he perceived him as weak, incapable of great deeds. In a moment, Firkin the Mighty again rushed at the fallen enemy to reward him with a couple more instructive, painful attacks. But Orn could not endure such humiliation. Knightly honor did not allow it. He could withstand one single blow, but no more. The hero himself understood. Perhaps on his part it was not very noble to strike a noble knight in front of everyone, but he could not act otherwise. Honor demanded revenge. But the most amazing thing happened. Next, another warrior suddenly intervened in their duel, which greatly impressed the gray-haired elder. It was the same mysterious warrior woman, yet Firkin managed to dodge her swift, lightning-like blade. Orn was outraged. The audacious knightess dared to interfere in the sacred duel and commanded her authoritatively to retreat immediately. After all, the fight with Firkin the Great belonged to him by right. Such were the laws of knightly honor. But the wise elder perfectly understood. It was better for these two to stick together, because otherwise both would die separately. Not that he cared much about them, he just wanted his opponents to have at least some faint chance of victory. Orn realized that the old man had underestimated their true power, and also very much wanted the fighter to finally show his real skills. Considering how unscrupulously this boy behaved in battle, to be honest, Firkin was a bit disappointed. He did not like such frivolous opponents. In a moment, the enraged Orn charged again with doubled fury and left bloody marks on the mighty hands of the elder. After these attacks succeeded, he once again convinced himself. The formidable man was nothing more than a pitiful relic of glorious past days. Therefore, attacking the enemy from behind, I aimed for him to finally sink into the oblivion of forgetfulness. But the unexpected thing was different. The blow was indeed delivered, but the attacker had no blade in his hands. And all because with his iron grip Firkin caught the enemy's blade. The legendary warrior, apparently, was even twisted by the fact that the young knight had no noble manners at all, daring to call him a relic of the past. After which he patiently explained to the foolish boy that his blade skills were at a 0 level of mastery. Traditionally, full-sized blades are swung with a backward pull, but this rule does not apply to paired swords. Honestly, Orn was simply stunned with amazement and could not believe that someone stopped his devastating blow with bare hands. Such a thing seemed beyond possibility. Firkin himself, carefully examining the captured blade, calmly explained that this sword was indeed of extraordinary quality, but nothing could be said about its owner. Only by looking at the amount of passive mana embedded in the steel of the sword could one assert that many blades of incredibly high quality were invested in it. It seemed the King of Men was still fussing in vain attempts to forge a new sacred sword. While he calmly immersed himself in thoughts, the enraged knight in snow-white armor tried to attack from behind. However, the wise elder calmly parried the enemy's attack, flying at him with his blade. After this, it became clear that Orn should not have attacked right now when the sword was in his hands. Now the enemy definitely will not achieve victory. The balance of power has radically changed. Eventually, the legendary warrior pressed the blade to Orn's neck, while the enemy knight placed his weapon under his throat, a stalemate deadly dangerous for both sides. Firkin hurried to politely explain to the beautiful warrior that by her sudden appearance she interrupted a sacred men's duel, an act not very noble. At that moment Orn exhaled with relief, realizing, if not for the timely intervention of his ally, his head would have already been severed from his shoulders. The force of the attack turned out to be so monstrous that the airflow rushing after the blade cut through even the strongest elven wall, a vivid demonstration of power that truly becomes terrifying. Ujir immediately began to grumble and protest, considering the formidable elder a real irresponsible idiot who would have to compensate for the damage to the castle wall. Then he reminded. He had only ordered to punish Orn, not to damn well demolish the remains of the ancient castle. However, Firkin mockingly replied to the elder, who was outraged, reminding him, his praised castle cracks from a blow with bare hands, so the elves should have built the walls stronger. Orn himself had no idea why Firkin was so calm in conversation with the ruler of the elven forest, and even thought that maybe he really did not pose a threat to such a mighty enemy. Honestly, such confidence could not help but annoy him, but he could do nothing about it, so he immediately ordered the mage from the first knightly order to retreat from the battlefield. Firkin was quite surprised that the opponents decided to flee without shame, not even finishing their initial task, behavior not very knightly. Yet Orn was used to abandoning strategies that bore no fruit. Frankly speaking, after meeting the captain, he encountered for the first time a warrior who possessed such monstrous power. Perhaps this man was even mightier than their leader, and such an assessment was a true honor for the hero. But the knight had no intention of allowing the enemy to leave the battlefield, because from now on no one had the right to leave here without his permission. Orn hurried to explain everything. Unfortunately, Firkin's plan will not succeed. He had prepared mass displacement spells in advance. Moreover, at that moment, another deadly salvo of mass destruction was approaching them. Of course, Firkin, who had not yet felt the approach of the deadly shelling, decided, the enemies are just messing with his head to buy precious time. And at that very moment, an arrow struck him, and he barely managed to shield himself with the stolen blade. Honestly, the attack turned out to be very heavy and destructive. He had just managed to deflect one shell when more than 10 arrows rained down on him, and he neighed after all. The enemies had promised only a single shot. Well, Orn only apologized for his lie, and noted that one arrow would not even be quite polite towards such a great warrior. After that, he said goodbye, and promised that they would meet this hero again next time. Eventually, all opponents dissolved into the air. Finally, the elves who were lucky to survive were able to breathe out and celebrated with relief that they remained among the living, but all they could do was guess whether the enemies fled out of fear or to return again very soon. Other members of the squad joined their divine archer. Honestly, he was shocked. The deputy captain ordered a retreat, although he himself was the one who had never been defeated. Yet Orn sincerely admitted, in the fight with Firkin, he felt like a miserable frog, because this old man was so powerful that even divine arrows couldn't pierce him. At least it was comforting that they managed to leave a few scratches on him, and that was already an achievement. And Orn understood, even if he played all his trump cards, he still wouldn't be able to defeat Firkin in battle, and even if they used their maximum strength, victory would still elude them. What happened was a complete rout. The mission of the First Knightly Order, escorting the warrior, had failed, so they had to return to base immediately. At that moment, the hero remained standing in the middle of the ruined and scorched land after the battle, glad that no more arrows from the cursed archer were flying at him. At that moment, the forest elder approached him, and Firkin hurried to explain that he only had a few scratches. But as soon as he reminded now that the battle was over, Yujiro should fulfill his part of the bargain. The elf promised to keep his word, but he had a few more questions. He wanted to learn in more detail why his comrade needed the essence of the forest. After these words, Firkin was touched by a conversation that had taken place many years ago in a basement, which no one knew about due to the level of secrecy. There the old man told young Firkin that he wanted to create a living corpse, but ordered to keep it a secret. However, to be honest, the young man was very outraged when he heard such crazy speeches. The mage had to explain that they were not going to create a living corpse, they just wanted to conduct research out of pure curiosity. Firkin knew his old acquaintance very well. He was truly inquisitive and did not stop until he reached his goal to the very end. It was precisely because of this that he eventually created the sacred sword, and essentially, everything that happened also happened because of his character. Remembering the sacred sword, the mage understood. In reality, it was not a holy blade, but simply a magical weapon. But unfortunately, such a magical sword devoured the body and spirit of its owner, and Firkin also had to feel how the weapon sought to take power over him. That is why the young man used it only in extreme cases, usually hiding it in a magic pouch. Otherwise, it would constantly pressure him with its influence. But the elder knew, even this would not be enough for Firkin to escape fate. Eventually, the sword would still dominate him. Firkin, of course, asked his friend not to worry, yet he was the strongest of people. No weapon could overcome his spirit and body. However, what worried the elder most was that due to mana oversaturation, his body would begin to spew magical power, and this could cause the body to not withstand it and simply explode. The guy would simply go insane and start behaving as if he were enslaved by a dark lord, but if he used the essence of the corpse, physical defects could be overcome. Muscles, blood, nerves, everything in the corpses is controlled by the soul itself. That is why no matter what wounds they receive, they are not fatal. If this pattern could be applied to the hero, then physical injuries caused by magic could be eliminated. And of course, Firkin did not suspect such fascinating possibilities of magic, so he wanted to find out how his friend came to this. It turned out that once he conducted experiments with the Phantom King. Only now did the hero realize why the mage asked to bring that one to him alive. He simply could not refuse such valuable material for research. Yet Firkin was curious about how long the sorcerer intended to keep up the face disguise, considering they were alone in this basement chamber. Bendel immediately apologized to the hero. He was very used to hiding his identity from others, and his old face had even become more familiar. And finally, he accepted his true appearance. Somewhere at the same moment, Firkin and Yujiro were already sitting in the Tree of Knowledge and talking about everything, just like in the good old days. Both were laughing as if at some funny joke, and then Yujiro realized Firkin's initial goal was to resurrect the mage Bendel, to then turn him into an immortal. To be honest, he chuckled as if at a funny joke until the other elves at the table, who understood nothing, began to exchange glances. Yujiro realized his old friend was a genuine madman. and his daughter begged the High Elder to expel this man and not listen to his delirium. He was not talking about destroying the dead, but about creating them. And as a sacrifice, he wanted to offer the essence of the forest. They could not leave this unpunished. However, Yujir reminded them that they had made a pact and must keep their word. But the man was extremely curious. For what reason did the elder decide to resurrect Bendel right now, after a long 30 years had passed? He died during the fight with the Demon King and now rests in the world of Black Earth. But Firkin wanted to disturb his peace and condemn him to the curse of eternal life, and this was sacrilegious towards a good friend. However, Firkin calmly asked that the elf not interfere in their relationship and requested that he simply give what he was supposed to give him. He will take it and leave in peace. The elder needed to know what exactly this man had planned, and he could not believe that all this happened because of the sacred sword. After these words, Firkin immediately became alert. The elves began whispering that the sacred sword was lost, but they could not understand which fool could have lost the sacred blade. At that moment, the forest elder realized it seemed Firkin really had lost the sacred sword. However, he did not believe it. He had no idea that his friend would go so far for his search. It seemed he still could not get rid of his obsession. And finally, since there was nothing left to hide, Firkin admitted that it was all truly for the sacred sword. Earlier, he had come to the nest of Gel, the lair of the dragon of the Grey Mountains. He was also under siege by the king of the elves, in the underground tomb of the first man on Earth. In 30 years, he had been everywhere. All the searches for the legendary warrior were in vain. Not a single trace, not a single clue about the location of the sacred blade could be found. As if fate itself mocked the mighty hero, all that his soul desired was to return the only sword that rightfully belonged to him, and for this purpose he was ready to undergo any trials. The forest guardian tried to suggest to the warrior that he had lost his mind due to obsession with his weapon, but the swordsman firmly made it clear his mind was still clear. Therefore Yujir forced him to fulfill the promise, and threateningly revealing the stolen blade, pressed him with his gaze. The lord of the forest thickets immediately became wary, but asked the legendary hero to calm down because he intended to keep his promise. After these words, he ordered him to go to the caves of the elven castle, commanded to follow him all the way to the very essence of the forest. Meanwhile, the Phantom Lord was finally freed from magical shackles. The Dark Lord rejoiced that he had regained the ability to cast spells. Everything was happening as according to his cunning plan. While Adolf continued to suffer behind bars, the Phantom King was already roaming free thanks to a deal with the mighty Firkin. However, the fate of the young man did not concern him at all. There was no need to free the boy, because he would handle such a task perfectly on his own. He bent the iron bars. The mage proved the truth of his words. The elven guard was frightened when he did not find magical handcuffs on the prisoner's wrists, and the Phantom King calmly explained that the shackles remained in the dungeon chamber. The frightened elf made it clear to the well-known prisoner that he could not take their captive with him. However, the treacherous mage looked meaningfully at the confident guards and hinted that it was extremely unwise to quarrel with him, releasing a fragment of his gloomy power. The elven warrior instantly flared with anger at how the dark sorcerer dared to behave on the sacred lands of their people. The Phantom Lord asked the listener not to rush unnecessarily, as this person was not needed by him anyway. Moreover, instead of the freed prisoner, he decided to present a worthy gift and cast a spell directly on the ground of the prison yard. The elf immediately became frightened, deciding that the Phantom King would again start spreading his unclean forces across their domains. However, Randolph stopped the elf and asked him to wait a little. It was not every day that one got to see the magic of the first of the 12 kings of darkness. At this moment, wandering through the insides of the giant elven tree, the hero looks around in awe at the vastness of these spaces. Yujir explained that everything here was thought out to the smallest detail to protect the essence of the forest from unwanted curious eyes. Finally, they reached the cherished place, and Firkin literally froze in reverence for the first time he had to see such a huge figure. Before them lay the body of the first man of this land, a tree giant, whose core was hidden deep within his flesh. Although Yujir did not know anything about the essence of the forest for sure. When Firkin pondered that even the forest guardians did not really know the nature of the essence, he was quite surprised by this. Meanwhile, the arriving knights were clearing the battlefield of the bodies of fallen comrades, giving them a brotherly grave. The clergyman was offering prayers so that the great patron of light would accept the souls of these young creatures and show them care and mercy in heaven. The warriors only grew angry. While they worked tirelessly, the monk only babbled as if thanks to his prayers the dead would come back to life. Suddenly, one of the corpses really raised its hands as if revived. The priest immediately proclaimed it a miracle, believing that the holy patron had heard his prayers. He reached out his hand to the revived one to help him get out of the pit. But at that very moment, the greedy corpse lunged at the monk and bit him in the neck. Then following that, the risen ones attacked the living, tearing their bodies apart. Meanwhile, the commander heard the noise and decided that morning had come, asking for 5 more minutes of sleep. But in a moment he realized someone was standing over him stubbornly and not intending to leave. When he opened his eyes, he saw a living corpse frozen right above his face. The commander immediately shouted, begging for help, but at that very moment there was no reinforcements to be expected from the western side. New hordes of the undead were advancing. Yet the man was lucky. He survived and managed to fend off the attacker, who immediately ran out to find out what was happening around. There was no guard near his tent, so he only complained that under his command there were not warriors, but a complete selected rabble. Only then did I realize that everything around was soaked with blood and flame. And his entire army had disappeared somewhere. Not even an elite guard unit was nearby. At that moment, the Reaper of Death already loomed over him, raising the scythe for retribution. Before killing the man, the Reaper explained that everything happening was by the will of the Phantom King. Only then did the commander understand. Since none of the soldiers remained, he would have to deal with the trouble himself. He was filled with anger because the enemies had underestimated his power after all. The post of commander of the Western Front was not given to every mortal. The commander's eyes flared with divine light, after which he rushed into battle. But not a moment passed, and his head was already in the hands of the Phantom King, who was reciting a spell. All present were amazed by such sorcery, not understanding where this head had come from. The Dark Lord calmly explained, the head did not appear, it was moved, just now the severed and brought here head of the enemy commander. The Phantom King was surprised that the elf did not recognize this face. Only then did the Sharp-Eared realize indeed, it was the head of the leader of the enemy army. The right eye of that one possessed magic, so he wore a prosthesis, thanks to which it was easy to distinguish him from an ordinary warrior. The elf shuddered, but was stunned by the power of the Phantom King. The Dark Lord immediately explained that he did this thanks to the combination of 3 higher-grade white magic spells and 1 black magic spell. Where there is a corpse there he always holds power. One dead man calls others after him, and for people who prefer to exist together, this becomes the greatest catastrophe. Indeed, the elf understood. The Phantom King was the most terrible being. Their supreme elder had not been able to end the war for 3 years, but this renowned mage managed with ease and with a touch of amusement. At that moment the Phantom King decided. He had already fully paid the elves for the release of the prisoner. Now the Sharp-Eared were clearly at an advantage, and their overseer immediately released both prisoners. Appearing in the dungeon, Firkin was extremely curious about what the Phantom Lord was doing and what he was talking about, mentioning the payment for freedom. The warrior addressed the Dark Mage as the Phantom Count, and he was offended by the new nickname. And Firkin demoted him from king to count because he allowed himself to be captured by such weak creatures as elves. Ignoring the offensive words, the mage decided to find out if their contract had been fulfilled, and if the hero had managed to obtain the essence of the forest. No sooner had he learned that everything went smoothly than he wished to look at the artifact, but to the greatest surprise, as soon as he uttered these words, a giant of unseen size appeared behind the warrior. Everyone immediately became curious about what kind of giant carcass stood before them. Firkin asked not to exalt his new friend so much, as he was the very essence of the forest. Shortly before this, the hero addressed the king of the elves, not understanding how he still did not know where the essence of the forest was. And the lord of the forest asked the friend to calm down and listen to the explanation. First, he decided to tell what the essence of the forest was, created from the dead body of an ancient giant's pollen. In former times when he was dying, his body was torn into many parts and scattered all over the world. From these parts, creatures of the forest and their guardians were created, who guarded the sacred lands from generation to generation. Firkin reminded, he did not ask the Elven King to lecture him on history. The nature of its essence, forest or not, did not interest him. All the warrior needed was to take it with him. The Elven Lord asked not to interrupt the story, because this tale was extremely important for grasping the truth. After which he ordered Firkin to come closer, pointing to the sacred cauldron. He reminded that they were only guardians and themselves did not know what the essence of the forest was like and how it looked in ancient times. Many greedy souls tried to seize the essence and turn it to selfish purposes, but in the end no one managed to obtain it. Simply put, the elven ruler had no idea what the essence of the forest looked like and how to pass it to Firkin. He had talked about this before, when he admitted that he could not give her to anyone because he did not know how to make it happen. But now he asked an old friend to bring his head closer to the water source to see the truth. Firkin had no idea why it was needed, but warned, Ujer will be very angry if he lies about the entity's location. Suddenly, at that very moment, the head of the elves pushed the old man in the buttock sand. He completely fell into the cauldron. While the legendary warrior shouted and struggled in the water, Ujir calmly explained that the water knows the answers to all questions better than he does. Therefore, he warned the hero, from now on everything will depend only on himself. Finally, Firkin emerged from the vat and immediately began cursing the treacherous elder of the forest who had nearly drowned him. He had no idea that he intended to finish him off by force, but suddenly he realized he found himself in a completely different space. The hero's first thought was that he had found himself in another dimension. Outwardly, everything looked quite splendid, but there was one thing: a suspicious silence surrounded. The warrior was even a little worried, although a pleasant atmosphere prevailed here and an elegant white tree stood proudly. Suddenly, the white tree began to change and grow very quickly. Soon, instead of that elegant tree, a huge silhouette of a muscular man grew before him. Firkin assumed that this was the very same ancient giant, and this place was the world he created in another dimension. While the legendary warrior voiced his guesses, the giant did not even listen to Firkin the giant. He looked like a tiny gnat. So the giant only got irritated, took him for a pesky mosquito, and decided to crush him. To his greatest surprise, his hand did not fully touch the ground. At that very moment, the strongest of men grabbed the palm and tried to lift it. At that moment, the giant realized perhaps he was mistaken and wanted to crush not such a daring one at all. But he never lifted his hand, and due to overexertion, capillaries in Firkin's nose began to burst. Finally, it was all over, and the giant raised his palm to look more closely at this creature. He quickly realized before him was a human, but humans had never been in his domain before, so he decided it was a misunderstanding and took a reduced account to communicate with the human. Firkin was quite surprised that the giant called a misunderstanding what almost caused his death. After all, because of this he almost said goodbye to life. But the shrunken giant calmly explained, in this world, no one dares to die without his permission. After that, he pointed to the hero's body. It began to fully recover. Firkin still did not believe the giant's words. If someone else were in his place, they would have already been turned into a cutlet, and he could not resurrect the dead. Indeed, the giant argued not in a way that one could latch onto. An ordinary person could not withstand his power. Because of this, Firkin's figure became even more interesting to him. The legendary warrior already wanted to give his name, but hurried to explain that he was just an old man passing by. While the giant listened to all this futile babble of the elder, he got up and set a throne for himself and the old man on which they could sit. After that, he calmly greeted the one who called himself a random passerby, the old man, and properly responded with a greeting in his own world. Firkin wanted to explain that his name did not sound like an old person at all, but overall, it did not matter for the conversation. After that, he sat on the throne and decided to find out who this giant was. He guessed that one was one of the first people on this land, created by the Creator, the one who was called a divine being, or how else could one call a wooden giant? Firkin immediately stared at himself and apologized for his appearance, because if he had known he would stand before a divine being, he would have dressed accordingly in advance. Only then did the giant realize that mortals truly revered him as a divine being. But he explained the real being had long since died, and he was only its likeness, recreated through memories. So he was not a divine being and there was no need to pray to him. So Firkin, as if nothing had happened, suggested moving on to business and asked to be given the essence of the forest. To the hero's surprise, he was refused from the face. Not out of greed, I just didn't know what the essence of the forest was. Firkin was stunned. It seemed to him that this giant must definitely know what essence was. And the warrior himself did not guess what it was. He considered it life energy or something similar, or maybe giant strength. Finally, to simplify the conversation, he suggested to the giant to settle on the idea that the essence of the forest is a mighty power. But even in that case, the appearance of a divinely existing being could not give Firkin this power because he did not have it. The old man was in a furious rage. He immediately struck his palm on the ground and reminded that the giant himself had recently almost crushed him the same way. In the end, the giant had to explain that he was a creature without power and at the same time with boundless might. He could turn into anyone and anything, exist everywhere and anywhere, destroy anything, and at the same time create. And still remained only an external appearance. This incredible power did not belong to him, so he could use it only in this space. Moreover, it was simply impossible to transfer this power to someone else. Firkin was angry and upset. In all the tales he had heard, such places distributed power. Yet, having found himself here, he could not leave empty-handed and hoped that the form would at least offer him something. Suddenly, from somewhere, that deer appeared and made Firkin an offer to take it. The hero was quite surprised. in a space where there was not a soul and not even an insect, suddenly a deer appeared. At that moment, the giant decided to find out if a person could ask for something else. Firkin pondered this, realizing it was precisely in this uncertainty that the reason lay why no one had ever dominated the essence of the forest. It was not what he expected. He did not know what the thing he wanted to achieve looked like, so he had no answer to what to do next and why he had come. At that moment, lifting the person, the giant made it clear that he would send him back to the previous world if he had nothing more to ask for. Yet Firkin asked to wait. He wanted to find out why the form could give him the deer. As it turned out, that gift could not give him power, but it could give the deer. But the thing was, it was only the appearance of a living deer. There was nothing living here. Finally, after this answer, Firkin began to comprehend and make sense of everything that was happening. So from then on, he called him a giant being, the essence of the forest. He recalled that he was once an image of the divine being, but to the hero's view, he best fit the description of the essence of the forest. Moreover, as he himself said, the appearance of the deer can leave here, so the appearance of the divine creature can also leave this place. The divine creature smiled amusedly at the humor of this mortal, for many people had visited his world, but Firkin was the first who wished to take him with him. Eventually, he agreed to the request of the old man passing by, to go to his world. Soon, just stepping outside, the legendary warrior admired the essence of the forest in all its glory, and it was not at all the banal force he had imagined. He wandered around the soul of the divine creature, understanding that this was exactly the appearance of the soul of the celestial being. Meanwhile, the very appearance of the Phantom King was impressive, for he was a creature who had broken the curse and become immortal. In the end, while they carefully studied each other, the mercenary Adolf stood between them with a bored expression. But the Elf King had no idea how long this trio would stand like that, and what surprised the other elves most was that Eudra was nowhere to be seen. At the moment when Medved arrived, the Elven King asked him to prepare for departure. Firkin's unkempt appearance aroused pity in the ruler, and he ordered the old man to be shaved and dressed anew. The same artist was honestly acknowledged by the elf Medved. He still could not believe that they had finally ended the war that lasted so many years and bore no fruit. After all, the warrior who destroyed their fortresses and the black mage whom they hated and rejected ultimately saved them. But the Elven King understood. This was not the end of the war at all. They had won a pause. If the army attacks again, this time they will no longer be able to defend against it. However, the loyal servant believed that the army needed to be gathered immediately and asked for reinforcements from other lands. Unfortunately, Eudra understood. All this was in vain. They needed only one thing: to leave this forest. They defended the forest wilderness for the essence of the forest, and at the same time had to protect all the guardians. In 3 years of war, they lost many relatives and friends. The king could not allow such a scenario to repeat. Especially now, when the essence of the forest roamed on its own, they could no longer do anything. Medved perfectly understood. If such a decision was made by the Supreme Elder, then all the elves would follow him. So the king asked the loyal warrior to summon all the elders. It was time for negotiations. At these negotiations, they were to determine their future. The hero was just examining himself after the haircut, and it seemed to him the short beard did not suit him at all. Soon he approached his company, everything as always, one entity, one phantom lord. However, he did not expect to see Adolf, but easily accepted that he decided to become part of their brotherhood, so he suggested all three set off the path to the next destination. Suddenly behind his back he saw a dark elf, and not understanding what she was doing here, decided to ask her about everything. It turned out the High Elder sent her here to deliver clothes for Firkin's companions. He also asked to convey the elders' thanks, because one way or another, thanks to the warrior, they were able to leave this place peacefully. But the elf promised that from now on she would become much stronger, because she would no longer intend to ask Firkin for help. And she also swore, when she gains power, she will definitely repay the debt for saving their lives. He did not need those tendernesses and promises. He did not understand why she was postponing the payment of her debt after all. If she wanted to do it, she could have done so at any moment. But in the end, he said nothing more, only hoped that she would achieve what she so desired. At that moment, another war was raging in the kingdom of men. And this war was no longer with the elves, but with the ogres. The human army marched against the red-skinned tribes. The ogres wanted to kill every person they saw because they were insanely angry at these people. At that moment, the ogre leader asked the enraged tribesmen to calm their shouting. After that, he loudly announced to everyone that today they had gathered with their army for a war against humans. It was to be a war between the chiefs. Right there, the tribe leader introduced himself as the fearless Grog and challenged the person who would become his opponent. At that very moment, a soldier of the army immediately blew the horn. Right there, all the knights knelt before their lord, greeting his imperial majesty. The enemy's surprise was no less struck that the human king had come out against him, but he was still ready to fearlessly engage in battle. He decided to give his opponent a chance to strike first today. He was generous enough. After these words, the human emperor drew his spear and armed himself. In the end, as agreed, the human emperor charged into battle against his enemy. He managed to dodge in time from the attack that was flying straight at him. However, it was so powerful that it took the souls of several ogres with it. They were literally wiped off the face of the earth. Then Grog realized how strong that man was. At that very moment, the emperor gave the orc a chance to attack. Now it was his turn. However, that orc was so frightened that he immediately asked his warriors for help. The very same angry orc disappeared somewhere, as if he had never been there. At that moment, the emperor got tired of waiting, and he rushed into attack and effortlessly beheaded the enemy leader. Thus, the head of the enemy army was overthrown. After that, the emperor ordered the knights to slaughter everyone, and they charged into battle. In the name of their great emperor, they fought to leave no one alive. So those who did not manage to escape died immediately. At this moment, the emperor's close associates began to congratulate him on the great victory. They also brought a message. The commander of the Western Front had died. They had a report about what happened. It said that the commander had died, and the army of 5,000 soldiers was defeated by a sudden attack of the undead. So the emperor ordered to send reinforcements under the command of another captain, 10,000 more soldiers, to crush that forest. Suddenly in the report, he came across a mention of Firkin Silni. The assistant hurried to explain that Sir Orn, who was pursuing the warrior Firkin, sent a message. He finally met him in the elven forest. He wanted to bring him here, but the attempt failed. The emperor was surprised that one of the strongest fighters, along with his entire army, did not cope with this task. This meant, in 30 years, the hero had not wasted time in vain. After that, he turned over the reed letter and ordered Juchen to appear, then immediately sent the assistant with orders. The emperor himself was glad that he would finally be able to see the face of Firkin Silni. At that moment, ogres appeared on flying lizards to make life difficult for the humans. The emperor had already aimed to shoot down this rider, but was still thinking about the hero. Most importantly, he hoped that the magic bag was still with the sacred swordsman. At that moment, the Phantom King decided to find out from Firkin what had happened to his magic bag, and was surprised that he had given the precious bag with the hidden space to his friend. However, the hero gave it precisely for that reason more exactly, and trusted it so that the friend would hide it. At that moment, Adolf became curious about what exactly was in that sack, since Firkin was searching for it himself, the emperor. However, there was nothing special in the sack. It contained the King of Devils and a few other small items. Among them was also Errol. But what impressed the most was that the hero had imprisoned the King of Devils in that very sack after all. The whole world believed that he was the one who killed the Lord of the Underworld. Firkin only congratulated the new comrades on being among the chosen ones who knew the true truth. He himself had no idea why most people decided that he was the one who killed the Dark Lord. But what troubled the hero the most now was the mercenary Randolph. Not only was he tailing them, but he was also asking him about everything in a row. This man introduced himself and explained that he was traveling the world to find his teacher long gone. He thought that by traveling with them, he might find at least a clue that would lead him to his mentor, so he asked to be taken along. But Firkin had no time to look for a teacher for this boy, so he ordered the kid to return home. But it turned out that his teacher was Halbar Braden. Upon hearing this, the hero froze and sank into thought. He was a mage whom everyone called the Great Sage, and Firkin also knew him well. And all because he was also his teacher, in particular. Firkin hurried to explain to Adolf that the old man had long since passed away, but the young man knew. His mentor was simultaneously dead and alive. The Phantom King hurried to explain that, in the opinion of this youth, his teacher had become the 13th immortal. Most likely this is a lie, but if it is really so, it would be interesting to see the immortal former Great Sage. Perhaps he could help them find the Holy Sword or resurrect their friend Firkin. But the hero thought his old teacher was nothing more than a liar. At these words, the Dark Lord only smiled. It seemed Firkin was the only one who could call the Great Sage a liar. In the end, the hero decided they would continue to follow their plan and focus on resurrecting Bendel. Who knows, maybe during their journey, he would manage to meet the old man. He allowed Adolf to follow them, but ordered that the boy should not even think about interfering with them. Moreover, now they had obtained the essence of the forest, and finally escaped from that terrible forest. At that moment, the Phantom King did not forget to remind that the essence of the forest in their entire plan was a sacrifice they had to offer to the dead souls. Next, they also needed a heart, that would restore the corpse's body. While telling this, the Dark Lord confessed how one of the demons who once lived had found the heart of the earth. It had inexhaustible magical power. This power could help him resurrect the King of Devils. He believed that his goal was already near. However, Firkin knew perfectly well that resurrecting the Lord of the Underworld was simply impossible. Soon the events moved to a village near the mountain. While everyone there was having fun and drinking, suddenly the door opened, and everyone instantly turned to the one who entered. He slowly stepped forward, approaching the bartender who was standing behind his counter. After that, as if nothing had happened, he asked for the strongest drink of all that were available. The strongest turned out to be strawberry milk, a pink drink shimmering in the glass. Immediately he grabbed the mug. The guest began to drink. In this establishment, two peasants sat down next to him, having just noticed that this man was here for the first time. They immediately decided to find out how he ended up here. But he did not answer, he only cast a gloomy glance at them. They decided that the man might be mute, and were already preparing to talk to him in sign language. But then the guest became wildly angry. These two cockroaches had gathered to ruin his brief rest. Immediately after this, he attacked the man to his left and punched him in the chest with his hand instantly. After that, the man froze and died, and his friend only recoiled in fear, realizing that this guest was by no means human. So he immediately ordered everyone to run away from this demon. This demon was a vampire who was now savoring the blood, the streams flowing down his arm. Soon the entire bar where they were sitting was completely burned down. The vampire attacked all people indiscriminately and enjoyed the tasty blood. At the end, before leaving, he suddenly remembered that strong alcohol strawberry milk. And with a sly smile, he worried that you could no longer drink it here. After that, the vampire also ran into one of his friends. They had a great time together in this village. Now, when everything was ready, they could take to their lair the cockroaches not yet killed, choosing the plumper ones so the friends could eat well. At that moment, they heard the resistance of a man who begged for mercy. Right there they counted. Maybe he was too excited, so they ordered him to stop playing with the prey because it was time for them to go home. At that moment, the vampire, who was also coughing, asked his friends for help. But at that moment, an unknown man in a cloak already twisted his neck, and he breathed his last breath. Two vampires had no idea what had happened to their friend and why he spoke so strangely. The stranger, paying respect to the corpse with his gaze, explained that he just needed to stand still. If he had obeyed, he might still be alive, but monsters never listen. After that, he ordered all the remaining vampires to get out of his sight before he took a fly swatter in his hands. Only then did they realize that before them was a man, but they could not believe that an ordinary mortal could kill a vampire. Immediately, one of them rushed to attack this human to punish him and drink all his blood. And he stopped as soon as he saw behind the stranger a huge giant. He immediately reconsidered attacking, but it was already too late. A powerful mage sneaked up to strike the vampire with his magical fist. From the force of the blow, the vampire immediately fell unconscious to the ground, and his companion only let out a surprised scream. He could not believe his eyes. Now he was convinced he must take revenge on those people who killed his dear friend. For now he decided to leave them, but swore to return after he told everything to his lord. Firkin very calmly pointed to this creature, fleeing quickly to his giant friend. At that very moment, the giant immediately attacked like a gust of wind this bad bird that was trying to escape. And surprisingly, Firkin, looking back, did not notice one of the comrades. It seemed he disappeared along with the gust of wind. Eventually, Adolf crashed into the opponent, and the frightened vampire had no idea why these little humans were such merciless beasts. In the end, their fight broke out right in midair. Although Firkin was very curious how Randolph would manage to land from such a height, he asked the giant to help the mercenary at least not to die. After that, he decided to ask the Phantom King why the vampires were here, hoping that he knew the answer. The Dark Lord knew vampires often did similar things, hiding among humans, and rarely moved in packs. They only united their forces when they wanted to take revenge on hunters, or when the Vampire King summoned them all to war. While the Phantom Lord was telling the story, Firkin began helping ordinary villagers, pulling them out of the rubble. The Dark Mage explained that once he was acquainted with the Vampire King, although they served under different masters, but he did not know why the king now summoned all the vampires. Maybe he just wanted to throw a party. At that moment, the rescued people began thanking the hero for saving their lives. But instead of thanks, Firkin made the rescued people answer a few of their questions. At that very moment, the man froze as soon as he saw the descendant of the magical clan, so Firkin hurried to explain. He was not just some descendant, but a deity himself. Therefore, the man froze with even greater surprise, not knowing how to react. So Firkin immediately threatened. He would hit him on the head if he didn't come to his senses right now and tell everything as it is. More calmly, he added that he wanted to find out what happened here, so he asked the townspeople to tell everything and go wherever they wanted. The man introduced himself as an ordinary farmer who didn't know much. These creatures just appeared out of nowhere. They were first seen a month ago. Behind the mountain, in a matter of minutes, the dwarves conquered the sacred place, the lava anvil. After that, they began destroying the surrounding villages and taking people captive. And the dwarves stocked up on provisions, settling in this mountain. It seems the vampires expanded the front near it and didn't hold out long in the fortress, so they believe they planned something very grand. Firkin was, frankly speaking, shocked at how knowledgeable about worldly news this man turned out to be. It was even strange that he was engaged in farming and not something else. Eventually, Firkin let the townspeople go and remembered that they were just heading towards the lava anvil. At least that was the last known location of the heart of the earth. Therefore, today Firkin had the feeling that the vampires came for this very heart. Although it was not easy, he still intended to take it by force because they could not give the heart to some cursed creatures. At that very moment, the Vampire King learned about the mission's failure and immediately threw a golden goblet with blood at his subordinate. Because he was insanely angry, his loyal soldiers were killed by some ordinary man. Immediately, the vampire began to apologize to his lord, explaining that according to the intelligence reports, they had seen everything with their own eyes. The entire group was annihilated. Therefore, the king of vampires wanted to know which man dared to kill his soldier, as he considered it completely impossible. In any case, whatever happened in that village, they could not leave it unpunished. So he asked Mogali's Durin to help him, because her time had come to enter this war. Events are shifting into the same lava anvil. The dwarves worked with all their might, chained, and continued to extract precious red stones. Suddenly, one of the dwarves fell to his knees because he could no longer work. The friends begged him to take up the pickaxe and not stop, but at that very moment, the overseer grabbed the man by the hair and pulled him back. The vampire reminded the dwarf that he had not given him permission to rest, so he immediately ordered the shorty to return to work. But at that moment, the other dwarves demanded that this scoundrel and monster immediately release their friend. They had already started working, and they were still not allowed to eat or sleep, and one way or another they would die anyway, so before death they at least wanted to kill one of the vampires. At that moment I heard a noise, and the Lord of Vampires, who came to check the situation, moved there. Right there the vampire bowed before him and greeted the monster. The dwarves quickly realized that before them was the very king of these blood-sucking creatures. The vampire hurried to report that these shorties were talking about labor rights and demanding rest. It was logical. They lived in the modern age. Even the demon king acted according to labor law. Therefore, he immediately ordered the vampires to give the dwarves a break, and the gnomes were truly surprised by the kindness of the Lord of Vampires. At that moment, he began to recite his bloody spell. Blood flowed from the dwarves, gathering in his hands. He wanted to make these lazybones a part of himself. They tried to explain that their blood was of unknown quality, as they had never submitted it for analysis. But in the end, the vampire drank all the blood of the nearest dwarves, and they quickly fell dead to the ground. At that moment, the vampire king himself offered someone willing a little more rest, and then he would grant them eternal rest. In the end, looking at the fate of their comrades, all the others dispersed to their places, but were certain, if they were a little younger, they would definitely have fought this bloodsucker. At that moment, the vampire decided to find out what to do with the dwarf, whose hair he was now holding. Looking at the hands of this shorty, it was clear they were poisoned with magical energy. Even despite the dwarves' immunity, they were unable to extract such powerful magical stones. The vampire king understood. If the dwarf was left without treatment, he would still die very soon. Therefore, he calmly reminded his vampire that he must act as one knows how to get rid of unfit slaves. He immediately aimed to drink the blood of this dwarf, and how unexpected a stone flew right into his face. The vampire king was surprised that, despite the fresh prey, his subordinate still did not dare to drink that blood. At that very moment, another short one appeared. She ordered the vampire to stop. She could heal this man. The vampire king was quite surprised that the best craftswoman had come to him. He hoped she had already finished what he asked of her, but quickly realized she came here for the missing magical stones. After that, she approached the maimed dwarf and gave him a potion that was supposed to help. But the vampire was insanely furious at the impudence of this shorty, who was ordered to be in the workshop all the time. He made a blade from blood and pressed it to the head of the one she was trying to heal. And when he saw her shock, he immediately hurried to explain that he did not kill her relative. That was the last time he forgave her. He did Sosin a warning so that she would no longer resist his orders. and reminded that the only way to save her people is not compassion, but the swift completion of the creation of the heart of the earth. So he asked her to hurry, because his patience was already at its limit. The mistress was amazed that this beast was even trying to look like a kind hero. Soon the ruler arrived at the second watchtower to talk to the watchman. Right there he greeted the lord, while the latter was finding out how far their enemies had advanced. It turned out that the hero's company had started moving into trouble 2 days ago, and now they should have already arrived. This was wonderful news for the Vampire King, because very soon they would meet with Mogalissa. This meant they would let them know what happens when one of their vampires is touched. Mogalissa was lying in wait for the enemies, expecting them to appear from the cave. Despite the fact that they were supposed to have appeared already, they were still not there. But at that very moment, an explosion occurred above the cave, and boulders flew to the ground at a crazy speed. Obviously, it was Firkin who did it. When he couldn't find the way, he decided to break through it by his own strength. The Phantom King rushed to explain to his comrade that a road is not made by destroying walls, but if Firkin called something a road, then it was so. At that moment, a frightened gnome dashed past them. It was unclear why he was so happy, but he was madly rushing somewhere. Yet somewhere deep in his soul, the Phantom Ruler whispered to him he would not feel this moment of joy here. Suddenly, Adolf materialized from behind, dragging several fleeing tribesmen in his grasp. The grim warrior could not understand why the incorporeal ruler had failed to catch the enemy who slipped away. To be honest, in this senseless chase, the dark mage saw no meaning. And Adolf stubbornly believed, let these youths escape, and his experience would not increase by a jot. What exactly was meant by experience remained a mystery to all present. The main thing in all this was that such a hunt gave Firkin true pleasure. The legendary warrior wanted every companion to give their all on their difficult path, even looking at the fugitive, the hero noted. He fought to the last drop of blood, so he remained among the living. Yet fate cruelly laughed at the unfortunate one. Some hand threw a wooden stick at him, and the poor fellow was covered by death. Then Great Firkin swiftly changed his views on life priorities. The most important thing in existence was not stubborn work, but favorable luck. Without it, any efforts crumbled to dust. At that moment, riders on boars appeared on the horizon. A whole army of dwarves stood before the travelers' eyes. Then the famous warrior was convinced they had taken the right path, and the splendor of the meeting exceeded all his expectations. The leader of the bearded army demanded that the unknown travelers identify themselves. The commander had no idea who these people were, allies or sworn enemies. By Adolf's appearance, the dwarf decided that he was facing wandering bandits. The face of the Phantom King brought to mind dark necromancer sorcerers. Seeing the brute, the Highlanders completely decided that monsters had invaded their sacred lands. Because of the same uncertainty, the bearded men were classified as aliens, like animals, and they dared to exterminate every single one. Firkin was somewhat pleased with such a straightforward approach to the matter. The great hero was convinced physical violence is not the only way to resolve disputes, but definitely the fastest. At the decisive moment, one of the dwarf commanders ordered the army to stop, and they unconditionally obeyed. From the front rows stepped forward an ancient dwarf, and he could not believe his own eyes. Before him truly stood the mighty Firkin. Even the renowned hero himself froze in amazement, seeing Leric alive and unharmed after so many years. The gray-bearded warrior looked at how little Firkin had changed over the years. Only his noble gray hair barely touched his temples. Yet it seemed, among the two old comrades, it was Leric who remained unchanged, except he had become even shorter in stature, stockier. The dwarf commander rushed to warn if the great hero dared to laugh at his height again, he would pay for it with his own head from a loyal axe. But Firkin smiled and reminded him. With such modest dimensions, it would be very difficult for Leric even to reach his head. While the old comrades carefree joked and talked, they did not suspect that from the top of the mountain peak, the headless rider Mogalis was watching them closely. Two old friends laughed and mocked each other, and soon the famed warrior realized the foolish nature of his comrade had not gone anywhere. Leric, however, believed that Firkin had retained all his youthful impudence. At that very moment, the dwarf who had come closer decided to find out who stood before them. The bearded man called Leric a Koningvan, a word with a double meaning. A military advisor or a fighter who makes many mistakes in battle. The great Firkin decided that the man was addressing Leric in an unacceptable tone. Although the gray-bearded man looked like a carefree loafer, he was still a battle-hardened warrior, and he had to be treated with due respect despite his loose demeanor. Finally, to end this senseless monologue, Leric hurried to explain. Firkin was called the Great Warrior, the one who crushed the demon himself. The hero became furious because of the impudent old man's behavior. He interrupted him so rudely, without any tact. The dwarf immediately apologized to the famed warrior for the rudeness shown, and at once began to explain that he called Sir Leric a Coningvan because he now served as a military advisor. Firkin could not believe that his old comrade had gone to a well-deserved rest so early. But the gray-bearded veteran no longer remembered his own years. He knew only one thing. His whole body ached from old wounds, even his back. Because of this, he could not even properly sharpen his faithful axe. After that, Leric decided to ask what winds had brought Firkin to these lands after all. The great hero had disappeared for many years. Moreover, the dwarf commander was very interested in what monsters he had brought with him, creatures of such a bizarre nature that it was difficult to fit them into a single word. But what surprised him the most was that among this strange company, he immediately recognized the Phantom King. The mighty Firkin made it clear that this story was long and winding, so he asked Leric to listen to him carefully. After that, he quickly laid out everything that was important for the ancient comrade to know. At first, this information shocked the elder so much that he could not even believe it. But when he was convinced of the truth of the words, he just laughed at the fact that Firkin really planned to turn Bendel into a living corpse for the sake of the sacred sword. The dwarf decided that the hero was either joking very strangely or had completely lost his mind. But the renowned warrior calmly explained, the world had hardened in him such cold-bloodedness to such deeds. Then Leric realized he had come here not just like that for the magic stone. And Firkin rejoiced at the insight of the old friend. He really needed the heart of the earth. The great hero was already about to explain that he was not a reckless person and wanted to clarify why he needed this artifact. But still, the dwarven warlord was ready to give the stone if Firkin managed to obtain it. The gray-bearded warrior said this not just like that if the hero fails against the enemies, he can forget about the heart forever. The renowned warrior realized such caution arose because too many mosquitoes had bred in their caves. The leader of these insects who appeared last month, captured the fortress, and constantly chased the Highlanders was the angriest. This flying guy was a special problem for the gnomes. Then Firkin decided to inquire about the lava anvil, because the stone was unlikely to be obtained so easily from there. But as it turned out, the mosquito was not the only one hunting for the heart of the earth. When the dwarves descended into the depths of the mountain ridge, they managed to find the heart. A giant red stone, resembling a ruby the size of a human head. Learning about the location of the artifact, all sorts of evil beings began to flock to it. From demons to monsters and northern barbarians all sought to seize this coveted prize. After this, the dwarves exhausted absolutely all their supplies to hold back these invaders, but eventually lost the fortress. The situation was complicated by the fact that the Comori were taking people from the citadel as hostages. If you rush, it could end in tragic consequences. Honestly, these magical stones and all that mystical junk were already stuck in the throats of all these dwarfs. Leric was ready to give everything to the great hero so that he could drive out all the evil spirits from the lands. This situation turned out to be the most advantageous for Firkin. He promised to bring the head, heart, and even the stomach of that mosquito so that it would no longer dare to bother the Highlanders. Of course, the dwarf hurried to warn the hero. In haste, their inhabitants might suffer. But still, the celebrated warrior asked the elder to come to his senses. From illusions, not everyone could be saved anyway. Many more dwarves were dying while they stood here pondering plans. That is why he asked Leric not to worry about anything after all. Firkin was a master in the art of killing, and he had no doubts when it came to taking someone's life. But still, at the end, Leric stopped the hero and warned there were definitely more than one mosquito there. At that moment, the dwarves noticed that something strange was happening to their commander, was clutching his head as if he was about to go mad. It was one of the symptoms of the influence of that very monster, the infamous commander of the Demon King. At that moment, the dwarf, armed with a spear, lunged at Firkin, aiming straight between his eyes. However, the famous hero effortlessly neutralized the flying dwarf with a single blow to the head. He made it clear that such antics would not scare him, but he had no idea where the dwarf got such sudden aggression from. Suddenly turning around, the great warrior noticed that such fury had literally seized all the fighters. As if they had eaten some poisonous mushrooms. Otherwise, I could not understand why everyone was overcome with madness. And Leric quickly revealed the essence of the problem. The matter was the arrival of the cursed one Mogulis herself, who sat atop the mountain riding her steed. At this moment, the legendary hero began to gaze into the distance. Leric hurried to warn he must never look at the head of this warrior. It seemed Firkin had already forgotten if he looked at the demonic eye, he would instantly lose his mind. So the gray-bearded veteran asked the mighty warrior to focus on his words. Only together could they defeat this enemy. He asked the hero to prepare for battle. Leric was going to strike the first powerful blow. But at that very moment, the dwarven commander noticed that Firkin was not listening to his words at all. Casting a glance at the soldier's face, he realized he had already gone mad along with the rest. At this moment, the great hero found himself in his young body, somewhere in the distant past. He looked at his three friends, among whom was the very Bendel king of men, as well as Errol. He could not believe that everything was really fine with the whole trio. But in the next moment, the celebrated warrior quickly realized it was all just a wild dream. At that very moment, the enraged dwarves rushed at each other in fury. But suddenly, the appearance of God appeared, grabbing one of the Highlanders by the face. After that, he began to hypnotize him with his divine gaze. And finally, the curse was lifted from the man. He had no idea what kind of devilry had just happened to him. At that moment, the rest, upon whom the image of God had cast its gaze, began to gradually come to their senses. Leric ordered the warriors to immediately grab their spears and move into battle. They had to stop those who were still out of their minds immediately. At the same moment, the gray-bearded veteran approached the likeness of God, who had helped save several of his comrades. He made it clear that the real problem was not the dwarves, but Firkin. At that moment, the legendary warrior completely went mad. He immediately started scanning the field with his eyes, as if looking for a new victim. To help his friend, Leric rushed at him, aiming to end the evil forces inside his body. But unable to restrain himself, the hero immediately rewarded the elder with a blow to the jaw and threw him back. His back was pinched and he rolled far backward. At this moment, Adolf entered the battle, trying at least for a moment to stop the hero consumed by obsession. However, he defended himself from him only with the power of his magical fist. At this moment in Adolf, for some reason, the old man saw someone familiar from the past, and because of this, he completely lost control. The mage quickly realized the hero had completely lost his mind, and decided to use his magic to bring him back to his senses. Leric, rising, watched the clash of these two. Despite the fact that Firkin had already aged considerably as a warrior, he was swinging his fists properly. Moreover, the dwarven warlord was curious why the Phantom King was just lying and watching, since it seemed he was on Firkin's side. But the bodiless ruler calmly explained he had become too wild to hold on. It made no sense for him to endure the blows of a battle comrade. At that very moment, Leric thought, since the Phantom Lord traveled with Firkin, he had probably taken the righteous path. If so, then he would no longer have a chance to fight such a strong opponent. Thinking about this, the noble Phantom King truly understood. With Leric, he could make a temporary alliance. Honestly, the gray-bearded veteran had never even thought that to defeat the great warrior, he would have to unite with the ghostly ruler. And the bodiless lord himself did not think that he would have to fight alongside them against the army of the Demon King. At least it was pleasing that the mental magic of the Phantom King was the best among other sorcerers, so he intended to have a proper good time while Firkin was not himself and could not take revenge for it. As Leric knew, the only way to break the control was either to kill the summoner or directly take down this madman. An even more impossible task befell him, and meanwhile the great hero himself was looking at his younger self as if from the side. At that moment, he raised his holy golden sword and led the entire team to victory in the battle. After that, he turned to his friends and reminded them, when he says forward, they must support him to create team spirit. Watching everything from the side, Firkin could not believe that he had once been such a weakling. Even his fight with the two-headed dragon looked quite difficult. Moreover, in the past he had many weak spots. He was a real puppy, yet he was still called a great warrior. And at that very moment the famous warrior remembered, although he was sleeping, in a dream, he actually had an important matter he had forgotten about. But he just couldn't remember what exactly he was doing, so he decided maybe it wasn't that important after all. After that, he looked down at the group of 4 adventurers with nostalgia, realizing youth really was a very good time. It was fun to go through all the adventures with a big company. Moreover, he was curious about how much their lives would have changed if there had been no war with the demons. Perhaps they would have laughed and spoken as before. But the legendary hero understood. Thinking about it made no sense at all. At that moment, some strange voice rolled just behind his back. When he turned around, he saw the silhouette of the Dark Lord behind him. He did not recognize him, but Firkin immediately understood. The creature had some familiar, disgustingly creaky intonation in speech. At that moment, the Dark Lord himself considered Firkin a real idiot and saw this as the reason for his loneliness. Yet it seemed he continued to blame others for everything. Of course, the great hero instantly ordered the fool to shut up, because he could not understand what it was like to lose happiness. However, the Dark Lord was pleased by such words from the strong man, but ultimately, he himself was the one who lost the holy sword. It was because of him that Bendel died. Therefore, the grim ruler believed that all the failures happened precisely because of his stupidity. Having said this, he accepted the young hero's account. However, Firkin knew perfectly well, despite his foolishness in youth, he never betrayed his friends. At that moment, the ominous silhouette continued to impose on the warrior, the thought that he would have sacrificed even Errol to lose the holy sword because of her. Moreover, if the hero had not done something foolish, the king of men would not have changed, and Bendel would not have died if not for Firkin. In the end, he himself was the one who ruined everything. Not only losing the holy sword, but also losing everyone. But the celebrated hero simply asked the stranger to stop babbling everything that came to mind, and he still goes out of his way to find the sword and turn back time. However, the Dark Lord felt that nothing would change even if this idiot found the blade. It seemed he just wanted to get rid of the stigma of a warrior who lost the holy sword and take revenge on the Demon King. This was the only reason why he so desperately wanted to return the sacred weapon, and all because he was thinking only of himself again. However, Firkin was convinced he was the only one capable of wielding the holy sword. But at that moment, the hand of the Phantom King gently rested on the hero's shoulder. The bodiless ruler rejoiced that he had finally found the warrior. After that, he hurried to bring him to his senses. At that very moment, a gigantic guillotine from the Phantom Realm appeared right in front of Firkin. She made the hero understand, either he comes to his senses now, or he dies once and for all. After the warrior spoke these fateful words, truly insane power began to flow from the hero's body. Leric perfectly understood. He needed to be stopped at the very beginning of this madness. Although the strategists could not devise any attack capable of defeating Firkin the Great, all they achieved with their fierce offensives during this time was only to further ignite the wrath of this invincible warrior. At the moment when the mighty warrior prepared to unleash his strike on the ground, Adolf immediately shouted an order to everyone nearby, "Flee immediately." But to his great surprise, the noble knight did not flee. He fell prostrate and took a defensive posture against the nuclear explosion. This was exactly the devastating effect expected from this raging titan, and the explosion finally thundered as if it could incinerate everyone around. But fortunately, the hero stopped at the last moment. It seems reason prevailed over rage after all. With this incredible power, he did not break the earth or cause the continent to split. Instead, he struck himself. It was this torment that restored his sanity. Leric was infinitely glad that Firkin had dealt with this terrible scourge. The wise advisor believed in his friend until the very end. At that moment, the warrior calmly stretched his numb joints and honestly admitted, after all he had seen, his mood was far from pleasant. After which the hero finally turned his gaze to that scoundrel who had been lying in wait for them on his steed at the summit. At that moment, the noble warrior soared into the sky as if gravity were an empty sound to him. The Phantom King realized that it seemed Firkin was helped by his intervention, so he was able to come to his senses. The hero blessed him for helping him remember everything. He even remembered that villain on the horse who had previously poisoned his soul with filth. Back then, Bendel was alive, so Mogulis was not a problem for Firkin. At this moment, Leric strictly ordered Firkin to be extremely careful so that, God forbid, his madness would not happen again. At this moment, Mogulis finally greeted the old enemy warrior. He noticed, despite many years having passed, only a person with such strength could unleash such devastation upon all existence. Moreover, the demon hoped that the gift would please him. He met an old friend in his dreams and was probably happy to return to former memories. If he had not been brought back to reality, then he could have lived his whole life in his own blissful delusions. But no matter how epically Mogulis proclaimed his words, on earth they sounded completely silent, as if the demon had no vocal cords due to the missing head. At this moment, Mogulis was wildly curious about what the Phantom King had forgotten on earth along with the warrior. She decided that he had become the warrior's obedient dog. But as soon as he spoke these words, taking advantage of the moment of distraction, the mage rushed at the headless rider. In the end, he almost managed to strike, but the rider dashed upward. Although stunned, this man could fly in the sky. And at that very moment, 3 more dwarves flew toward the rider along with their spears. To deliver their strike, they took turns flying on the bone hand summoned by the Phantom King, which then carefully caught them, lowering them to the ground. At that very moment, the headless horseman himself was confused. He did not understand where everyone was getting the upward flight from. At that moment, the giant used the single-shot technique, and the dwarf rushed forward at the speed of 200 arrows. Only then did the rider finally realize which monster had severed his control over the minds of the dwarfs. And moreover, he was being attacked right now, so the rider decided to tear him apart first, considering him the simplest opponent. At that moment, Firkin asked the deity's form to prepare the next dwarf for the attack. But at that very moment, God noticed this rider was already trying to penetrate his mind. The most amazing thing was that he himself found himself in the blooming lair of the divine creature. The demon was extremely surprised. Such incredible silence reigned in this world, and it did not fit at all with the image of such a huge and clumsy monster. But the rider could not find the monster itself and had to hit its soul. Actually, he guessed, the owner of the soul was probably going to strike him from behind, and he was not mistaken, because the divine being was already preparing to crush such a miserable insect-like creature. In the end, immediately after this blow, both flew off with a crash, and after that the divine creature found itself again on the battlefield. All that Mowgli's had left was only to be furiously outraged, for he was not some bug to be crushed like that. At that very moment, Firkin, who was still standing with a crooked look, suggested to the opponent to end this duel because he did not like to postpone matters. However, Mowgli's asked not to rush the hero with his audacious words, because despite all the tricks he used, his friends could not resist his power of mental influence. Yet not every one of them had the talent of a warrior's level, but his gaze reached everyone who was not prepared for it. No one had ever slipped away from the mind control that this demon had mastered. However, angered by the hero's impudent words, he did not waste a second and struck his fist on the ground, making it clear that he did not like to delay the fight. As a result, the explosive wave that rolled not only over the ground, but also the sky destroyed even the demonic eyes hanging above. Everyone felt the breath of a familiar aura. It was the aura of death. After 3 moves, the rider was, frankly speaking, already extremely enraged by the fact that Firkin dared to resist his will so foolishly. And from the surge of power, the demonic head of the rider broke free into the sky and flew straight to the Phantom King, at his feet. But it immediately began to protest, demanding that the Phantom King not even dare to touch it. But he only apologized to the dear Mowgli's. After that, he decided to borrow his head for a short time for a few important matters. At that moment, Firkin pounced on the rider's body and, together with Adolf, delivered a couple of strong blows from above. At that moment, the hero noticed the Phantom King put on the cursed armor. He decided that he had completely lost his mind, while he quietly chuckled inside his helmet. The 2 warriors had the impression that the Phantom King had neither shame nor conscience, since he so brazenly appropriated what belonged to others. The old man even became worried that he might decide to start a rebellion against them. However, he only laughed and made it clear that he did not do such foolish things. After that, he immediately apologized for wanting to do it out of pure curiosity. After this, he cast a demonic glance at Adolf, who stood in front, to test the strength of the new helmet and to make sure that what Adolf told him was true. Eventually, the young man's eyes rolled back, and he fell into unconsciousness. The Phantom King instantly recognized himself in some wooden house that was filled with magical items. Someone clearly lived here, and most surprisingly, despite the house being very neglected, there were countless magical artifacts full of value here, as if the owner of the dwelling was quite a thief. And suddenly he felt a sharp, bright flash right behind his back. He looked around with interest, thinking that somewhere exactly in that place, Adolf was probably hiding. And the most dizzying thing was that as soon as he ran out the door, a lightning flash rushed towards him. Its heat did not let him take a single step. A creature, more like a mana cluster, made him understand that a person could not pass further. The thing was that he was going to test the young man, whether he could withstand 1,000,000 volts of tension. But the guy calmly raised his palm and absorbed all the energy flying towards him. Honestly, the energy of 1,000,000 volts seemed to him simply negligible. Having sparked curiosity about the nature of his abilities, the young warrior asked, how many amperes fit into 1,000,000 volts? The spirit, overwhelmed with panic by such an unexpected question, convulsively tried to explain that it knew nothing about such formulas. And then the young mage jumped in and on the fly blurted out the physical laws and demanded that next time watts be used to measure the power of the attack. After that, with one devastating electric strike, the boy cut through the very core of the spirit hidden in the depths of its essence. The defeated spirit of thunder wildly raged with fury. How could this boy become a true first-level electric knight? Even the Phantom King froze in shocked amazement, realizing the true nature of the young fighter. Curiosity seized the ancient Spirith, wanted to learn more about the mysterious past of this amazing boy. What he saw shook even his soul. The boy was barely 10 years old, yet he already possessed magical power that could rival the greatest sorcerers in the world. After the triumphant demonstration of his abilities, young Adolf returned to his mentor, eager to hear the evaluation of his achievements. The Phantom King watched everything with interest. It seems this gray-bearded old man really was the teacher of such a phenomenal student. Adolf proudly proved to the master that he had outpaced all the other students. Now he was even capable of wielding lightning spears. Having defeated the monster created by the teacher himself, he felt ready for independent life and begged to be allowed to leave the forest as had been promised earlier. But the wise mentor only shook his head. In his eyes, the boy was still not strong enough. Adolf could not believe Ithao could he be considered weak after defeating a mighty spirit, but the teacher coldly reminded him, even such a feeble old man as himself was capable of that. Rumors have long circulated that any farmer who masters basic skills can overcome the spirit of wealth. The mentor's voice sounded unwavering as he pronounced the ancient proverb, "Knowledge is power, and power is knowledge. It is time to stop complaining and continue building true strength." Adolf, in despair, tried to prove his point, but the teacher was unyielding. It was too early to think about how to get out of the forest or rest. It was better to stay calm and continue the lessons. The boy, filled with rage and resentment, disappeared, muttering to himself about his victory and the master's injustice. Even the Phantom King did not understand why such a powerful young man was underestimated. At such a young age, to overcome an ancient spirit isn't that a feat. Sated with memories, the Phantom King came across another gate and decided to delve deeper into the labyrinths of memory. What is hidden behind these massive doors, wrapped in mystery? But suddenly a voice stopped him. An old man behind called him by name. The immortal, caught in shock, the teachers will still lived in the student's memories. Apparently, the master left a part of himself in the boy's soul. And now he was able to find the uninvited guest. At that very moment, the door slammed and shut with a bang. The teacher gave in an icy tone to understand the Phantom King has no further move. The enraged mentor promised that, as the 13th immortal, he would relentlessly watch over the ancient spirit and not let it go. Thus the Phantom King was disgracefully expelled from Adolf's field of consciousness. The ancient spirit raged with fury at the 13th immortal, the one who so loved to spy on others' secrets. Approaching his companion, the hero inquired about the results of the investigation of the mysterious helmet. Phantom King calmly recounted the impressive discoveries. The boy was telling the truth, a mighty great sage truly dwelled within it. And Adolf himself, at his 10 years, possessed power equal to the greatest mages and was a true genius of magical art. At that moment the mage, having come to his senses, went mad upon learning that the immortal had rummaged through another's mind without invitation. But the Phantom King only pointed his finger at the youth. What the warrior had sought for so long had all this time been right before him, hidden in the depths of the boy's soul. The events of the Grand Saga transport us to the proud capital of the Iron Empire, ancient Yoder. On the sacred training grounds, the valiant Orn honed his skills accompanied by his faithful comrade Anitas in shining snow-white armor. At the decisive moment of the duel, the experienced warrior noticed the long-awaited breach in the opponent's defense and swiftly lunged there with his blade. But fate was relentless. As soon as the skilled swordswoman redirected the trajectory of his strike, the noble knight realized the bitter truth. It was impossible to defeat such a powerful adversary. With the dignity of a true warrior, he acknowledged his defeat and retreated with honor. Their magnificent confrontation was observed by a spectator who had arrived at the training halls. He even applauded, admiring such an impressive fight. Yet the legendary captain of the First Knightly Order, the renowned Duchan Farveen, noticed a significant flaw. Despite all his accumulated combat experience, the valiant Orn could not rid himself of the harmful habit of tensing his shoulders too much. Both warriors were struck by the unexpected visit of the famous Duchan Farveen, and especially the noble Orn was eager to find out what had brought such a high-ranking commander to their humble training. After all, they did not exchange traditional greetings nor conduct any ceremonies. However, the famous captain appeared with only one purpose: to find out the truth about rumors that the knightly squad had disgracefully failed their mission. Then the harsh reality overwhelmed the noble Orn. It seemed the illustrious Duchan Farveen had come only to revel in his humiliation. The arrogant commander did not even hide his gloating. He was especially pleased by how the valiant Orn always praised himself, while in reality he had ignominiously failed the mission, lost the sacred blade, and fled the battlefield in fear. Therefore, the proud warlord wanted the humiliated Orn, after such a devastating failure, to retreat into a corner instead of disgracing the famous name of the First Knightly Order. In principle, such contemptuous behavior was usual for him. He had acted the same way many times before. Of course, enraged by such biting comments, the noble warrior clenched his teeth tightly to avoid losing his temper and saying anything unnecessary. At that moment, the skilled swordswoman removed her helmet and politely asked Mr. Duchan Farveen to stop these senseless quarrels. Under the watchful gaze of the noble Lady Cal Rosa, the arrogant Duchan Farveen still somewhat tempered his ardor. However, he fervently wished for one noble lady to join his side, as it was considered the greatest extravagance to allow such a beautiful lady to languish under the leadership of the worthless Orn. The haughty commander was extremely impressed by her resolute refusal. He noticed that the battlefield suited her very well, and he was leading her to victories. But the reason was simple. In this position, the noble lady had a measured 4-day work schedule. At that moment, interrupting their senseless chatter, the valiant Orn decided to disappear. He wanted to relax a bit, but due to an uninvited guest, all joy was instantly cut short. At the very last moment, the proud lord remembered he had not asked the question for which he had come here. His face instantly became sterner. The blade flared with flame as soon as he demanded that the noble Orn say where the mysterious warrior was currently located. By order of His Majesty, the fighter's mission was handed over to him. Now he had to deal with the mistakes made by the disgraced Orn and his team. However, at that very moment, the valiant warrior could not hold back and burst into ringing laughter. The proud Dutchen Farveen even decided that this man was some kind of madman whose mind was completely clouded. But the noble Orn was incredibly amused by this. What would the Lord of Light do with the audacious young man who wanted to fight him? Meanwhile, the old warrior himself watched the young lad attentively, understanding everything. And he decided that the immortal was hinting. The mysterious Adolf was indeed the very holy sword he had been seeking. Even the young man himself stared fearfully at his own body. Such an assumption seemed truly insane. The ancient spirit hurried to explain everything. The mysterious mage was an ordinary boy, but within him was sealed a colossal magical power. He could not test its might, but he felt this magical energy was comparable to the very heart of the earth. Only then did the valiant warrior guess, although the boy was not the holy sword, he was still the living heart of the earth. After that, he furiously became enraged at the Phantom King. From the very beginning, he had so muddled the minds that he could not explain anything properly. In the end, they already had all the necessary ingredients, and even a sacrifice to bring everything together. But the noble Firkin could not understand whether they would use young Adolf as a sacrifice or as the heart of the earth. This assumption was by no means pleasing to Adolf himself for quite obvious reasons. Even the wise Firkin understood that the trap was precisely in the mage. If they took his soul, no one would even notice anything. But the mysterious Adolf was still a mage, and even he realized their plan was simply impossible. No one was capable of removing the seal inside him. Therefore, he sought his mentor. It was the teacher who had sealed his magical power and was the only one who could break this seal. And yet, the insightful Firkin quickly understood why this man called himself one of the kings of the underworld, for he was quite the scoundrel. At that moment, the valiant warrior decided to ask his friend how best to act in this situation. For some reason, the mighty Mogulis completely stopped moving, probably died from being brutally beaten. However, the Phantom King hastened to explain. The demon captain was alive, he was simply in a powered-off state. Still, the legendary Mogulis was a golem, one of the living armors created by an ancient great master wizard. Hundreds of years had passed since his death, and the vampire demon king found him in a sacred temple. These living armors guarded the legacy. He conquered the strongest and made him the supreme commander, that is, the current Mogulis. Moreover, right inside the helmet, there was a switch. It could be used to choose action or inaction. As soon as the Phantom King pressed the switch, the formidable voice of Mogulis immediately sounded. He promised to take revenge on those scoundrels and reveal his true powers. After that, they immediately turned him off. The curious Firkin wanted to find out if, by any chance, there was some kind of remote control included with this living armor. In any case, it often was not that important, so the wise Firkin suggested setting out to catch that mosquito, take the heart of the earth, and disappear. The insightful warrior explained to the noble Leric that they would go to the castle on foot. But as soon as he began to beg for the rescue of his people, the warrior decided to scout whether they had spare or secret passages through which they could pass. However, there was a problem with the moves. During the battle, the valiant warrior lost sight of the warhorse Mogulis, so the Magister will clearly strengthen the guard as soon as he finds out that only one horse returned. So the wise Firkin again decided to rush through the main entrance, while the noble Leric begged him to find another way. At first, he suggested capturing this enemy general. Because first and foremost, the commander must conduct negotiations, which have never failed before. But the valiant warrior began to ponder, is there not a better way than ordinary negotiations? For some reason, his gaze suddenly caught on the helmet of the Phantom King, and a brilliant plan matured in his mind. Soon the whole company moved towards the gates of the lava smithy. Right there, the vampire guards spotted in the darkness the bright silhouette of the formidable Mogulis. He approached them along with the captives. Obviously, inside Mogulis himself, all this time sat the Phantom King. It was visible by the bluish energy that oozed and enveloped the body. The events moved to the sacred workshop of the dwarves, near the lava anvil. There, the same female dwarf continued to diligently work in the workshop on the alamy stones. Finally, after another powerful strike, the stone shone brightly and moreover began to vibrate slightly. At this solemn moment, two dwarves realized, it seems it has fallen into the state of the heart of the earth. They immediately retreated, and a small stone soared into the sky, shining even brighter than before. Finally, the simple heart of the earth transformed into a purified heart. The witty dwarves rejoiced that they managed to complete such painstaking work after all. It had been 3 sleepless days and nights of continuous labor. But during the fateful washing, the observant craftswoman noticed thin cracks appeared on the precious stone. Enraged by failure, she struck her hammer on the fragile crystal and shattered it completely, lengthwise and crosswise. Right away, her loyal companions bitterly realized it seemed they would not get to rest today, either they would have to work overtime again in these hot forges. However, the wise head of the workshop reminded them of a harsh truth. No matter how successful the purification was, it was all in vain if the process speed was low. The stone would not last long and would crack from the slightest impact. Therefore, she ordered them to restart half of the furnaces. They would try to create everything anew with faster purification. Surely, the hardworking dwarves worried, would they be able to handle the explosive magical energy? But the Iron Woman wisely decided to find out how many stonemasons they had left. The apprentice did not answer, so she revealed the bitter truth. Right now, the dwarves were being treated like slaves, and they were dying at the hands of enemies. The workshop dwarves also had to risk their lives to break this bloody cycle. In the end, the desperate dwarves decided to prepare magical beds for quick recovery, because it would be a long time before they returned home. After that, they set about preparing lava, dreaming of putting an end to this cursed business as soon as possible. At this moment, behind the back of the diligent craftswoman who was examining the next stone, appeared the king of vampires, and he almost cried from her dedication to her work. Of course, the master dwarf was impressed after all. She did not even manage to feel the approach of the bloodsucker. And he calmly explained that he came to observe her a little. He sensed a colossal magical power here. The ruler wanted to find out how much energy was released from such a small crystal, but understood the work on one was not yet finished. The craftswoman herself asked the vampire to wait a little longer. Soon, they would create the perfect heart of the earth. The main thing was that he kept his promise. She was ready to bring the entrusted task to an end for the safety of her tribesmen. Of course, the cunning vampire smiled, promised to keep his word, and asked the craftswoman to hurry because his patience would soon run out. Then obviously, the gnomes would no longer enjoy a 4-day workweek. Of course, the noble craftswoman was outraged. The vampire really was a vile boss, but he did not say that he intended to sign any labor contract for them. And at that very moment, another vampire arrived to his lord, fearfully poked a finger into the distance, indicating exactly where. Since he could not properly explain anything, he asked the lord to go and see for himself what was happening. At that moment, the horse of Mogulis galloped to them, but without its rider, probably lost its way. Other vampires had brought it here. Obviously, the same bloodsucker counted since there was only one horse. Mogulis was in trouble. If the cursed knights of the order had come, then only a few people could have defeated Mogulis. It's not even worth talking about ordinary people, they wouldn't have made it this far. Yet the arrogant vampire ordered to double the guard from the castle, gates all the way to the secret passage. Now, with the resurrection of the Demon King no longer far off, he could not allow anyone to interfere. Besides, they needed to prepare for everything. At that moment, the Phantom King in the likeness of Mogulis led the prisoners, tied with ropes, and dragged them behind him. The vampire guards lit up with joy as soon as they saw the arriving people. They even began to boo those freaks and villains here, rejoicing that they had such a strong knight. Moreover, the bloodsuckers were impressed that Mogulis managed to catch those scoundrels who exterminated their comrades. They were truly amazed. Besides, the vampires were terribly eager to find out what kind of magic Mogulis possessed, since he had such impressive abilities. Soon, the valiant Firkin addressed the Phantom King, promising to restore his status. He could even promote him, and from now on call him the Phantom Emperor. But even the immortal himself still felt uneasy about this. The noble warrior addressed the ancient king with a sincere request. After all, he was the only one who could copy Mogulis' abilities. Moreover, the skill of carrying one's own head in hand was a great talent. The agreed spirit decided to find out everything. What his plan was, whether someone needed to be attacked, destroyed, and how the valiant Firkin acted all this time. But the wise gnome Laric hurried to explain everything first. They needed to obtain the stone and cleanse the magical energy of that very crystal. Since they were gnomes, they were the only ones who could do it. So if the noble Firkin truly wished to conquer the heart of the earth, it wouldn't hurt him to help his short-statured gatherers. The insightful Firkin immediately realized they could kill 2 birds with 1 stone, save the innocent people, and take what they came for. Therefore, he asked the Phantom King to help him in this matter. He agreed to help, but on the condition the valiant Firkin would give him a chance to take his soul. But the old warrior immediately conveyed to the immortal he had wonderful dreams, though unrealistic. He reminded, the ancient spirit must imitate Mowgli's at any cost. Although he did not like it at all, the king himself understood. This was the only way. He agreed to disguise himself, enter the castle, but did not know what to do next. It was a pertinent question, and fortunately, the wise Firkin had an answer, so he called everyone to explain the strategy. Simple, the Phantom King had to pretend as if he caught them, tied them up, and brought them to the castle. Then they would descend into the prison and take the captive gnomes. At the same time, the Phantom King would hold the Vampire King to prevent him from escaping. At that very moment, the immortal decided to finally find out where the Vampire King was currently located. But suddenly the vampires, who were rushing past, became enraged looking at the people. Their king gave the order to kill these captives who dared to kill their relatives. But as soon as the bloodsucker attacked the valiant Firkin, he only broke the fingers of his hand. And the noble warrior, as if nothing had happened, decided to ask the vampire if his hand was very sick. At that moment, out of fear, the vampire dashed back, collided with Mowgli's, and his helmet fell off his head. Immediately, the frightened bloodsuckers began to apologize and hurriedly rushed to help pick up the head. And then they saw inside that helmet was not emptiness, but the face of the Phantom King, so this plan was completely ruined. At that very moment, the wise Firkin tore the ropes that bound his hands. He realized again, plans do not bring anything good, so it is always better to act according to the situation. Later, having dealt with the enemies, they were already wandering through the gnome labyrinths. At that moment, the vampire guards felt that someone was approaching them. Therefore, they immediately gave the order to stop and identify themselves. However, the valiant warrior calmly explained he was the one who would take their lives. The bloodsuckers found it strange that the killer admitted it so easily, as if he was not afraid that his plan would fail. But as soon as these words flew from his lips, the noble Firkin lunged at one of the vampires with inhuman strength. He slammed his body against the ground. After that, he grabbed the second one, not allowing him to slip away or raise a cry. At this point, the killing of the two enemies was completed, and he continued on the path to the door that these two guarded. After which he broke down the door and ordered the dwarves to come out, for he had come to save them. The events shifted back about 30 minutes. Then, using the helmet of the demonic king's captain, the Phantom King interrogated one of the vampires and learned where all the important rooms were: the armory, dungeons, storerooms. After that, they also asked where the dwarves were imprisoned and learned absolutely everything needed for a successful infiltration of the enemy's stronghold. The loyal warriors continued interrogating the captured fighter. And the noble Adolf, together with the mighty manifestation of a divine being, calmly dealt with the hordes of vampires who dared to attack them. The hero could not help but admire the incredible speed with which the named one recovered, skillfully reattaching his own head to his body. However, such miracles do not surprise the primordial living dead too much. Now, thanks to the magical helmet, the named owner had colossal power of mind control, which allowed him to act unnoticed during infiltrations. However, this power belonged to him only while using the artifact, so he did not aim for grand achievements. Firkin even calculated that the king actually had no outstanding talent. Eventually, the living dead had to explain to his comrade the intricacies of the device. The body of Mogulissa was equipped with everything necessary to control an army of living armor, while the flesh of the Phantom King specialized in reviving the dead and ensuring their autonomous operation through ancient algorithms. When all the explanations were finished, the warrior decided to find out from his subordinate whether he could create something similar to navigation by enchanting the vampire with mental spells. That is how the hero ended up in this room. Unfortunately, it was completely empty. No traces of dwarves were found. Therefore, they decided to head to the warehouse. The king had a clear premonition. It was there that prisoners might be kept. But the old man doubted that the questioned vampire was leading them the right way. However, the matter was not about the route at all. All the other places where the rest had gone also turned out to be empty. Perhaps the vampire they tortured gave them false information, but the Phantom King was confident in the triumph of mind control's subordinate could only speak the truth. So most likely, the unfortunate dwarves had already been moved to another place. The Sorcerer King did not know the reasons for this. Perhaps the vampires decided to hold a feast using the prisoners as dishes. Maybe someone had already guessed about their arrival and moved the dwarves to a safe place. But Firkin had no idea who raised this alarm. They had killed everyone who came here. But suddenly, sharply focusing, the Phantom King noticed something strange was coming from Adolf's side. Finally, he managed to find someone. And when the name switched to the vision from his side, he saw only the bloodied body of the dwarf. All he could do was find a sheet and cover the fragile remains, granting the deceased eternal peace. Adolf himself was stunned by the cruelty with which they dealt with this gnome, and even worried that they were too late. But at that moment, he heard a faint cry for help coming from a cage in the far corner of the room. There groaned a gnome who begged Adolf to free him. The hero, of course, promised to save the unfortunate one. But at the last moment he realized there was a serious magical curse on the dwarf's body. At that moment the prisoner reached out to Adolf through the bars and began to beg and scream about the unbearable pain tormenting him. When the spell finally broke out of control, mana surged from his body, threatening to explode. Soon the consequences of this explosion reached the hero as well when the roof, and even the walls, began to crumble. At that very moment, the named quickly warned everyone that Adolf had fallen into a trap. When the smoke from the explosion cleared, he saw a bunch of vampires who had been hiding behind bars all this time. Of course, Firkin was in a panic demanding that the Phantom King explain something to them. So he hurried to clarify. The enemies lured Adolf using dwarves as bait. At first they forced the heroes to disperse, and now they sought to devour him while he was alone. Moreover, the vampires turned out to be skilled fighters. They could find all the weak spots of the opponent. Still, Adolf was the first to rush into attack. In the end, a simple but powerful combination of spells led him to success. He easily defeated the enemy, and the vampire fell to the ground. The warrior was preparing for the next strike, forcing the opponent to writhe in pain. While the comrades did not see Adolf, the Phantom King became their herald of everything that was happening. But just as the young man was about to finish off his enemy, his hand suddenly froze in the air. Turning around, he saw a giant vampire who grabbed him right by the right palm. The hero ordered the vampire to release him, so the herald immediately reported to everyone that the situation was heating up. Someone stronger had appeared to Adolf. It seemed the king of vampires had called upon much more powerful opponents, and two of them even joined the semblance of a divine being. At that time, the frightened Firkin had no idea what to do next. He asked the name to say where the comrades were located in order to destroy them all. However, suddenly, while he was shaking the vampire through whom the Phantom King prophesied, a loud crack sounded. It broke the poor fellow's neck. Eventually, Tot lifelessly fell to the ground, and Firkin could not even imagine how to restore contact with the named now. At that very moment, the connection that the named held with the hero was severed. When he turned around, a vampire royal figure appeared before him, already soaring with its wings over the room. At the same time, other dwarves stood outside their own stronghold. They looked out and waited for the agreed signal, but there was still no sign, although the morning sky had already grayed. Not a single soul was visible, so they continued to watch, waiting for the signal. However, the captain was extremely concerned about the fate of the warrior and his companions. Leric knew everything. There was no trial that he could not handle. So the sage advised the captain to be on alert. If they wanted the dwarves to remain whole and unharmed, they had to be ready to enter battle at any moment. But at that very moment, other warriors raised a clamor, noticing someone suspicious. It was a traveling warrior in golden pauldrons and an emerald cloak who stopped near the dwarves. He politely moved aside the spear that was thrust right into his face, and then the man in the mask equally politely asked them not to be so suspicious. But the mask turned this traveler into a mysterious figure, so the dwarves demanded that he remove his cover and show who he was. But the newcomer set a condition. If they wanted to talk to him, they first had to take away their weapons. When they did not move, he decided to help himself. He used the spell of 100-fold gravity. Everyone immediately felt the power of this attack. It pressed on them from all sides. Only then did the Trinity realize that it did not know what gravity was, and decided that such a concept did not exist in the Middle Ages. In the end, the spell did not affect them. After all, the dwarves had colossal resistance to magic, or maybe it was because they were truly simple-hearted. At that moment, Dutchen Farven, who had just appeared, calmly explained to the dwarves that gravity is a way to express a warm welcome. They were glad to see dwarves in 100-fold size. After that, he asked the gentlemen not to be so cautious, since they were not suspicious guys. Obviously, by the appearance of these two, Leric understood they were unusual adventurers. So I thought they came out from behind the mountain ridge, but I considered their efforts wasted because no one could enter their stronghold. However, Dutchen Farven calmly explained that their house was not interesting to him at all. He was looking for a friend in these parts, so he named Firkin the Mighty and asked the dwarves to say whether he had been walking these paths. Moreover, it was incredibly interesting to find out exactly where Firkin is now. At that moment, the leader of the vampires finally landed and slowly approached his old comrade. They both remained silent, not knowing what to say. Their separation had lasted too long. After mutual greetings, the ruler of the Bloodsuckers admitted that he was incredibly curious about what the first of the dead the Phantom King himself was doing here. The named one hastened to explain that he was no longer a Phantom King, although he was still able to communicate through spirits and possessed the power of necromancy. While he uttered these words, an unbearable rumble came from the upper floors, making the whole house shake. Obviously, the vampire thought his warriors were fighting there, but was surprised. The battle with the miserable humans had clearly dragged on. He considered it a real disgrace to be unable to defeat some unknown mercenary who had fallen into their trap. Also that gigantic monster of unknown breed. And about the old grandfather, he was completely silent. He did not understand how he dared to venture into such a dangerous place. The leader sought to find out from the Phantom King what he was doing in the company of such a scoundrel. After all, he is a great immortal who once led the army of the Demon King. However, Imenovany only exhaled heavily through his teeth, recalling the times when he himself considered himself great, but that was before he was shamefully defeated. Then he decided to hint to his old comrade who that very old warrior really was, whom he did not even consider a human. It was this ancient warrior who tore apart the spirits with his bare hands. While they were dispersing to their places, this man for 30 years constantly balanced between life and death and thus absorbed all the mighty powers of the continent. Hardly a single worthy enemy remained for him, and no one could stop him. The most terrible thing about Firkin was that his power did not come from magic or lucky chance. It matured only from his will and relentless work. The vampire did not believe the words of the Phantom King. He decided that he was a simple weakling who bowed before the power of this human warrior and betrayed the Demon King. For the named, all this was just the whisper of a fool. He would soon understand his choice himself. Moreover, the Phantom King reminded, at least he was a true member of the Demon King's army, and it was his decision to betray the Lord. But the Vampire King was not even listed among the subordinates. Likewise, the king reminded the main principles of the demon army cunning and untrustworthiness, so betrayal was a matter of course there. But the Vampire King, with his honor and loyalty, resembled more a supporter of the righteous. Unable to endure such words, the vampire laughed loudly, impressed by how ridiculous the named had become. Speaking of betrayal, he suggested to the Phantom King to betray once more this time that warrior and rejoin the Demon King's army. But the wise undead knew that even betrayal has its benefits. He saw no advantage in such an act and doubted it would stop the enraged warrior. The vampire was frankly surprised at how mundane the Phantom King looked, but still explained. The resurrection of the Demon King was not far off. When the Lord revives, he will surely come to avenge all who betrayed him, though for the groom who knew the truth, it sounded more like a joke. The leader of the Bloodsuckers explained that the heart of the land will soon be in his hands. Moreover, this place is teeming with souls for conducting the ritual. This means that through sacrifice, the Demon King will be reborn as a living corpse. Eventually, the Phantom King could not stand it and decided to find out whether his old friend was sure that the Demon King had ever died at all. He hesitated after this question, and the named continued to insist. Had the King of Vampires seen his corpse or encountered his soul? What report did he receive about the death of the Demon King? Did anyone say that the corpse presented as evidence really belonged to the Lord? He wanted to know how this fool intended to resurrect someone who had never died. Obviously, the vampire could not believe that the Demon King could be alive. The ghostly king himself explained that he insists on his own opinion, as he surely cannot know, so this could be called the Schrödinger's Demon King. Ultimately, the Lord of Vampires became completely enraged that the named one, who appeared here, was trying to make him hesitate with his deceitful tongue. He wanted to give him a chance considering past merits, but now he changed his mind. So, having forged a bloody sword, he proposed to put an end to this boring conversation once and for all. This vampiric aggressiveness of the groom did not surprise her. Their views always diverged, and they invariably settled disputes by force. Therefore, he himself did not object to finding out who would ultimately turn out to be stronger. At this moment, Adolf continued to dodge a bunch of flying attacks. The vampires who were beating him demanded that the hero stop fussing and running away like a rat. Now, when the boy could only dodge their blows, the leader of the Bloodsuckers became terribly annoying to him and no longer intended to play with him. So from his own mouth he breathed out flames, as if mockingly imitating a dragon. Here comes the flame. The rest of the vampires trembled in fear, stunned by the incredible power of the fire. Even Adolf was forced to admit that this freak was truly incredibly strong. Without a doubt, the vampire leader had properly prepared for the battle, since the difference in skills put the mage at a maximum disadvantage. At that moment, Adolf reached into his pocket and finally came across a vial with azure potion inside. The vampire became extremely curious about what the youth was going to do with this liquid. It clearly would not help against the flames. However, the young man hurried to explain to this mosquito that it would not hurt to make his flame a little stronger. Only after that did he drop the vial to the ground, and all the fire aimed at him dispersed in an instant. The young man himself advised the vampire to take care of his wings, he could easily set them on fire. The witch had not practiced using magic for a long time and might have overdone it a bit. Turns out that in the past, the same bearded old mentor had placed a magic seal on Adolf. Because of this, the boy's spells scattered everywhere, he simply could not gather them together. The spell sounded like tearing internal mana chains, also known as magic sealing. It was a deadly spell. When someone used it, it completely blocked the opponent's mana flow for a time. But now the old man terribly wanted to find out what his young apprentice was capable of without magic. Knowing that this weakling had not yet revealed himself, the mentor gave him a book with a simple description of basic enhancement. Magic, it was supposed to help train physical strength. Of course, if Adolf becomes an experienced mage, he will be able to block the sealing by using reverse destruction or mirror annihilation. If he applies this unexpectedly, even great magic masters, such as immortals, will become easy prey. And to speak seriously, only an immortal would be foolish enough to fall into such a trap. So the matter is not how strong a mage is, the main thing is in what state he uses magic. Without it, he will be useless, like a blade without a hilt. So if the apprentice devotes himself to strength training, he will be ready for situations when he cannot use magic. At that moment, the young man realized he cannot gather his internal mana, but he is able to absorb it from external sources. The mentor did not understand such logic, so Adolf interrupted with an explanation. When a riverbed is blocked by a dam, the current finds a new path. If a magical chain can be broken briefly, there will be a chance to absorb mana from outside, but a person must be able to embody this wisdom in practice. Meanwhile, the wise mentor began to praise Adolf for such a brilliant idea. Moreover, there was an ancient legend that someone had already proposed a similar theory 300 years ago. However, mana flows are as complex as the nervous system of a living being, and there is a high probability of making a fatal mistake by disrupting one's own magical flow. Therefore, most sorcerers were not capable of such daring. And suddenly, Adolf grabbed the teacher by the palm. He decided to check his suspicions. At that moment, the elder felt mana escaping through his hand into the student's body, although the magic sealing was still active. This meant that the youth had managed to create a new flow of mana in a matter of moments. And now the young warrior did the same when he smashed a glass containing a substance that held mana. Under the frightened gaze of the vampire, the hero confessed he had not felt this heavy yet nourishing power within himself for a very long time. It felt as if he had returned to the distant past, where he calmly mastered magical arts. But today he could not remember how to properly use spells at all. At that moment, the bloodsucker lunged at the enemy. He did not believe he was a mage and decided, if the opponent used a spell, it would turn out to be completely trivial. While the opponent approached him, the young man gathered the fragments in his hands, using an ice attribute for this. After which he threw them with incredible force at the scoundrel, finally recalling how to roughly use magic. Only then did the vampire realize that magic was the hidden ability of the adversary, and decided that he was an ice sorcerer. But in a moment, the teenager molded huge stone blocks and crushed the bloodsucker. Only after this did the hero remember. He had not had time to explain he was not a mage focused on just one thing. The vampire was extremely enraged because the boy pretended to be an ordinary warrior. He wanted to know how that one had even leveled up his skill tree, because if he had learned everything in a row, his song should have already been sung. However, Adolf calmly explained that he was using magic for the first time in a long while and hoped the enemy would appreciate it. After all, when after ice spells and earth magic he struck with lightning spells, the vampire demanded that the warrior stop, breaking all possible stereotypes. But in the end, the young man finished him off by using electricity magic. It thoroughly roasted the unfortunate enemy. He jumped back in fright, stuck to the wall like a real moth, and realized that the opponent was a true, genuine sorcerer. The bloodsucker wanted to know how many elements the boy controlled. However, Adolf unflinchingly explained that he loved all the elements, so he controlled them all. The vampire considered this completely impossible, because then the boy would have to be at least at the level of an archmage. He calmly explained that since childhood he had mastered earth, fire, wind, water, and even blood. So now, when he controlled electricity, he had absolutely all possible powers. Obviously, looking at what Adolf had prepared, the frightened vampire could not believe that the opponent was so strong. But fortunately for this bloodsucker, at that very moment, the young man's mana had already run out. The vampire obviously understood that the young man had nothing left to do. But now, when he had no magical energy left, the boy mage remembered physical training. With all his might, he hit the vampire on the jaw, and he truly had incredible strength, so for the bloodsucker it remained a mystery. Was this a mage against him, or still a warrior? The young man calmly took out 2 more glasses of liquid containing mana and decided to give the scoundrel an answer to his deathbed question. His initial specialization, which he had adhered to all his life, was mage bodybuilder. While the young man was gathering mana from outside, the vampire had already dealt with his comrades to restore his strength. He was in a furious rage because some human pup dared to wound him, and he burned with a desire to destroy the insolent opponent. But honestly, for Adolf, this sounded like a real joke. While the enemy was feeding on the blood of his own vampires, the young mage had already drawn a magic circle that was supposed to shatter the entire castle to pieces. All that remained for the frightened bloodsucker was to fly away as quickly as possible so that the glowing boulder would not crush him. But at that very moment, the old man broke through the ceiling. He did not let the vampire escape far, falling to the floor and striking him with his landing. The old man did not even realize that he had hit something, so he decided the cries for help and pain he heard were tricks of his imagination. Therefore, he was glad that he finally met Adolf. He was scared when he lost everyone and simply reached out to where all this noise was rising, breaking the floor under his feet. It was very fortunate that he arrived exactly to the young warrior. Firkin decided to find out whom he had fought and where his enemies were. Yet Adolf calmly pointed to the ground and explained to the hero, he can see the enemy. If he stops walking on him, maybe he is even alive. At that moment, the battle between the vampire king and the named one was ongoing. And suddenly, the Lord of the Bloodsuckers realized, no matter how well the necromancer held in battle against such an opponent as him, this futile duel had to be stopped. But the named one thought that the wounded Mosquito King was the one who should surrender. Of course, the enemy immediately noticed. The necromancer's arm had fallen off, which meant he was already close to defeat. But considering that he was immortal, these were trivial matters for him. The vampire king was sure whoever was left without a hand would lose under any circumstances. Meanwhile, the named one knew, at any moment he could grow a new limb. While they were fighting, Dutchen Farven was already approaching the place of their clash together with his suspicious subordinate. Somewhere at that moment, Firkin lifted that unfortunate vampire and sat him on his knees in front of his face for a conversation. He made him understand that the bloodsucker had a choice. Either he could get closer acquainted with the elements of fire, water, lightning, or simply talk to a human, which was the wiser decision. The old warrior wanted to find out from the vampire where the dwarves are currently kept. He pointed to the main passage there. They will be able to find them. Then the hero suggested starting the torture with lightning, and the frightened bloodsucker immediately explained, if they go about 30 floors up from here, they will reach a place called the main passage. Closer to its center will be a room where dwarves are to be kept. They were kept there precisely because these miserable lives had no value, but they could become a perfect sacrifice to resurrect the Supreme Lord of Demons and give him new life. Immediately after this, as he was leaving, Firkin asked his friend Adolf to reward this bloodsucker with some nice lightning discharges. He, of course, became insanely angry because the elder promised to release him, but in the end subjected him to cruel torture. When everything was over, Firkin honestly admitted that he did not expect there to be renegades like these vampires left. The mage hesitated, whether it was worth killing him so quickly, considering that they could learn a lot from him. But the old warrior had already grasped the general essence of what was happening. These scoundrels had turned the entire region into a wasteland, abducting people for sacrifices. The reason they chose this particular place was that the heart of the land lay here. What interested the hero most right now was why Adolf pretended to be a warrior, although he himself knew how to use magic, but the young man had introduced himself as a sorcerer from the very beginning. However, to use swords, he had his reasons. He could not use his magical skills for too long. When he experiences overload, there is a chance of a magical cataclysm, and the main problem was that mana elixirs were insanely expensive. Firkin saw no reason to use elixirs when he had the named one, the King of the Dead, with his boundless magic. The mage could simply borrow a little mana from the necromancer from time to time. After this, Firkin suggested setting out to rescue the dwarves, and the frightened Adolf assumed to start by helping the other comrades. But the experienced hero had not the slightest idea which others were meant. He calmly revealed everything to the young man. Now, in the form of a god, he is weakened, but still incredibly strong. There was no chance that such worthless vampires could defeat a divine warrior of such a level. As for the named one, the King of the Dead, if he does not wish to become a slave, then he is probably fine. Therefore, they should take on their part of the task concerning the rescue of the captive dwarves. Ahead of them awaited endless steps. Firkin hoped that Adolf could teleport, but he miscalculated. So they had to walk on foot up the endless stairs of the cursed fortress. At that moment, the necromancer did not stop fighting, flooding everything around with boundless magical power. Honestly, this impressed him despite his wounds. The Mosquito King still dodged his attacks quite well. In the next moment, the enemy even gathered himself and counterattacked the named one with twice the fury. But already the hands and feet of the vampire were grabbed by the dead, his own fallen subordinates. He crept closer and closer to the body of their former lord and begged, "Daddy, take us away from here, as far as possible away from this cursed place." He, chuckling, only licked his sinister joke. He explained, he decided to make the vampire king a special gift to briefly reunite him with his friends. After that, the necromancer used the corpse explosion technique, and as a result, the three of them flew up in demonic fire. The lord of the bloodsuckers himself drowned in the burning hell. But suddenly, unexpectedly, the named had no time to rejoice in victory before the vampire managed to slip away even from this explosion. In rage, he rushed at the enemy, cutting everything in his path with his bloody sword. The necromancer held the defense, releasing the power of his Reaper of Death. Then, dusting himself off after the explosion, the Vampire King explained that the corpse explosion was too mundane an attack for a warrior of his level. He was curious, when would the King of the Dead finally stop playing childish games with him? Obviously, the other fought not at full strength, and this greatly angered the leader of the Bloodsuckers. At that moment, looking at himself, the named noticed that his clothes were heavily worn. So he decided to hurriedly change them, demonstrating complete contempt for the opponent. The necromancer also responded to the Vampire King's claims, admitting that the opponent himself was not fighting at full strength. He behaved as if he was stalling for something important. In principle, the undead did not hide that he did not intend to spend all his strength fighting a former comrade, because one thing must soon end. The named was surprised by such secrecy. The Vampire King spoke as if he were a true villain from cheap fairy tales, but the necromancer was sure it was about the cleansing of the heart of the land. So he saw no reason for unnecessary secrecy. After all, everyone already understood everything. In the end, the Vampire King had to admit, very soon the heart of the land would be ready, and even the named must understand what this means for the entire continent. Somewhere at that very moment, the dwarf craftswoman finally sighed with joy. She managed to complete the most difficult ritual. The vampire was beaming at the thought that very soon the endless ocean of pure magic would submit to him. The named one barely restrained his laughter, so he immediately hurried to interrupt the bloodsucker. If that was their brilliant plan, then most likely they would get beaten by a single soldier he knew. Obviously, after these words, the Vampire King decided that during the fight he had hit the named one hard on the head, so he lost his mind. As for that young warrior, he was not that strong. And the necromancer, of course, wanted to see how this Mosquito King would fight the warrior he was actually talking about. At that moment, the bloodsucker decided to show the named one something incredibly exciting, and then a blade emerged from the ground so familiar to the necromancer. It was the demonic blade, Doom of the Gods. Obviously, the named one was extremely interested in where someone like the Vampire King got a blade of such terrible power. He thought it was probably a fake. But the vampire even had a certificate of authenticity for this blade. However, it was not the entire blade of the Demon King. During the last battle in the Dark Lord's castle, he found the broken tip of the demonic blade. The blacksmith Vulcan took it and forged another demonic sword from it. This blade, given new life, became the last reincarnation of the Demon King's weapon, and then the vampire was told to keep it for a great purpose. The bloodsucker perfectly understood. If he had the strongest demonic blade and the heart of the earth, then the revival of the Demon King would not be a problem. On the contrary, he himself could become the new Demon King. Even the named himself knew that the Doom of the Gods was a perfect weapon that brought incredible destruction to people. Even if it were only half a sword, it still posed a serious threat to the entire continent. At this moment, revealing all his cards, the King of Mosquitoes offered the necromancer to join him before it was too late. He would create an army of demons again, and then give his old comrade a good position. But suddenly some strange feeling froze the two of them in conversation. It seemed the body of the Vampire King was being squeezed from all sides by invisible clamps. This was exactly the magic of gravity. The sorcerer who cast it knew that such spells were not deadly, so he asked the enemies not to worry. At that moment, Dutchen Farven appeared. He apologized for eavesdropping, but explained that he liked the topic they were discussing. He politely apologized, but explained that they would have to confiscate such a valuable demonic blade. Obviously, the vampire was holding on to his weapon with his last strength, unwilling to give it to Dutchen Farven. The only thing he could squeeze out of himself was the question, where did the stranger learn about their plans? He explained with laughter that he himself was curious about what was happening here, as he had come only to meet one warrior, but stumbled upon much more interesting things. At first, the fighter thought that the Demon King's army had long since fallen apart and scattered, but it turned out, all this time they had been holding here gathered properly. The strangest thing, he came across two generals fighting to the death in the dwarves' lair. Duchin Far Ven had already heard that the named and the warrior act together. But it seems that while the warrior stepped away on business, the old comrades decided to arrange a reunion. The warrior really wanted to find out from what he had just seen, but now the main goal was to take the sword that the Mosquito King had obtained with such difficulty. Of course, the mad vampire immediately declared that Duchin Far Ven would not be able to take the coveted blade from him. But the warrior himself knew they had not yet created a weapon that he could not lift. No matter how hard he tried, the sword would not rise, all because this item was bound to its owner at the time of creation. Duchin Far Venu, of course, was ashamed that he had not thought of it. The sword might already have an owner. He had no choice left, understood. If he forever laid the blade's owner to rest, then everything would settle by itself. But suddenly, just as the sage aimed at the bloodsucker's neck, the demonic blade blocked the strike as if by a wave of magic. The cursed weapon protected its master and moved on its own by the will of its owner. Eventually, the sword fell on Duchin Far Vena with insane force. The warrior laughed, admiring the attempt to harm the king of vampires. Obviously, such power made this sword even more attractive to him after all. Even without direct control, it had colossal might. At that moment, the gravity mage began to shield his master from the demonic blade. Honestly, the named was even a little offended that this gravity sorcerer dared to be distracted by someone else, even though an enemy of his level was nearby. After that, the necromancer summoned the Death Reaper behind the enemy's back. He understood the cursed gravity would hardly affect a phantom that didn't even have a physical shell. In the end, it turned out, magic did not work on the spirit, and the sorcerer had to retreat sharply. When it came to ghosts, gravity was useless. Moreover, most mages were certain that physical attacks did not affect ghosts. The mage understood the essence of the loophole. Spectral entities became vulnerable precisely at the moment of their own attack. When spirits struck, the general laws of nature began to press on their ethereal forms, giving them mass and subjecting them to the force of gravity. So the wizard immediately began to cast a spell, realizing that it was possible to influence through inductive effects. However, at the very moment when the magical bonds were supposed to bind the opponent, the phantom began to dissolve into the air. Now this entity resembled more a quantum mechanical being or a true divine incarnation. But the truth was simpler. The spirit was taken care of by its master, who had quietly appeared behind the mage. He whispered softly that he believed the mage would one day get answers about the nature of the Reaper, but not today. After these words, the king of the dead calmly placed his palm on the sorcerer's shoulder and struck him with a powerful discharge of dark energy. Duchin Far Vian, watching his friend's battle, felt anxiety for his well-being. The fighter suggested to his comrade to call for help if needed, but the next moment he released a pillar of his own energy, showing he did not need support. The named one realized the failure of his plan to overload the mage through magical bonds. This sorcerer had an impressive resistance to spells, which could rival the defense of the king of the dead himself, or even surpass it. Moreover, all the magical tricks that this eccentric used turned out to be incredibly unusual and very powerful. At that time, Duchin Far Vian continued to fight with the blade of the demonic lord. Yet the cursed weapon suddenly snatched itself away and darted off, returning to the palm of its master. Thus the two demonic allies reunited, and each of them knew their fortune. Such a useful cursed sword was very close. Duchin Far Vian approached his comrade and inquired about the minor problems with the magical chains, which he was trying to restore in every possible way. Both warriors understood the inevitability they would have to use the sacred relic, the primordial flame. At first, Duchin Far Vian intended to save this power for a more opportune moment, but now, when the mage was wounded and the ghostly king with the vampire stood right before them, there was no choice left. And even without the presence of the warrior, the knight could not have missed the chance to conduct such a battle. He listened to all of Duchin Far Vian's plans, and his subordinate understood that he would have to write a long explanation about the unjustified use of the relic. The vampire flew into the sky and honestly admitted that he tried to refrain from using the demonic blade, but these little humans simply would not calm down. Bloodsucker had already saturated his body with an excess of wild energy to destroy the opponents with a single swing of the blade. Duchin Far Vian was extremely curious to witness such a spectacle. He hoped that his comrade would not disappoint him, as the knight was already ready to use their secret weapon for this battle. Of course, the mosquito tried to remind the two of his power, the one that allowed him to reduce them to dust in one sitting. However, at the moment, he was not inclined to take such actions. At the end, the vampire addressed the Phantom King with a request to also leave the battlefield, after which he rushed inward and, fleeing from the fight, disappeared into the distance. From the reflection on this named one twisted, the cursed Lord of Mosquitoes still remained the same piece of crap as before. Even Juchen Far Vion experienced complete disappointment, so he decided to learn the plans of the King of the Dead and hoped that he was ready for their battle. At that very moment, the named one realized the arrogant rats were looking for a warrior. It turns out first he would have to deal with him. Therefore, the King of the Dead decided to politely escort the uninvited guests directly to Lord Firekin himself. Meanwhile, the vampire headed to the forge, where the craftswoman had been working all this time. No matter how the bloodsucker looked, he could not find her anywhere. Obviously, the scoundrel had no idea where all the gnomes had gone. He was furiously angry about their disappearance during working hours. But suddenly, a craftswoman jumped out from around the corner and stunned the vampire with a blow from her hammer. Of course, the surprised bloodsucker rushed to find out why the craftswoman decided to prank him, as now is not the time for jokes. He wanted to know what had happened to the heart of the earth. The mosquito did not even suspect that a part of the heart of the earth was imprisoned in her axe. It was with it that she had just struck the vampire. After that, the craftswoman decided to hit even harder and called the technique electric fly swatter. At this moment, the mosquito, having withstood the blow, realized the craftswoman had managed to execute everything according to plan. This meant that there was no longer a need for her and her kin, so he was going to kill the gnome woman. At that moment, the frightened craftswoman howled, giving a signal to the others. The mosquito looked back and saw on the ceiling a huge creature, resembling a divine creator. Meanwhile, Firkin was rushing up the endless ladder together with Adolf at an incredible speed. The youth was amazed that the elder was clearly several steps ahead and wanted to know where he had learned such a spell. Firkin explained that he saw it in another world. There was a shabby young man, and the old man mastered the spell under his supervision. Overall, that guy was quite strange. Shouted the spell every time he used it. He resembled Firkin very much, only a bit crazier. After these explanations, Adolf understood. Earlier he considered Firkin just some old man with foolishness, but the more he learned about him, the stranger and crazier he seemed. And essentially, this was not far from the truth. At that moment, the hero briefly slowed down and sat down after climbing 30 floors. But the most amazing thing was revealed. When he looked at the floor number, it turned out to be the 9th. The old man had the impression that they had been circling around the same point all this time. But the mage hurried to explain that the dwarves' palace was built right inside the rock, so each floor had quite a spacious area. What was surprising was something else. The shorties who lived here were constantly bustling back and forth. Thank the gods, the dwarves themselves were not that stupid. They had lifts that the old man did not know about, and they almost never used the stairs. Eventually, Firkin stopped to rest a little and began to estimate how much time it would take to reach the 30th floor. Moreover, the thought that he did not understand the real reasons why the hero was searching for the sacred blade did not leave Adolf after all. He was so desperate for it. The elder admitted guilt, but the mage found out this was not the main reason. He will not believe that this reason is true, and that he is proclaiming it so loudly to the whole world. People all over the world continued to worship him. Statues of the warrior were erected across the continent. Countless legends about his exploits were passed down orally. No one knew about the loss of the sacred sword. All people saw was the disappearance of the weapon, along with the hero. If Firkin planned to live a quiet life, he should not have obsessed over something that no one cared about at all. However, the warrior understood. Adolf simply had never truly lost anything valuable, and if the blade fell into foolish hands, it could destroy an entire continent. Only then did the young man, deep in thought, realize, as a true warrior, Firkin still upheld his ancient duties. But the grim old man explained, no one but him could wield such a dangerous and powerful weapon as the sacred sword. The very thought that some idiot would wave them right and left or just carry them on his belt made the hero tremble. But then these little people would consider themselves cool, walk around telling everyone about their rebirth, call themselves warriors just because they have this blade. But the sword belonged to the hero. It was his treasure. Of course, part of the warrior's soul still felt guilt and reached for atonement before the comrades who believed him and followed him. He had to bear this burden. After that, the hero asked Adolf not to bring up such a complicated topic anymore. And even the young man felt guilty for having spoken about it at all. At that moment, the old warrior smiled and suggested ending the futile monologue, for they still had to continue on their journey. After these words, Firkin once again soared into the air, using the ancient technique, rules of the treasures of the immortal demons. Watching the warrior, Adolf wondered if his own words were true, but the madness and obsession he noticed for a moment in the old man's gaze were absolutely sincere. At that moment, the divine, Thief already pounced on the king of mosquitoes from above, from the forged ceiling, pinning him down with his mighty legs. Obviously, when the giant pressed the vampire to the ground, the bloodsucker was very angry at the behavior of the pathetic fat man. But the same fat man was already ready to show his muscles as soon as he started pounding the opponent into the ground with all his available strength. But the next moment, the demonic blade again flew into the air and rushed to attack the semblance of a divine creature. Immediately after the giant flew aside from the unexpected blow, the king of mosquitoes decided to find out how this monster of such size ended up in their domain at all. The vampire decided that this bruiser could be an enemy. He was the one who had just defeated two bloodsuckers who were previously sent here to watch over the dwarves. At that moment, all the dwarves remembered the events of old. The dwarves from the workshop literally fainted as soon as they saw a creature the size of a real monster. The giant appeared to them, carrying the exhausted bodies of two vampires, and explained to the little people that he came to save them from the oppression of the bloodsuckers. After which the giant, as if nothing had happened, threw the unconscious opponents to the ground. Then the dwarves recognized among the defeated enemies two henchmen of the king of mosquitoes, those who had long treated them like worms, and incessantly claimed that shorties were incapable of making quality weapons. At the same moment, the mistress of the workshop decided to find out who this giant was and how he ended up here. But however, he calmly explained, while looking for the sharpened little people, he came across those two bugs, the stinker and the armadillo, who led him to the dwarves' hideout. Unfortunately, due to the strange construction of speech, she, the giant craftswoman, barely understood what exactly the divine creator was trying to tell her. Moreover, she did not know whether she could trust him. The very appearance of the giant did not inspire much confidence. So the female gnome asked him to make an effort to explain everything more clearly, but the giant only placed his palm on her head. Clearly, the other dwarfs immediately became frightened because their mistress was in danger, and they became angry at the monster that dared to touch her. But already the next moment, the craftswoman gave them a sign with her hand she was fine. Now, even in such a strange way, she understood what this appearance wanted to tell her. And now the gnome girl understood why the giant called those two vampires real bugs. In any case, his words still sounded a bit strange to her, but now she finally put everything in order, really came here to save them from the tyranny of the bloodsuckers. The craftswoman was glad that the other brothers in the craft were safe, and the rest of the dwarves wanted the mighty giant to show them the same visions of understanding through touch. He laid his hands on their heads but explained, now time was not working in their favor, so they had to hurry with preparations for the decisive battle. And at that very moment, the craftswoman decided to show the giant something very important. When she brushed her hair off her neck, the giant at first thought she wanted to show the beauty of her skin. And on the gnome woman's neck hung the mark of the curse inheritance. Everyone who bore this mark had to unconditionally obey the orders of the king of mosquitoes. The murder of the bloodsucker lord was the only way to remove the cursed mark, and the mistress could not simply walk away, abandoning her brothers. All of them were also bound by similar chains. Of course, the giant was extremely curious to find out exactly what he needed to do then to free the gnomes. And then the craftswoman asked him to give them some of his power. If the little ones had his might and blessing, then they could destroy the greatest of the vampire creatures. Eventually, the appearance of the divine creator decided to help these small people. After thanking the giant, the craftswoman decided to find out how it would be best to address such a mighty being in the future. At that moment, the king of mosquitoes realized that these four had united against him in an uneven battle. However, the bloodsucker was very angry at the small fry for their audacity, so he decided to immediately cut down all this worthless rabble with a single swing of his blade. And in a moment, the giant repelled the attack of the demonic sword with his colossal strength. Of course, after the clash of such colossal forces, the vampire flew away and was very angry at the heavy opponent for such humiliation. At that moment, the giant himself realized that to win, he would have to put in a little more effort. After all, swatting such a large mosquito turned out to be not as simple a matter as it first seemed. Eventually, the opponents continued the duel, and all that was left for the unfortunate king of mosquitoes was to continuously fly up and dodge powerful blows. When the bloodsucker flew very close, he tried somehow to attack the giant, who was not even going to take a defensive stance. Because of such a contemptuous attitude, the vampire became even angrier at the opponent's behavior. He was clearly not a weakling, but he could not be called a serious rival either. The giant himself was stunned by how fast and agile the king of mosquitoes turned out to be in aerial combat. At this moment, observing the enemy's fighting style, the mosquito himself realized he does not know how to properly use weapons, and, it seems, is not even capable of using half of the magical power of the divine stone in his arsenal. The giant looked disgustingly illiterate in the art of war, and this was to the advantage of the bloodsucker. but the vampire could not believe that his loyal comrades had died at the hands of such a clumsy monster, so the king of mosquitoes thought. The giant must have some hidden trump cards up his sleeve. Unfortunately, the bloodsucker did not have enough time to find out exactly how the giant defeated his warriors, so he decided to quickly kill the enemy and deal with the dwarves. But in a moment, heavy chains suddenly clattered, a huge pile of metal fetters covered the mosquito and pressed him to the stone floor of the forge. Obviously, the bloodsucker immediately howled with rage at those cursed freaks who dared to catch him in such a primitive trap. Meanwhile, the craftswoman commanded the dwarves, ordering them to continue tightening the chains to securely hold the opponent. At this moment, while the mosquito was immobilized by the fetters, this became a signal for the giant to finish off the enemy using his mighty hammer. Finally, the giant raised the weapon as high as his arms allowed, aiming for the most powerful strike. Watching this spectacle, the dwarves rejoiced at least because the giant's stance with the hammer was correct, so the little people were sure, with such a natural talent, he would definitely defeat their main enemy. Eventually, the face of the divine creator struck the opponent as hard as possible and literally crushed the bloodsucker into a pancake. The dwarves even got a little bored that everything happened so quickly and easily, but they rejoiced. As soon as their great savior finished this battle, the little people would be able to return to their native town and reunite with their families. And the giant himself understood. This was far from the end of their deadly clash with the mighty opponent. In the next moment, some terrible dark force rose from the place, where only the pitiful remains of the vampire seemed to be left. The gnomes could not believe that the bloodsucker really decided to rise from the dead again, but the shorties thought, now the enemy is weakened from the received injuries, and decided to deal with him together. Only the workshop guide immediately ordered the simple-minded idiots to get as far away from the battlefield as possible. What came from the resurrected opponent was no longer the power that an ordinary vampire once possessed. This was already something wild and forbidden, and it seemed that the dark energy completely took over the entire body of the bloodsucker. The giant immediately recognized the nature of the threat. It was dark, forbidden energy. The Colossus decided to protect the gnomes by delivering a powerful blow with his hammer to the resurrected enemy. However, to great surprise, the vampire easily stopped this attack with his bare hand, after which the bloodsucker shattered the giant's weapon into the smallest particles and reached all the way to the very divine stone of his enemy. The enemy had no idea how the giant, with such banal knowledge and magic, could even claim to use such a mighty divine power. Obviously, the gnomes could not believe that someone could break such a mighty weapon with one hand. They had only heard of such a thing once in ancient legends. Suddenly, the giant grabbed the vampire by the head with an iron grip. The eyes of the Colossus flashed with a piercing blue light, and the king of mosquitoes immediately understood the enemy's plan. This monster decided to subjugate his mind with his will. The bloodsucker became very interested to find out what hidden powers the giant was endowed with. It was precisely with them that he was able to defeat two mighty comrades. The vampire madly began to push the image of the divine creature out of his own consciousness. After a successful resistance, the mosquito laughed, understanding. Now even this terrifying enemy was within his reach like the rest of the miserable world. But in reality, the entire battle was happening exactly in his head. The bloodsucker only chuckled mockingly, already unconscious, as if he was seeing some pleasant dream. While the vampire was under mental influence, the demonic blade of his master sensed something wrong. The cursed sword rushed into battle against the giant. The craftswoman immediately rushed to the giant to protect the savior, but the blade was aimed precisely at her. When the gnome woman jerked forward, she had already said goodbye to life in her thoughts. But the giant took the blow, allowing the blade to pierce his body. The form of the divine creator apologized to the craftswoman and assured that he tried to do everything possible to save them. The demonic blade returned to its master, who did not understand what was happening at all, and stood as if under the influence of dozens of drunk cups of alcohol. So the weapon began awakening the master, slapping him sharply across the face. Immediately after this, the vampire came to his senses and found the divine crystal of the giant in his hands. The craftswoman glanced thoughtlessly. Why does the face speak such tragic words, as if already preparing for death? And the giant calmly explained one warrior taught him to deliver such speeches when he has to take damage in battle. Watching this scene, the king of mosquitoes laughed heartily. He proclaimed that the whole world should prepare to meet the new ruler. Of course, the bloodsucker could finish off these pathetic creatures in a second. However, he wanted to show mercy and will allow them to become food in honor of the return of the demon king. After these words, continuing to laugh, the vampire flew away to carry out his sinister plans. The craftswoman became angry. The opponent managed to snatch one of the stones, but she still had the second crystal, which even the foolish king did not suspect. Meanwhile, Firkin, breathing heavily, finally reached the required floor. The elder could not believe it despite his gray old age. He still managed to overcome the ascent. The warrior and Adolf reached the room where all the dwarves were supposed to be. The place resembled a battle arena, but there was no shorty anywhere. A disgusting smell of blood hung in the air. Firkin understood the blood appeared here, not just like that. The elder began to look around, and as soon as he glanced into the corner, he saw numerous bloodied gnome bodies, scattered disorderly across the stone floor. At that time, the Phantom King and the knight were pondering, would it be right to follow the unnamed to meet with Firkin? They could not trust the king of the dead, for he was a servant of the legendary hero. Moreover, being a demon, he was a natural enemy to them. However, for the Phantom King himself, his knights were true fools. They could indeed be trusted, since demons are ready to betray their commander at any second. The logic of the gravity mage seemed quite clear, but Duchin Far Vion hurried to destroy it. Demons cannot be trusted under any circumstances. They are cunning liars by their very nature. The Phantom King did not deny this fact, but he had nothing to lose regardless of the outcome, victory or defeat of the warrior. And if the old warrior became very angry and started smashing everything around, the Phantom ruler would be interested to watch. Then Duchin Far Vion asked how would they get to Firkin? Would they just wander around looking for the old man? That would look very ridiculous, considering they had no idea where to search for him. And the Phantom King hastened to explain finding the warrior would not be particularly difficult. It was only necessary to find any ruined places wherever Firkin passed. Due to his wild character, nothing in the city remained untouched. Duchin Far Vion understood. Now that they had obtained the necessary information from the Phantom King, he was no longer needed. But the knight decided to take the spirit with him in case he was wrong in his assumptions. The named until that moment realized apparently the warrior was climbing the stairs and was undoubtedly heading to the very top of the tower. Duchin Far Vion found it suspicious that the Phantom King was so confidently holding to his words. The thing was that the spirit simply felt a terrible aura of death, the very same that was coming from the upper floors. At that moment, Firkin froze, looking at the pile of corpses. Veins of anger appeared all over his face. After a long silence, Adolf admitted, this place resembles a slaughterhouse more than an arena. No matter how much the mage checked the condition of the dwarves, he did not find a single living one among them. Suddenly, they heard the quiet voice of the little guy who had regained consciousness. The dwarf was badly wounded, his eyes were foggy, but he still tried to make out the people who had come. Firkin immediately rushed to the dying one to find out what had happened and whether he could speak. The elder explained that he was about to help when suddenly the dwarf grabbed his cloak. The little guy immediately ordered the people to run, otherwise they would all perish. Firkin gently removed the dwarf's hand and quietly explained that it was not necessary to shout, and the dwarf began to apologize for his behavior. He was very upset. Coughing up blood, the dwarf made it clear there was almost no time left, and soon their beautiful home would turn into a real hell. Of course, Firkin understood. It was unlikely that anything could be worse than what he had seen. Although the gnome's words sounded terrible, it turned out that everything you had seen so far was only the beginning of the ritual the vampires were preparing for. This will happen not only here, the corridors of the castle itself, everything will turn into the netherworld. Everywhere there will be corpses, piles of dead bodies. The entire mountain has already been soaked with the aura of death. Literally, the whole rock will become a huge magical circle for the resurrection of the demonic king. Every living creature on the mountain will be sacrificed. The gnome hoped that the people would flee and not become the next victims. Immediately after these words, the short one took his last breath, and his head gently fell onto his shoulder. Approaching, Adolf closed the unfortunate one's eyes so that he could rest in peace. But it turned out the gnome was not yet dead, he was just tired from the long conversation. Firkin noticed the little one did not look at death at all, so he gave him a healing elixir. Having drunk the potion, the gnome immediately felt better and repeated, "The Mosquiti are preparing for the second coming of the Demon King, but people can still escape." While the gnome was drinking the potion, Firkin decided to find other survivors. He still had a few vials of the healing remedy left. In truth, deep down the elder was outraged by these foolish mosquito creatures with their absurd, overwhelming sense of loyalty. And moreover, it was completely pointless that they tried to bring into the world someone who had been alive all this time anyway. However, Firkin was not completely sure that the Demon King was really dead. Maybe he died while sitting in his bag. The last blow that hit the Dark Lord was strong enough, and Errol could finish him off from inside the sack. But the warrior did not know if anyone could even die in that cursed sack, so he was not sure whether the spell needed to be broken to save everyone. Eventually, the elder realized it would be very awkward if he had been wrong about the death of the demonic king all this time, and the enemies really could revive him. And Firkin still could not believe that the mosquitoes had caused such a massacre just to save the Demon King. Demons really were pests. The best solution for them remained the simple destruction of every single one. At first Firkin came here only for the heart of the land, but everything turned upside down. The old man could not just leave after everything he had learned. There was no choice left. He would have to win the heart of the king of the mosquitoes as well. Although Firkin was bitter that he did not manage to save the innocent people who were here before, the elder could at least pray for the repose of their souls. Voidal decided to think about where to find those mosquitoes who were responsible for all this slaughter among the gnomes. But in a moment, the very culprit of the massacre calmly arrived to their floor-B elevator. The vampire even praised the shorty's technologies. They turned out to be the best in the world and saved him precious time. The bloodsucker was impressed. He managed to reach the 30th floor so quickly. Moreover, the mosquito was very surprised when he saw the mighty Firkin among the gnome guests. The vampire could not even imagine that he would again meet the warrior who retired many years ago after the victory over the Demon King. It seemed that Firkin was ready to pounce on the mosquito for the massacre he caused, but the old man was stunned by something else. All this time, it turned out, there were elevators here for the convenience of the residents. Honestly, even the vampire was surprised that the hero got here on his own 2 feet, unaware of the existence of lifts. At first, the bloodsucker considered Firkin a true hero, but he turned out to be just a barbarian who rejected all the achievements of civilization for the sake of old habits. In any case, the mosquito did not care about the warrior's past merits. Now the old man became another valuable piece of meat, needed for the resurrection of the Demon King as a sacrifice. Of course, Firkin was furious because he had spent so much time and effort to get here on foot due to his own ignorance. He was also annoyed that now he would have to deal with the bloody misdeeds of the mosquito among the defenseless gnomes, so the old man decided to vent all his accumulated anger on the vampire. And it was not that Firkin was once a hero of humanity, it was just that this mosquito insanely irritated him with his impudence and cruelty. So the warrior immediately approached the opponent, intending to deal with him. The king of mosquitoes only slyly laughed, understanding. For the resurrection of the demon lord, there would be nothing more useful than to sacrifice a legendary hero. The bloodsucker believed that their master should receive the best possible victim, and the person who once killed the demon king would become the perfect material for the ritual. Saying this, the vampire drew his demonic sword, and the hero was surprised that all villains behave too predictably before the fight. They invariably boast about their weapons. Only then did Firkin realize what blade this bastard was holding in his hands. The mosquito laughed heartily, fully understanding that Firkin was surely familiar with this legendary blade. When the elder looked at the demonic sword, he was overwhelmed by painful memories of his own past about despair in the battle with dark forces. Once the Demon King suddenly roared so loudly that the roar of the Lord deafened all creatures of the celestial realm. Under the absolute superiority of his cursed army, the whole earth trembled. The cruel and merciless nature of demons, which had been restrained for centuries by magical seals, burst out and rushed like a mountain stream, announcing their presence to humans. All living things were trampled, crushed, and crushed under the pressure of the dark hordes. But even the darkest shadow is always dispelled by light, so finally a hero appeared, ready to fight the great butcher of humanity. A warrior against the Demon King, light against darkness, a fight between two equally powerful opponents. No matter how banal it sounded, these two inevitably clashed in a fight as if fate itself doomed them to confront each other in the final battle. But there was one thing possessed by one side, and the other was deprived of it. That which even the gods feared, blessing and curse, birth and death. That which demons had, but the hero lacked the perfect weapon to kill the opponent. The unarmed warrior tried to defeat the opponent with tricks and various items from his magical bag, but the probability that some effective thing would fall out from there was so low that Firkin already wanted to stop the hopeless fight. But fate did not let the hero go so easily, and then in his hands appeared the sword of constellations called to stop the destruction of the world, a blade that cut off corruption and destroyed demons, the very sword of light, a sacred weapon. It was an unprecedented blade that gathered many names around itself because its very appearance became an unprecedented phenomenon. Its power was so mighty that even the nickname magical sword did not suit it. Sacred blade given by the gods for killing demons, the only weapon capable of defeating the Demon King, and humanity's last hope for salvation from darkness. However, Firkin lost the sacred sword 30 years ago, even before the victory over the Demon King. At that moment, he was feverishly rummaging through his magic bag, not believing that the blade was not there. The elder thought maybe he either forgot the weapon at home or dropped it on the way, but he was sure the sword was in the bag before the last battle. Therefore, now the warrior had not the slightest idea what to do facing the resurrected Demon King and without his main weapon. The Dark Lord grew tired of waiting, while the worthless man rummaged through his belongings, so he attacked first. After that, Firkin even accused the Demon King of cowardice for daring to swing a sword at an unarmed opponent. The warrior declared that the king was truly worthy of his demonic title with such unworthy behavior. The Lord of Darkness himself was shocked that the man mocked him while fighting in the strongest of all created protective armors. Eventually, the Demon King agreed to wait until the warrior found his last allied sword for an honest duel. Firkin was grateful for the sense of honor even in a demon. Then the elder drew a pistol, intending to hit the opponent with a surprise attack. Yet the Demon King stopped even such a daring attempt with modern weaponry. After that, the hero decided to use the ultramodern plasma corrector, MK2, believing that against such advanced armament, the cunning enemy would not stand. But the Dark Lord easily repelled such childish babble of technologies. The king made the hero understand that he would not defeat him with such petty tricks. Then Firkin drew his faithful old sword, and despite the blade not being sacred, the warrior believed he could eradicate evil with it. But the opponent shattered the ordinary weapon with a single strike of his demonic blade. Even after that, Firkin did not give up and again drew his pistol to shoot straight in the face. With his attack, he literally pierced the Demon King's head through and through. Unfortunately, this attack also did not work obviously. The Lord of Darkness was still alive. He irritably pushed away the annoying enemy, and from this, Firkin flew away with a crunch of bones and crashed into a stone wall. If the warrior had not worn protective armor, he would have been torn in half by such a blow. But despite this, the warrior assumed such a thing could happen and was ready for the clash before the fight. He added a bit more magical protection to the armor. At that very moment, the Demon King's patience snapped from the hero's endless tricks, so the Dark Lord decided to put an end to the man's boring antics. While the hero tries to find something useful in his supplies, the king will burn absolutely everything Firkin just emptied from the magic bag. Honestly, the old man at that moment literally froze with horror. The demon was burning his valuables, which the warrior had been acquiring for 16 years while searching for the lost sacred sword all over the world. Now everything was blazing with demonic fire and turning to ashes right before his eyes. Firkin felt that what was happening was just a terrible nightmare. Not only had his main sword disappeared, but all the other things the old man had collected for a comfortable old age were destroyed. The warrior thought that this was surely some trick of the demon's mind. And at that very moment, the Demon King stealthily approached the hero from behind. The Dark Lord honestly admitted that he liked the spectacle arranged by the man. He eagerly expected something powerful from Firkin, like the legendary sacred sword, but apparently there was nothing to show. Of course, the warrior immediately ordered the demon to be silent and not blaspheme if he had the sacred blade. The king would not have been walking this land alive for a long time. It seems that even the Lord of Darkness was interested in trying on the power of the sacred weapon himself, because all the hero's other armaments seemed ridiculously boring to him. Unfortunately, Firkin could do nothing about it due to the loss of his main weapon, but he also could not leave the enemy in ignorance about the whereabouts of the sword, because that would be rude to a worthy opponent. So the warrior asked the demonic king to wait a little while. He found the lost sacred blade. Firkin asked to postpone their final battle until he returned with the weapon. But the angry king ordered that this little man should not even dare to bother him with empty promises, and attacked with such speed that Firkin barely managed to protect his head from a devastating blow. All that was left for the warrior was to offer the king to negotiate a truce, because the hero had to find his sword so that they could properly finish the confrontation that had begun 30 years ago. But the Lord of Darkness showed no mercy to the young opponent. It was at that fatal moment that the Demon King inflicted a terrible scar across Firkin's face. The warrior froze as if turned to stone, while the vampire watched with surprise the strange expression of horror on his face. The King of Mosquitoes could not believe his own eyes. Could the famous hero really be gripped by fear of his dark magic? However, old Firkin hastened to explain that this sudden weakness was caused only by post-traumatic disorder, a consequence of old wounds. While the warrior struggled with the rising panic, young Adolf hurried to him. The young mage friendly patted his senior comrade on the shoulder, trying to calm him and assure him that there was nothing to worry about. At that very moment, as soon as he saw Adolf's appearance, Firkin was again overwhelmed by memories of former times. Then only the brave Errol saved him from inevitable death. She managed to do so right in the heat of the battle against the hordes of darkness. The girl shielded him with her body from a deadly blow, hoping that Firkin would be fine after the wounds received. Fortunately, the wounds were not fatal, and even the old warrior felt embarrassed by these burdensome memories. So at that very moment, all his anxieties seemed to vanish as if by magic. After that bloody battle, the human emperor himself visited the Demon King's palace. The ruler held a small bag in trembling hands and shouted the name of his beloved Errol for a long time, believing that the girl was somewhere inside this spatial artifact. Of course, everyone at court hurriedly began to remind the heir prince, this is just a magic bag, not Ariel herself. Yet the prince sternly ordered those fools to be silent. He was convinced his beloved was still inside the bag. The knights decided that their lord had gone mad with grief, since no person could fit into such a small vessel. At that very moment, the ruler of humanity cried out in soul-deep pain, not understanding why Ariel had so recklessly sacrificed herself to seal the demon king. But soon the emperor gathered his resolve and swore he would get his beloved out of there at any cost. At that moment, Firkin hurried to stop his comrade and grabbed his hand. The experienced warrior fully understood the emperor's feelings, but the time had come to stop. Moreover, he himself understood it was impossible to destroy this bag. Thanks to Ariel's sacrifice, the demon king himself was securely sealed inside the artifact. Thus, at the very moment the emperor opens the bag, the imprisoned Lord of Darkness will gain freedom, and the sacrifice of the valiant Ariel will be in vain. However, the prince was burning with rage because Firkin had acted so cruelly and made Ariel a scapegoat for his own mistakes. First, the warrior lost Bendel, and now he had sacrificed her as well. The emperor understood this would not have happened if he had not lost that cursed sacred blade. The ruler believed that he himself was meant to be chosen by the sacred weapon, not someone else. Firkin truly had nothing to say except to apologize for everything that had happened. Yet the warrior admitted he was not the only one to blame for what happened. If they had shown a bit more cleverness, they would have understood. He tried his best, but luck turned away from him. Firkin lost the sacred sword not by his own will, but by the will of fate. Of course, the emperor was angry, believing that Firkin, like a brat, was trying to justify his mistakes. The warrior fully understood how his words sounded, and in any case knew all responsibility lay squarely on him. So the emperor wanted to know what exactly Firkin had planned. Was he really going to run away like a coward? Then Firkin calmly approached the lifeless body of Bendel, recalling his friend's last request. The main wish of the fallen one was to be buried near the hut where he had spent the best years of his life. Now the warrior had to fulfill this duty of honor. Firkin promised that he would leave briefly to properly return the land of his comrade who had passed away. However, he also swore that he would definitely return after finding the lost sacred sword and atoning for his guilt. After these words, Firkin disappeared, and no one saw him for 30 long years. The emperor was amazed for a mortal man. 3 decades is a considerable time, so all these years the ruler cursed the fugitive. The emperor, being young, did not even suspect that Firkin had decided to steal the very spatial bag with the sealed demon king before his disappearance. The ruler understood it was foolish on his part to trust a boy from some back alley, but now, even though it took many years, the preparation was complete. The emperor already understood Firkin was unable to untie the knot he himself had tied with his own blunder, so the ruler would be the one to do it instead of him. Over the past years, he had created hundreds of magical swords with the souls of noble phantoms. He had to wage countless wars to obtain all the necessary components for this spellcasting. Now only one thing remained: to take that bag from Firkin and save his beloved Errol. At that moment, the commander of the First Knight Order approached the emperor and reported that they had once again located the fugitive warrior. The First Knight Order arrived and was ready to fight under the command of their lord. The emperor reminded them that a second failure could not happen. They had to prepare thoroughly so as not to miss the chance to reach Firkin. The main task was to seize the spatial bag, even if it meant sacrificing their own lives. Of course, all the knights were ready to follow orders for the sake of their great ruler. At that moment, the vampire king standing opposite the hero noticed the air suddenly changed somehow. It reminded him of a scene from movies where the main hero immersed himself in memories of the past and finally found inner strength. And the warrior admitted that he felt roughly the same, because, reflecting on past events, he managed to let them go, understanding nothing could be changed. Moreover, this was necessary in order to now face the harsh reality face to face. After this, Firkin praised the king of the mosquitoes for all the work done in resurrecting the undead army, and did not believe that the vampire was really going to resurrect the demon king. The blood-sucking creature wanted to revive the Lord of Darkness as immortal, and then make this world demonic again, perhaps with some changes. Now the vampire held incredible power in his hands. His cursed blade literally whispered dark advice to him. So the bloodsucker aimed to become the new ruler of the demons. And Firkin sharply objected to this crazy idea, and the vampire did not want to listen to lectures from a mortal warrior at all. Suddenly the hero decided to find out who was more important, the Mosquito King himself or his demonic blade. Of course, the vampire believed that he owned this sword, but for some reason allowed the weapon to control him. He did this because he was sure the blade gave him power over all demons. Yet Firkin reminded him the life of each belongs only to himself. So the vampire had to break the cursed blade and act as his own will suggested, not the whisper of darkness. Right then the bloodsucker pondered what he really wanted. And nothing good came to his mind, and the first thing he wanted was to kill those disgusting idiots who were ruining his grand plans to conquer the world. Of course, Firkin was very disappointed that the Vampire King had still fallen under the influence of dark magic. The bloodsucker himself admitted that Firkin's whisper in his ear turned out to be even more devilish and tempting than the enchantment of the demonic sword. But hardly any warrior would be so reckless as to voluntarily give up such a powerful blade. Firkin understood perfectly. Although the vampire was one of the 7 demons, he had no idea how terrible it was to possess this cursed sword. However, the King of Mosquitoes was not interested in this at all. He felt that the current situation was not suitable for long conversations or caring for each other. So the vampire wanted Firkin to simply watch how a new ruler of all demons would be born here and now. At that moment, the hero noticed in the hands of the winged creature the very heart of the earth he had long sought across all lands. Firkin was about to thank the vampire for bringing the artifact here, although the warrior had not directly asked him to do so. Still, the hero asked the bloodsucker to handle the stone more carefully, because this magical crystal was truly a priceless treasure. But suddenly, the bloodsucker pressed the magical artifact to his own chest. Only when the vampire's body brightly flared with the crimson light of the absorbed power did Firkin realize. The scoundrel had completely lost his mind from the thirst for power. The warrior could not understand what kind of degenerate one must be to stab a magical stone into his own chest, not even waiting for the end of the opponent's speech about the importance of the artifact. Now the heart of the earth had already been used and lost forever, so the hero burned with righteous anger. At that very moment, the named led 2 royal knights to the required floor of the tower. They understood where to go because a deafening roar of battle came from there. In the end, Firkin was so enraged by the loss of the priceless artifact that with one blow of his mighty palm, he broke a massive column standing nearby. After that, he grabbed this stone boulder and immediately hurled it at the winged fool he had deprived him of the heart of the earth. However, the vampire effortlessly split the fragment flying at him with his demonic blade, and only small shards fell to the ground. At that moment, Firkin leapt into the air, jumping over falling stone fragments as if over steps, and reached his fiercest enemy. After which the warrior clenched both palms into a tight fist to punish this scoundrel with a devastating blow. But the Mosquito King only casually snapped his fingers, and suddenly a blood-red pillar of magic covered the old man, sending him flying toward the ground. Yet Firkin still managed to gather himself in the air, and though with difficulty, landed on his feet. At that moment the warrior quickly realized, not everything is given to a person only through a strong body and combat experience. The fact that this mosquito could fly irritated him terribly, but now, when the heart of the earth obeyed the vampire, he became a truly dangerous opponent. At that very moment, a new attack burst straight at the hero, and he hurried to dodge by doing a somersault. However, Firkin was extremely outraged that this creature, among other things, had also learned to shoot beams of laser magical energy. Meanwhile, the voice of the cursed blade in the bloodsucker's head gave him the order, kill this old man and everyone else. The sword sought to destroy absolutely everyone who dared to stand in the way of world domination. But the vampire quickly came to his senses. He was tired of the noise that incessantly poured into his head. So the Mosquito King ordered his blade to stop commanding. He already understood what it wanted from the very first time. After which, simultaneously attacking with magic, the vampire reminded that the cursed blade belonged to him, and therefore he himself was the king of demons. No one had the right to give him orders, for he was the almighty Lord of Darkness, and certainly no sword would control his thoughts. Having heard these words, Firkin laughed madly at the bloodsucker's thoughts about omnipotence. After that, he grabbed a heavy clod of earth and threw it at this omnipotent one. Let him deal with an ordinary stone at least. However, the vampire perfectly understood. These were only the old man's futile attempts, which would lead to nothing against his new power. At that moment, he cut the stone block in 2 with his blade, and immediately felt something unexpected. At the same moment, the bloodsucker felt hellish flames flare up behind his back. Young Adolf, sucking magical power from the defeated dwarves, cast the best spells he was capable of at that very moment into the battle. The young mage summoned the power of water and fire, enclosing the winged mosquito in a ring of elemental magic. Therefore, the vampire did not notice Firkin sneaking up behind him. This was quite enough for the warrior to manage to sneak up on the enemy, strike him with a powerful blow, and knock his mosquito to the ground. After that, Firkin approached the place where he had landed and still could not hold back laughter at the fact that this freak really considered himself an omnipotent ruler. At that moment, Duchin Far Ven, who had just arrived, joined the fight. Having confirmed that the rumors about the legendary Firkin were true, the knight rejoiced at meeting the mighty hero of past times. After that, he introduced himself and explained that it was a great honor for him to meet Firkin himself. Of course, the hero immediately cast a confused glance at the named one. He decided that these two were his friends. But the Phantom King hastened to explain. He brought them here because these two could not find Firkin on their own. Judging by the attire of these two, the old warrior quickly realized, most likely, these were the same guys who came to him last time for a spatial bag. Probably the Emperor, having sent the right hand and that one was defeated, now sent the left as a backup option. Duchin Far Ven was sincerely impressed by the insight of the warrior, who saw through everything. Therefore, the knight no longer saw the need to explain this matter at length. Firkin should already perfectly understand why they appeared. Yet Duchin Far Ven, as vice-captain of the First Knightly Order and envoy of His Majesty the Emperor, had to help the ruler achieve his goals. The knights also explained to the hero, although he had gained allies a mage and a necromancer, sometimes that was still not enough to overcome one's fate and atone for past sins. But Firkin, furious at the audacity of these two, despite their gravity magic, rushed into attack with mad strength and demanded that they return to the royal palace and bring him an order for his own arrest if they really wanted to capture him. The most amazing thing was that Duchin Far Ven managed to notice the fist flying straight at him and instantly deflected the attack with his fiery spear. When the hero deflected that fiery blow with his hand, he did not immediately realize that it was slightly burned. He only smelled the pleasant scent of roasted meat. After that, Firkin noticed his palm and immediately began blowing on it to cool the burn. And Duchin Far Ven froze. He could not believe that this old man was so powerful. The knight understood. The hero's resistance to magic was at the highest level. Ordinary magical abilities would not have left even a scratch on him. He saw that the warrior was enveloped in a protective oral barrier, and most likely, even ordinary physical blows would have no chance against such a powerful opponent. This is roughly what Duchin Far Ven expected from the legendary hero. He was pleased that after so many years, he had encountered such a strong enemy, a worthy match for his blade. The knight really hoped that at least Firkin would somehow entertain him in Battleland, then he would admire this old man even more. Then Firkin decided to prepare a special strike for the young knight full of fun. However, the warrior understood everything. This young man had very strange preferences regarding violence and fights, but he was not going to convince him of a love for battles. At that moment, Amenavani sat aside, with a smile on his bony face, watching the duel unfolding. After that, the Phantom King put on his royal bone glasses to comfortably watch everything that was happening, only lacking popcorn for complete enjoyment of the spectacle. When the hero attacked the firefighter, he, armed with his fiery spear, managed to block this attack. But even despite the successful defense, Firkin's strike embedded colossal force in Himselfan. The knight flew back, and deep trenches were carved under his feet from the resistance of the ground under the powerful pressure. Ultimately, Duchin Far Ven could not deny Firkin's abilities were truly impressive. His strength was destructive, and he created all this with bare hands, without any weapons. It seemed the hero had long since crossed all human limits and become something greater. Moreover, the knight knew these powers were not yet the limit of the legendary warrior's abilities, and even more incredible displays of might awaited him ahead. But suddenly Duchin Far Ven felt a demonic force that flashed past him with deadly speed. Clearly, he was outraged that someone dared to interfere in their flawless duel of honorable warriors. However, at that very moment, the Vampire King, who emerged from the rubble, maddened by the power of the heart of the earth, already wanted to kill everyone present to crush them to pieces with his colossal might. After this stunning attack, even the invulnerable Firkin was covered in small wounds from magical shards all over his body. At that moment, under the influence of his cursed blade, the Mosquito King completely went mad and decided to kill everyone who was in that place. The vampire was simply swinging his demonic sword mindlessly, while the weapon continued to enchant him with whispers of dark advice, so that the bloodsucker would focus on its words about world domination. But while the vampire was recklessly charging at everyone in turn, he did not notice how someone sneaked up from behind and pierced him through with a flaming spear. Duchin Far Ven only calmly apologized to the opponent for not being able to allow him to do whatever he pleased, because capturing Firkin alive was his direct duty to the Emperor. However, the newly minted demonic king was furious at the audacity of this knight. He dared to wound the Lord of Darkness. And the mage could not believe that his ally was really going to fight this mighty enemy alone. The Imperial Knight's target was only Firkin, since now the warrior was severely wounded after the clash with the Vampire King. It was the perfect chance to capture the legendary hero and bring him to the Emperor to settle old scores. But Duchin Far Ven understood. This eccentric vampire would not allow them to take advantage of such an opportunity to capture Firkin. So the knight asked the mage to take care of the wounded soldier, while he himself would take on this monster in a duel. Of course, for the mage, this seemed like a sufficiently crazy idea. Even with his own magical powers and the hero's wounded state, he was unlikely to be able to defeat such a powerful enemy. But Duchin Far Ven trusted his comrade, so he quickly disappeared from the battlefield. The mage himself was outraged at having such a useless command, and he regretted 300 times that he had gone to serve under the leadership of this reckless knight. At that moment, the royal knight realized the vampire's wounds healed too quickly, and from the stone in his chest, he was becoming stronger. Moreover, he was no longer conscious. All that drove him was the thirst for murder. He had no choice but to use the sacred flame of the first man. Raising his hand above the blue fire, he began to absorb its power through his own skin. The warrior himself wanted to find out who would win, the vampire and the heart of the earth, or the flame that never goes out. At that moment, the warrior, bleeding, stood in one place, not moving all this time. Even the named hurried to check if Firkin was still alive after the powerful attack of the vampire king. Of course, it was a particularly strange request, considering that the warrior was still standing on two legs, but the Phantom King was so confident in the hero's power that he would not have been surprised if he had remained standing even after death. Moreover, if an ordinary person's head usually flew off their shoulders after a blow that hit them directly, and Firkin stayed in place, the king could not imagine what kind of hellish body he had. Firkin reminded the named with displeasure. His body was seriously mutilated by vampire magic. If he took a few more such blows, he would be in a miserable state no matter how strong his body was. On the other hand, as is known, he who does not risk does not drink champagne. Therefore, the warrior had a way to win this fight. Victory here consisted only in staying alive and breaking free from the clash. The named was often disappointed that Firkin was so ready to retreat. However, he could not call it a flight. Rather, the warrior would say it was a tactical retreat of an experienced fighter. Of course, the Phantom King wanted to know what Firkin intended to do with the lost heart of the earth. After all, returning the magical stone of such colossal power would be far from easy. However, Firkin perfectly understood they would no longer be able to use this stone in the near future. At that moment, the artifact was not only under the influence of the vampire's dark energy, but also tainted by the power of the cursed blade. Cleansing it again would be extremely difficult, and by the time the bloodsucker stopped using it, the heart of the earth would be covered with a web of cracks from overstrain. However, the named understood, this did not yet mean there was no way to fix everything and return the artifact. Therefore, the king could not believe that Firkin was giving up so easily. He decided that perhaps the old man was simply morally broken by defeat. These words offended the warrior greatly, and on his weakened body, they swelled with rage. After this, most surprisingly, he began to strip off his clothes already completely torn on his body by magical attacks. After which he showed the ghost a huge scar that adorned his chest. Once Firkin was caught trying to steal the sacred sword from the treasury of the King of Spirits. At that very moment, everyone from high-level spirits to the king himself grabbed their weapons to defeat him. And then the warrior truly thought he would go to the ancestors, but still won the fight. And all because then he realized he absolutely did not care about the consequences. He simply left the battlefield as soon as he saw the hopelessness of further fighting, and then he only suffered wounds from the claws and fangs of the spirits. Even when he faced the dragon of Grey Mountain face to face, or when he caught the swamp kraken, or when he tore open the belly of the goblin king in his treasury in the end, only wounds remained from him, which turned into scars as a reminder of victories. And then Firkin realized, if you fight terrible monsters, all it will give you is just new scars on your body. So why should he get into this fight, where even the mighty Duchin Far Ven could not properly defeat the mad vampire? The warrior just wanted to retreat quickly before the rest of the enemies noticed them. There was a very strange atmosphere of magic and death here, better not to linger. At that moment Adolf approached and hurried to explain that all the dwarves who survived had already been evacuated to a safe place. The old man immediately thanked his good friend, who had worked so hard to save the innocent. After that, Firkin sent the named to talk to the dwarves, who was waiting outside, so that they could help escort the rescued dwarves to their new refuge. However, at that very moment, the Phantom King looked at his master with a strange gaze and cursed something. Only after that did the necromancer report that Firkin's task was completed. He blew up the undead corpses, and this became the signal for evacuation. At that moment, the dwarves lurking on the other side of the dungeon noticed. The vampire corpses began to rise into the air one by one from the necromantic explosions. Of course, it did not sound very appetizing, but since the signal was given, Firkin decided to retreat before the enemies intercepted them. But at that moment, the gravity magic rolled stones in front of the hero, and they blocked his path to the exit. The gravity mage himself was extremely curious to find out where these three were heading in the middle of such an exciting battle. He was incredibly sorry to understand that they were going to escape, because from that moment, they were already worthy opponents for him. Of course, Firkin was insanely furious that this guy was interfering with his legendary escape from the enemy lair. And the mage believed that he must give his all in the battle against these three opponents. But suddenly he realized Firkin had not entered the fight. Instead, the fighter threw all his strength into breaking through a passage in the corner of the dungeon, smashing the floor with mighty fists. Of course, no one could have guessed that the hero would so fearlessly escape through the ground. It was truly unpredictable, so the mage had no idea what kind of person one must be to create such absurdity with bare hands. At that moment, Duchenfar Ven, who had taken his true fiery form, ordered the mage to follow those who fled. The knight promised to join him as soon as he dealt with that demonic scum, so the mage absolutely could not lose sight of them. At that moment, in response to his words, the vampire only growled and buried himself in neighing, making it clear that he would not so easily let his victim slip from the jaws of death. But Firkin laughed, flying down the cave tunnels, and understood. Now no one could stop his legendary escape from this underground Shawshank. At that moment, the zombified vampire corpses wandered through the gnome corridors and showed the saved ones the way so they could safely escape the undead lair. And the gnomes, honestly, were surprised to meet vampire zombies, and such good-natured and helpful ones at that. It was at this moment that Firkin finally broke through quite far into the depths of the earth, but to be honest, his back hurt badly after such mining work, punching the stone with his fists. After that, the warrior looked up at the height he had dug and realized how much he would like a home with such high ceilings for convenience. Moreover, the hero hoped that the dungeon owners would not be upset because he had done them a free remodeling of their dwelling. At the same moment, Named and Adolf also descended after the hero, and honestly, the young mage was impressed that an ordinary person could break through all the stone ceilings on the way down. It was a real endurance bonus, as if broken from some god's game. At that moment, the hero noticed that he had not properly warmed up his body with such exercises for a long time, and he also realized, while breaking through the stone floor, it seemed he had reopened his wound from the vampire attack. It looked very sad and even serious. Even the Phantom King noticed this. But unfortunately, under such circumstances of magical exhaustion, the warrior could do nothing about it. So the necromancer decided to find out how they should act best in this situation. Since the Phantom King, thank the gods, was not going to arrange an endurance battle with such a heavily wounded warrior as Firkin on enemy territory, he first suggested finding an exit from here to a safe place. At that moment, they noticed that the dwarves had reunited with their families, so they were convinced they had safely evacuated from the undead lair. Thus, the given promise was fulfilled with honor, but Firkin was pained to realize that even after passing all these trials and saving the innocent, he had lost his priceless heart of the earth. But the name declared that Firkin had already prematurely become disillusioned with his fate. The warrior turned and saw the face of a divine being, in whose chest the stone of the heart of the earth shone brightly. Of course, Firkin was extremely curious about how this precious stone had ended up in the giant's chest at all. However, the form of the divine being did not answer directly, but calmly greeted Master Firkin. After that, the giant pointed to the dwarves and explained that, as Firkin had requested, he had helped them safely evacuate from the deadly dungeon trap. Naturally, Firkin was impressed by how the form of the divine being had somehow managed to save so many people from the lair of the undead. After this, the warrior hurried to explain to the dwarves that their friends and relatives were already waiting outside, so they could calmly proceed to a safe place. But suddenly, all the dwarves began to bow before this great warrior who had saved their lives from the vampire curse. They could continue living only thanks to his valor and courage. The small folk promised to remember this feat until the end of their days, and Firkin, already excited, hastened to explain that he was merely fulfilling his duty to the innocent. Honestly, even the name's acceptance of all these thanks threw me into a slight shock from such a display of gratitude. At that moment, the dwarves began to rebel against those vampire bastards who had seized their castle and even dared to destroy all the floors on the upper levels of the fortress. They could not understand how those creatures dared to treat the building, which the small folk had raised through many years of stubborn labor. After that, some of the dwarves left, hoping that someday they could take revenge on the one who had done this to their native home and desecrated the sacred halls of their ancestors. And at that very moment, behind Firkin's back, he heard a quite familiar voice, so he immediately turned around. It was the same young dwarf craftswoman who could not believe she had met Uncle Firkin after so many years of separation. The warrior was amazed at how she had grown since the last time they had seen each other, and it was no wonder. Dwarves could live up to 50 years, and 30 whole years had passed since their meeting. So now the girl was even taller than old Lyric himself. She had also heard about the master giant. Firkin had sent him to save their people from the curse. At first, the craftswoman was distrustful of the help of such a mighty being, but as soon as she saw the form of the divine being in person, everything fell into place. The gnome woman was extremely grateful to the warrior for his help and rescue, but Firkin saw no point in gratitude, simply was not worthy of it. He had only fulfilled his duty to the weak. Moreover, he was most interested in what had happened to his giant friend after the clash with the Vampire King. Then she explained that after the battle with the Mosquito King, a blick had a through-and-through hole in his mighty body from magical attacks. Therefore, the mistress plugged the wound with a precious stone without a single thought about the consequences. She wanted to tell the details of the procedure, but the battle upstairs was simply insane, so the building began to collapse right before their eyes from magical explosions. Obviously, Firkin suggested first to get out of here and talk somewhere safe, and then properly hide as far away as possible from this cursed place. The girl was already about to follow when suddenly she felt something bad in the air. At that moment, her entire body was seized by terrible pain from magic and she fell to her knees from sudden weakness. The gravity mage apologized for having to resort to such cowardly baseness against an innocent girl. But now, when he took the young craftswoman hostage, the sorcerer ordered no one to move from their place. He did not want to spill innocent blood, but the emperor's order was more important. Obviously, Firkin did not even imagine what was wrong with these crazy people and why they could not leave him alone, even after 30 long years of wandering. At that moment, the craftswoman herself reminded this unlucky sorcerer that the resistance to magic in dwarves was simply marvelous, so she could dispel this magical ailment with the power of her natural endurance of the small folk. And then, when there were no hostages left, Firkin decided to ask the mage what he preferred to experience: instant destruction or gradual beating to near death. Eventually, the sorcerer realized that he had acted very foolishly by taking a hostage, for he was already feeling the resistance to magic from the dwarves and knew perfectly well that he could not defeat all the creatures in the dungeon alone. It was for this very reason that Firkin was curious why the mage so riskily and stubbornly continued to climb towards him, trying to capture him. But he only apologized to the mighty warrior, explaining that after the defeat by the imperial commanders, he himself found himself in an extremely miserable position. After these words, Firkin quickly realized it seemed this warrior was also someone's pawn in a great political game and not acting of his own free will. At that moment, the sorcerer himself summoned his magical power and struck it against the ground, casting the spell Territory Expansion. Now the area of effect of gravitational magic was significantly expanded to massively strike enemies. Strangely, Adolf decided this was a favorable opportunity to train his physical strength against such a mighty opponent. Firkin already felt that this youth had come here only to repeatedly test his nerves with his reckless antics. After that, the warrior surveyed the surroundings. This scoundrel had about 10 combat steps left before a close-range attack. At that moment, from the amount of magical energy the sorcerer spent on the spell, blood even came out of his mouth from overstrain. However, by this time, he had already managed to keep an ace up his sleeve. It was the magic of gravitational collapse, capable of shattering even a legendary hero. But the mage did not manage to utter the spell before he saw a bright light piercing the stone vaults from above. At that moment, right from under the ceiling, the mad king of mosquitoes fell upon them, such a monstrous flash that no gravitational magic worked on the battlefield anymore. The vampire king was still whole and unharmed, thanks to the power of the absorbed heart of the earth. Moreover, the bloodsucker landed directly on the gravity mage, and he immediately lost consciousness from the blow, or perhaps even died from such an impact. And above the monster enemy already rushed the enraged Juchen Farven, finally determined to kill this demonic freak with a fiery spear. At that moment, the explosion from his devastating attack thundered so loudly that all the dwarves waiting outside the fortress heard it. They had no idea what was happening in the dungeons, but at that very moment, their backs pressed tightly against the Imperial army, the one that had stealthily crept up from behind to encircle the fugitives. The events shift to the outskirts of the lava anvil. There, unexpectedly, a huge, dull-witted ogre appeared to meet the uninvited guests, immediately heading towards the knights and charging into battle with a roar. However, Orn effortlessly drew his blade, and then with a single motion plunged it straight into the huge enemy's heart. In the end, with a single strike, the opponent, who was 4 times taller than the vice-captain himself, was knocked off his feet and fell to the ground. At that moment, Kalruza contacted him. She had destroyed the trolls wandering around the mountain ridge. Moreover, no suspicious enemy movements were noticed near the anvil. The eastern mountain trail was clear of enemies. Nothing suspicious was noticed on the roosters of the western mountain. The southern passageway was also free of ambushes. The northern underground tunnel, southern outer walls, and everything else were completely in order. Only the sentries of the northwestern part of the perimeter did not respond to the captain, so it remained unknown what had happened to them, whether they were ambushed or simply fell asleep on duty. Eventually, the soldiers began arguing among themselves, trying to determine whether the sentries had fallen asleep at their posts or if something serious had happened to them. Until the captain interrupted them, ordering them not to clutter the magical communication ether with their empty quarrels. Finally confirmed, the enemy was at this moment inside the citadel of Lavaveanakuvalnia. Most likely, Vice Captain Duchin Farven was now fighting the fugitive in the dungeons. But again, the command had no idea what was happening inside the fortress, nor when the fugitive soldier would surface. So now the main task is to block all escape routes and catch Firkin immediately as soon as he is spotted. But the knights had no idea in what condition the legendary opponent was after the clashes, so they gave the order not to attack. The warriors had to wait for the arrival of the support group with mages. But the captain warned that he would not tolerate the failure of this mission, so they had to carry out the emperor's order at any cost. But it turned out all these epic words he spoke while his magical microphone was turned off, so the captain was furious that using this crystal communication ball was such a complicated matter. He would have preferred to use the old-fashioned pigeon post. Eventually, the commander did manage to establish contact with his entire team to coordinate actions. But at that moment, suspicious activity was noticed near the southern part of the perimeter. The archer reported that about 100 gnomes were coming out of the mountain ridge through the southern gates of the fortress. And from inside the mountain came a strong vibration and the energy of blue flames from magical explosions. So the captain quickly realized, most likely Duchin Farven activated the sacred relic of the fiery spear for the decisive battle. Immediately after this, he turned to the mage and ordered him to inform all the knights about the general assembly for the dungeon assault. At that moment, Duchin Farven delivered another of his devastating blows, waiting to see how the monster opponent would respond. The body of the vampire king continued to endlessly regenerate and increasingly fuse with the cursed sword. Now the bloodsucker no longer even looked like a vampire, rather. It resembled some shapeless scarecrow with a bunch of fangs and claws. And honestly, everyone was in solidarity with Duchin Farven that this resembled the most genuine filth from hell itself. At that moment, from beneath the rubble after their fierce battle, the hero finally emerged, covered in wounds. That is why Firkin wanted to escape the cursed dungeon as quickly as possible to avoid these difficulties in the fight, but ultimately ended up trapped by the mad gravity mage. After that, the warrior looked over his comrades to make sure they were all alive and well after the magical explosions. The young craftswoman was also completely fine, because the giant lord used his new magical power to protect the innocent girl from deadly spells. Of course, Firkin was struck by the fact that the form of the divine being was even capable of such wonders of protective magic. However, it turned out, this ability appeared in the giant thanks to the magical stone of the heart of the earth, from which he drew his incredible power. This power was unusual to him, and the giant did not know what consequences its use would have on his body, but for emergency cases of saving allies, it could definitely come in handy. After it was confirmed that everyone was alive and well, Firkin glanced back at the battle that continued and felt. All this was now more like true chaos of destruction. At that moment, the vampire king had already completely transformed into a monster, a creature, blazing with the eternal blue flame of magic. The beast regenerated, feeding on the absorbed power of the heart of the earth at an incredible speed. In the end, as Firkin had predicted, the magical blade completely took over the bloodsucker's mind, and the body underwent such terrible changes that it was now completely unrecognizable. The vampire continued to transform into an even more grotesque creature until the magic of the stone was finally exhausted. So Firkin was convinced the magic of the cursed sword was truly too dangerous for the owner's mind. But this was almost the perfect chance to escape from here, while everyone was busy fighting the monster. So the warrior decided to disappear as far as possible from this place, while both sides fought each other to the death. Honestly, after such a shameful retreat from the battlefield, the named was even ashamed to address Firkin as his lord. And the mage remained silent instead. He looked attentively at the gravity mage, who was crushed and lying unconscious on the ground. At that moment, Firkin finally got out of the cursed dungeon. For the first time in a long time, he climbed out of these dark tunnels into the light of day. When the safe retreat was completed, the warrior rejoiced that no serious mistakes were made during the rescue operation. After that, Firkin suggested to his comrades to take a sunbath to activate human photosynthesis and refresh themselves after the gloomy dungeons. But the warrior suddenly turned and noticed Adolf was dragging the body of that gravity mage with him. He did not understand why the young man was bringing the enemy here. It seemed a foolish thing to pick up barely alive opponents, like homeless kittens. If the young mage felt sorry for the enemy fighter, he could simply have comfortably laid him on a stone and gone his own way. Firkin, however, could not lift the sorcerer in his arms, so it seemed to him that it was even a wasted effort. But suddenly an attack flew past the hero, and the magical energy was quite familiar from past battles. After that, Firkin, without even greeting the enemy captain, was surprised that the Imperial Knights apparently were not tired of these repetitions of the same thing. They could have simply rushed at him all at once, instead of sending 1 or 2 fighters to certain death. But when the warrior looked back to check the situation, he saw how many warriors had come for his soul. Now it seemed the hero realized. The captain intended to seriously put an end to today's battle, so he gathered absolutely all his knights of the elite squad. The captain clearly understood why they had come here for the fugitive, so he suggested Firkin surrender voluntarily. Then they would take him without unnecessary bloodshed and deliver him to the emperor. Even the named wanted the warrior to surrender to avoid a senseless slaughter. However, the hero wanted to find out what would happen if he refused to capitulate. The captain understood perfectly, then they had only one way left. The commander of the First Knightly Order will be forced to punish the fugitive by force of arms. Firkin was already tired of all these pompous speeches about duty and honor, and it seemed they would indeed find a way to settle the matter without unnecessary bloodshed. Therefore the warrior took the wounded gravity mage hostage and offered the knights to retreat unnoticed if they did not want to lose their comrade in a senseless slaughter. Honestly, the name did not at all expect Firkin to dare take a hostage for blackmail. Meanwhile, Adolf was stunned that the fighter lead claiming he could not carry this mage in his arms, yet now held him as if he were his greatest favorite. At that very moment, the hero asked the knights not to put their comrade in harm's way. Later they could speak with the emperor, but for now Firkin was ready to set conditions under which he would safely release this warrior and leave peacefully. But suddenly the captain unexpectedly attacked without warning Gand at the same time. At his signal, all the others also rushed into battle. They attacked not only one hero, but also all his companions. Seeing how the fighters rushed forward, Imenovany tried to explain that he was in no way bound to this old warrior by an oath of loyalty. The primary king could assure these people that they had common goals in the fight against Firkin. He wanted the knights to stop their futile attempts to attack him. All the necromancer desired was to possess Firkin's soul, or at least get a chance to kill him with his own hands. But the warriors charging the attack did not believe in the truth of the dead. They were certain the devoted servant of the fugitive was only deceiving them, saving his master. And honestly, the named was already fed up with constantly hearing that he was some kind of servant of a mortal. So the Phantom King decided to raise the corpses and the dead resting underground to take revenge on these miserable little humans. They with their own hands had destroyed the last chance for his mercy at the very beginning, so now only inevitable death awaited them from the army of the undead. Yet the armored Khal Rouse quickly burst into the battle, covering the weaker comrades from the skeleton warriors rushing straight at them. After that, she set course for her main enemy, the Phantom King, armed with a sacred sword against the unclean. The most amazing thing was that she could not even get close to the necromancer's invisible force through her back a couple of dozen meters. At that moment, the named embraced his true essence, sat on a giant skeleton of unheard of height, and held the undying scythe of death in his bony hands. Honestly, none of the knights expected to see such a dark power of necromancy, but this was not yet the last thing this massacre could surprise them with. At that moment, the form of the divine being took its giant shape of true might. The Imperial warriors had never heard that there was a real giant in Firkin's team, so this was a colossal surprise for everyone. At this moment, the giant himself realized, in this reality, he could materialize only 1% of his true body. Compared to his actual size, he was tiny. But fortunately, to destroy such mortal parasites, even this height was more than enough. But suddenly, the giant felt how these little ones were trying with all their might to resist, not allowing themselves to be destroyed. They were quite skillful parasites once they managed to put something against his divine power. But still, the knights were not strong enough, like Firkin himself, so they did not pose a serious threat. At that moment, the mages tried to unleash a massive magical barrage of spells on the giant. Eventually, they managed to blind him with bright flashes. From this, he staggered, leaned back, and fell with his back against the stone wall. At that very moment, Ornn suddenly crashed into him, the blade aimed straight at his mighty forehead to deliver a fatal blow. But suddenly, the knight was swept away by a powerful water stream torn from his place and washed far to the side of the giant. The mage, who had been supporting his fighters from afar with spells all this time, quickly realized an enemy water mage had intervened in the battle. At this moment, the sorcerer was drawing magical power from the rescued gnomes to cast powerful water element spells against the Imperial Knights. Of course, as soon as clouds began to gather over the battlefield, the Knights panicked. They did not know that Firkin's team had a true high-level mage, so they feared they might simply be turned into cannon fodder due to all these surprises. Even the Night Mage himself was extremely surprised at how this boy so quickly got down to business and had already begun to create powerful elemental magic spells. Moreover, by the power of the spells that this young man possessed, one could quickly conclude he was at least a high-ranking archmage. At that moment, lightning began striking the ground, while Firkin was fighting the enemy captain in a duel of honor. In the end, the warrior was left weaponless against the opponent's blade. He even managed to parry another strike, yet the blade grazed his side, and it could have been much worse. Honestly examining his wounds, Firkin was surprised that the knights had advanced so far in skill and aimed directly at his weak spots, joints, and tendons. But as soon as the captain calmly reminded him that to win, one had to strike the enemy's Achilles' heel, and these were exactly the words he once heard from the hero himself during training. And finally, Firkin realized why this man seemed so familiar to him. It was the boy he once called Gnosetic, his former subordinate, who had now suddenly become the head of an entire order. Time pressed on his situation as heavily as the huge bald spot pressed on his thinning head. Clearly, the captain quickly understood. Firkin was just trying to provoke him with jabs. He ordered the warrior to surrender, saying he was ready to show him humane mercy. The knight had not the slightest desire to violate the honor of the hero of old times, as he had been in his former years. Firkin simply calmly apologized to the captain, because he could not take seriously a man who had less hair on his head than he himself had on his butt. Other knights even turned away from the fight, realizing it was very low to joke about the complexes of their respected commander. The captain himself was insanely angry at how pathetic Firkin had become over the years. He did not understand where the mighty hero of the past had gone now. He resorted to childish provocations and insults. If this was the only way to escape while getting out of the water dry, he failed, because he only made his opponent even angrier. Firkin simply realized, the best attack is to joke sincerely with the enemy before the decisive strike. At that moment, the captain began to unite 6 types of energy within himself: divine mercy, the blessing of the deities, the power of life, the might of monsters, the authority of power, and the strength of the sacred weapon. Now the knight was ready to give his all in battle against the legendary opponent. When the multicolored energy sparkled in all directions from his body, Firkin, of course, understood. He wanted to see how the captain would give his full strength. But the warrior ordered the enemy to stop wasting time with empty words and simply attack. After all, they would meet face to face and measure their true powers in an honest duel. But a sudden attack that suddenly flew between the two warriors interrupted their verbal quarrel. It was Larik, who arrived to help an old friend to put an end to this bloody war. But no one was particularly impressed by the appearance of the gnome leader, even despite his army of reinforcements. So the two fighters continued to prepare for the attack, to test how far they had advanced in combat technique over the years. At that moment, the gnome captain decided to ask his advisor how exactly it was best to act in this situation. So the advisor immediately ordered all the gnomes to go into battle. They had to show the empire that the small people were stronger than any expectations and had to be reckoned with. Meanwhile, in his hand, Larik was clutching a small bluish stone, the very one that was supposed to reach the hero, so that this hopeless fight would finally end in peace. Suddenly, the earth was covered with deep cracks from which a bright blue beam of unknown power burst forth. After which the unknown burst forth from the depths of the underworld, soaring up to the very heavenly halls in a dazzling glow. At this decisive moment, the valiant dwarves under the command of Captain Larik joined the battle. First of all, the warrior dwarf rushed at the captain of the first knight squad, seeking to avenge the torn honor of his people. The two clashed in a fierce duel, but after a powerful clash of blades, a colossal force pushed the fighters several meters apart. At that moment, the old Firkin demanded that Larik not interfere in another's duel. The hero believed. The dwarf decided to help him only to take the victory for himself. The dissatisfied warrior recalled that Firkin had saved their entire people from inevitable destruction, so he appealed to the old man's conscience to stop dismissing such noble help. Then Firkin tried to approach from another angle, explaining to Larik that the benefit of the dwarves' swords in this battle would not be as great as he thought. Of course, the knights always recognized the unity and stubbornness of the Podgorai people, but now their opponents were elite warriors of the First Order of the King of Men, such skilled fencers that they were obviously too strong. Firkin was extremely selfless in his intentions, so he asked Larik to retreat. Otherwise, he would doom his valiant people in an uneven fight. But the captain himself explained that the dwarves came to help not only for the sake of victory over the men. After these words, the warrior showed a small bluish stone, very similar to the legendary stone of evolution. This magical artifact was the only way to stop the bloodthirsty beast that flooded the lands. As the hero remembered, this stone and its influence resembled the very heart of the earth, a high-level magical crystal that contained powerful magic of interspatial displacement. So Leric considered it the only way to put an end to the war if, of course, Firkin was not going to fight to the death in this cursed battle out of whimsy. Firkin was cruelly humiliated because Leric suggested he save himself by fleeing like a coward. Moreover, the old man thought, since the gnome had such a valuable relic, it should have been given to him from the very beginning so that he could use it more wisely. But Leric quickly explained that the magic stone had certain problems with its use. It was better not to mention them for now. At that moment, the captain of the knightly order had already defeated all the gnomes who opposed his warriors. Besides, the commander was burning with rage at Leric for his impudence. The gnome dared not only to return after exile, but also to thwart the humans' plans to capture the gnome lands. Although the captain had previously shown sufficient mercy to the people of Podgorai, the gnomes behaved disgracefully towards him, violating all the laws of hospitality. But Leric calmly reminded, according to the humans themselves, they could return to their lands, so now the battle was taking place on the territory of the gnome home, no problems should arise. To the captain, this sounded like a pitiful excuse, so he ordered Leric to retreat immediately. He would no longer be a pushover, with the rebellious gnomes as before. At that moment, Firkin hinted to his comrade that he was truly in huge trouble. This guy even surpassed the old man himself in martial arts, so Leric definitely would not cope with him in an honest duel. But right at that moment, all the warriors staggered the ground, wildly trembled under the feet of those who were fighting. At that moment, behind the giant, the entire ancient gnome fortress began to crack and collapse into pieces. Of course, Leric was shocked and frightened that his native home collapsed so suddenly, as if an underground explosion had occurred beneath it. People were simply frozen in stupor, seeing what exactly had broken through to them from the bowels of the earth. Honestly, it looked more like some living thing that was moving, a mixture of flesh and blood. In the middle of this disgusting cluster stood the same magical stone, the heart of the earth. Just by looking at this artifact, Firkin was able to understand. All this shapeless slime was the vampire king who had been turned into a monster. At that moment, the center and driving force of the substance was a sword, engulfed in an ancient curse. The blade demanded that its owner continue to kill all living things, so it spread its disgusting tentacles and, without discerning targets, rushed to attack the nearest ones. Many valiant knights said goodbye to life in an instant. They were pierced by these vile appendages. Those who managed tried to react and take defensive positions, but the assault came literally from everywhere, leaving no hope for salvation. The Night Wizard took his mages under his protective wing, desperately trying to save everyone his spells could reach. It was clear that all the sorcerers were in great fear. These cursed tentacles did not stop attacking with inhuman fury. Therefore, all the magicians could do was at least try to stop the tentacles, until the disgusting growths began to create even more terrible abominations with the bodies of the fallen. Finally, when the tentacles targeted one of the elven women of the royal guard, Orn, who arrived just in time, managed to protect the maiden. The mighty warrior, with a single strike of his blade, cut through the vile growths, landed on the ground, and looked around, trying to understand what was happening in this chaos. Orn had never seen such monsters in his life. This monster resembled some ancient creature from forbidden necromancy books. The most terrifying guess that flashed through the warrior's mind was that this beast could be an ally of the mighty Firkin. Orn understood perfectly. If their god was the very devil in the flesh, then the likelihood that this monster also fought under the old man's banners was very high. But no one could imagine that Firkin could have such a disgusting and repulsive partner in the battle against humans. At that moment, the captain of the night squad immediately summoned his warriors to him. The commander realized that the situation was getting out of control, so he ordered the mage to find a magical circle of spells and put an end to this nightmare. After that, he sent the rest of the fighters away from the battlefield. Captain confessed to the hero, Firkin was truly a terrifying opponent. The commander, of course, knew that the old man would go to any lengths to achieve his goal in the war against humans, but he did not think he would stoop so low as to call upon such creatures from the very abyss. Firkin was disappointed that the commander indiscriminately suspected him of an alliance with the monster, so he decided to expose the fabricated theory. The hero made it clear that this disgusting slug was not crawling under his banners in the battle against the human kingdom at all. Of course, the story was long enough to retell, but in the creation of this monster, there were far more humans involved than Firkin himself. The vampire king turned into this shapeless mess because he rushed into battle against the eternal fire without any second thoughts, attacking the magical flame, regenerating from burns, and going on the offensive again in a closed loop. Such was the price of encountering the eternal fire for humans. The vampire kept healing himself again and again until he eventually turned into this bloody pulp of flesh. And the captain, of course, was puzzled that Firkin was so well informed about the origin of this monster. The hero made it clear there would be no additional explanations now. It was not the time for long stories about the past. Now they had to deal with this monster before it destroyed all the living. The captain himself perfectly understood how dangerous this scoundrel was for everyone present. If they do not calm the cursed tentacles now, it is unknown how many more misfortunes and destructions will have to be endured in the future. But the commander did not know if he could trust Firkin in such a desperate situation. The hero simply asked the captain to do everything Firkin would tell him in the battle with the monster. Under the care of the human guide were countless lives, so he must take the protection from the tentacles upon himself. And Firkin, who knows the monster's weakness, will be able to finish off the scoundrel with one precise strike. It was their only chance to fight together shoulder to shoulder as in the good old days, for peace among nations. And finally, the captain, seeing no other way out, agreed to a temporary truce, recalling past days. Offering his hand to the warrior, he warned that this would last only until they dealt with the monster. Firkin has already promised that he himself does not intend to prolong this truce longer than necessary, after which, as agreed between them, the warriors dispersed to their combat positions. Night squads fought off the vile tentacles, while Firkin stood on the giant's shoulder, preparing for the decisive strike. At that moment, the head of the workshop, seeing the unharmed advisor Lyric, threw herself into his arms with tears of joy, thanking the gods that after the fortress collapse he was all right. Firkin almost teared up when he saw this sweet family reunion shot after so many hardships. However, unfortunately, the time has again made the hero a great warrior and to put an end to the monster once and for all. The knights were fighting at that very moment, sparing no effort, clearing the way for Firkin all the way to the monster's heart. At that moment, a warrior of the elite squad raised his shield to the sky. The captain leaned on that shield and jumped with all his might to get a better view of the monster. Then the commander saw the tentacles that wrapped around the heart of the earth in the very center of the disgusting mass. Not long before this, Firkin had drawn on the ground for the captain what the monster's core looked like, the center that constantly regenerates the creature's body. And he told about the Demon King's sword that had conquered the mind of this substance with its, well, thus this nightmare monster was born. Of course, the captain was extremely curious about what the hero had been doing all this time, since he knew so well about the heart of the earth and the Demon King's sword. But Firkin calmly and evenly explained. The world had tried many times to punish him for past deeds, and they and humans were not the only ones who had encountered such artifacts. In any case, the main thing was this: as soon as they broke the cursed stone, this bloody massacre would finally end. Among those present, hardly anyone was stronger than Firkin in magical arts, so he decided to take on the destruction of the monster's core himself. Of course, the captain categorically disagreed that Firkin surpassed him in strength and skill. However, this time he decided to trust the old man, so now his blade had to cut a path for the hero all the way to the monster's heart. Finally, the commander raised the sword and cut the disgusting tentacles on the way to the core, and among the bloody debris, it became clearly visible what was happening. After that, the captain, flying toward the ground, shouted loudly, letting Firkin understand it was time to finish off this beast with one blow. However, looking at his ally, Firkin honestly admitted, to be honest, this whole battle with the monster had already thoroughly tired and annoyed him. So the old man asked that the human knights somehow deal with the remains of the monster themselves, after which he instantly teleported away, using the same bluish stone of interspatial displacement. Only then did the captain realize what a vile bastard this old man turned out to be, who abandoned his allies in the heat of battle. As soon as the hero and his companions found themselves in a safe place, the form of the divine creature immediately shrank to more human proportions so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Despite this transformation, the travelers had no fabric to sew appropriate clothes for the giant, but Adolf hurried to calm his comrades and explained he could enlarge the size of any material with magical spells. Eventually, Firkin decided to find out from the young mage where exactly that mage scoundrel was, because without him it was unlikely they would manage to complete their journey. Therefore, the hero asked Adolf to bring the prisoner here, while Firkin himself prepared the magic stone to activate the group teleportation spell. Immediately after these words, the companions went about their business, and the hero began drawing a magical circle of wide diameter on the ground for the safe teleportation of the entire group. Since there was a considerable risk that they would be detected and tracked by pursuers, the old man had to block the magical energy flow to confuse the tracks. Moreover, it was important to draw a bunch of nonsensical circles here and there throughout the area to deceive the knights and mislead them from the true path of the search. Watching the hero's actions, Lyric was impressed that Firkin's magical skills turned out to be so masterful and perfect. This was not surprising, since the old man had once been a student of a great mage in the magical tower. However, Firkin asked Lyric to dive into the dungeon as soon as they disappear from here. The pursuit will begin exactly on the trail of the dwarves. But all the representatives of the Podgorai people were known for their natural caution. No human could catch them in the underground passages, of which the dwarves had plenty throughout the region. Leaving, Lyric was very upset. He lost connection with his ancestors and was left without a native home. The fortress was a sacred place for all northern dwarves. The captain never even thought they could lose it in a war with humans. However, Firkin reminded his old friend. The king of the lava forge had long been dead, and the dwarves could have left this place many moons ago without waiting for the catastrophe. The old man sadly remembered their valiant king, who fought the mutants that attacked them to the very end. No matter how magnificent their ruler was in battle, it all turned out to be in vain against the overwhelming forces of the enemy. And in the end, Lyric can only admit, he will remain indebted to Firkin until he repays such a great debt. For if not for the hero's help in the battle with the monster, the lineage of the great king would surely have ended forever. However, Firkin understood, to call this a proper duty would not be honest, and in essence, it is unlikely that there will be cases in which Lyric can repay him for these debts with an equivalent coin. At that moment, while they calmly discussed the future, the young Adolf approached the warriors from behind. He brought with him that prisoner just as Firkin had asked. Of course, Firkin did not mean this mage when he ordered to bring the sorcerer. He meant the Phantom King, called the Necromancer, who could be useful in future trials. The mistress, who had just run up, hurried to tell Lyric. The other dwarves had already gone deep underground through secret passages, and it was time for them to set out by a safe route. After these words, the old good friends parted amicably and warmly said goodbye to each other, not knowing if they were destined to meet again. After that, Firkin grabbed the magic stone and gathered his companions around to teleport together with them to a safe place. The hero understood perfectly well. Their path would not be easy. Many trials still lay ahead, and with his comrades, he would have to endure much suffering. But at that very moment, Lyric, climbing out of the cave, remembered he forgot to tell Firkin the most important warning. This magic stone instantly teleports them directly to the magical tower of the wizards. But by then, it was impossible to cancel that spell, so Firkin vanished into thin air with a frozen grimace of horror on his face. Of course, the craftswomen were curious about what exactly was wrong in that magical tower and why the hero was so frightened. But there was simply one man there who in the past had a serious conflict with Firkin. In the end, the hero, having found himself in the tower, long remained angry at that damn old gnome. Firkin had once sworn never to set foot on these cursed lands of the mages, and yet he found himself here again against his will. A lot of time had passed since the old man was last in the magical tower, and now he stood in the middle of the main hall, and around him, sprawled out, sat the main characters of this entire school of magical arts. As everyone well knows, a mage is a person who performs miracles through magical manipulations and spells. One worthy spell is enough to erase an entire kingdom from the face of the earth. Mages have always been the most dangerous among peopling, the object of envy for the less gifted. Despite their current status as exiles, it was the sorcerers who ruled the states in the past. The world was in chains under a small group of powerful mages. But their happiness did not last long. The wizards craved ever greater power and forbidden knowledge, and eventually their burning curiosity sparked the flame that caused the fall of the world. Self-satisfied mages awakened an ancient evil that should not have been touched. This evil, called devils, cursed humanity and spawned hordes of demons. Dark forces have taken over the world, using their magical swords and other various devices. Mages fought them using relics, legacy of the gods, holy swords, holy whips, and rings of power. But still, despite the help of artifacts, the world suffered devastating losses in the war with demons. People illuminated by magic, who believed in salvation, created otherworldly realms for entire epochs to prevent such destructions in the future. It is in such dimensions that they imprisoned themselves without any possibility of escaping this confinement. The wizards of the magical tower were very reluctant to repeat their past mistakes, so they created 4 sacred disciplines to control magical knowledge. And at that moment, a fierce dispute about the fate of some matter was taking place among the mighty mages. One of the sorcerers disagreed with the rest of his craft brothers, but unfortunately was in the minority in this highest council of the magical tower. Despite the fact that the mage was in the minority, he reminded his comrades, he interprets their decision and behavior as opposition to democracy itself. After all, the sorcerers claimed that the rights and freedom of the minority could be ignored by the majority for the common good. But at this moment, the chief judge of the magical tower hastily interrupted the dispute among the wizards. He made a final decision for all present. In the end, in the case Tyrannosaurs versus 100 male lions, the Tyrannosaurs won thanks to their advantage in strength. Of course, the minority mage was very disappointed with this result, but everyone understood. In this magical duel, the forces were simply unequal. The first discipline in this country of magical towers was synthesis of knowledge. All true knowledge was agreed upon through discussions and recorded without any exceptions. Like now, the judge announced the verdict and likewise made detailed records of their meeting. After that, all the records were sent to the otherworldly space, where they ended up in the great archive of wisdom. The second discipline was the preciousness of knowledge. Knowledge and truths were entered into written literary sources and then preserved intact in the treasury of consciousness for future generations. The third discipline is objectivity of knowledge, and the mages of the magical tower did not take anyone's side in worldly conflicts, maintaining neutrality for the sake of truth. The essence of the fourth discipline was not to obey foreign powers and to judge all offenders fairly. If someone violated these disciplines and tried to steal knowledge from the magical tower, any mage was obliged to sacrifice their own life to protect the sacred craft of magic. At this moment, appearing among the wizards, the hero calmly greeted the mages old as moldy bread of past eras. Of course, all the mages immediately burst into a genuine cry of outrage. They did not believe that Firkin had truly returned to the tower, and could not believe that he dared to show himself to them after his past deeds. Therefore, the mages wanted to immediately give the insolent one a thorough thrashing for his audacity, but the judge ordered the brethren to gather in silence. First, it was necessary to discuss whether it was even worth talking to this man. Many sorcerers believed that even a short conversation with Firkin would destroy the reputation of the magical tower. They were certain that he was nothing more than 5 times reworked shit. The wizards believed that he should be taught a lesson immediately, without unnecessary talk, for shamelessness because the old man spoiled the reputation of the tower with his former deeds. The mages hoped that the great sage would be on their side in this just anger. Firkin, furious from the endless cries of outrage, loudly struck his foot on the stone floor, and the slab beneath him cracked into countless shards. Then the sorcerers realized that before them stood a true barbarian, whose head should be cut off on the spot for such audacity. Firkin himself would not have minded listening to these mages calmly, but their screams were already becoming truly unbearable to the ear. Moreover, there was the main problem: the sorcerers pretended to be deciding important matters of the tower, but in reality, they just kept crowing incessantly like market vendors. The mages screamed that they were defending the sacred order of the tower, but they did not care at all whether dragons were attacking the kingdom or the demon king was betraying the peace of fire and sword. Firkin could no longer tolerate these worthless little people who looked down on him with disgusting contempt. So the old man came to their court to find out how these scoundrels dared to persecute him with spells. After all, he did not deserve such unworthy treatment from former comrades. Obviously, the enraged mages decided that the warrior who appeared would not admit his sins before the tower, because they do not negotiate with madmen like Firkin. And seeing their uncontrollable rage, the hero perfectly understood. He was unlikely to get out of here without a single scratch on his body. But the old man ordered these underlings to prepare for the worst end, because Firkin was ready to die with them on the same day if honor demanded it. And suddenly, from behind Firkin, a silhouette appeared and he called him to calm down. After that, he asked the rest of the sages to keep themselves in check and not to forget that they were at an official meeting of the tower. Firkin honestly was impressed by the wisdom of this mage. The judge turned out to be the best among all his fellow craftsmen. Although he admits the old man was primarily glad about one thing: finally getting rid of the screams of the other sorcerers. After that, the hero, as befits a warrior, greeted the great sage with due respect. Of course, the judge himself was painfully curious why Firkin behaved so boldly within the sacred walls of the tower. But the hero thought that his behavior was quite normal and did not provoke anything in reasonable people. At that moment, the judge lightly touched Firkin's shoulder and immediately crafted clothing that covered his bare body after the battle with the monster. Impressed by this magic, the hero dared to ask that this sage create a holy sword for him for future battles. But he ignored the audacious request and wanted to know exactly how the mighty Firkin returned to the magical tower after so many years of exile. Of course, the hero was surprised. How could such a great sage not know things simpler than that? So he explained that he came here not at all of his own will, but because of the annoying whim of a foolish gnome with a magical stone. At that moment, the craftswoman was walking through the underground tunnels together with her uncle, and both were laughing all the time. imagining what an awkward predicament the hero had gotten into in the sorcerer's tower. At that moment, the judge decided to find out from Firkin whether he intended to leave the tower again in the near future. It was truly a foolish question. From the great sage, he could have guessed what the exile's answer would be. Then the sage reminded Firkin at the end, here the rules must be followed by everyone without exception, unlike back then, 30 years ago, when the old man threw the tower without any warning. Of course, the hero hurried to remind, he's still paying for mistakes made in the past. Human life turned out to be an incredibly exhausting thing for one who has lived so long. Honestly tired of Firkin's eternally dissatisfied chatter, the great sage immediately ordered the old man to get out of the tower. Immediately after these words, the hero's body dissolved into the air as if he had never been in these sacred walls. Only then did the great sage admit to himself, inevitably, sooner or later, the moment will come when he will get rid of this upstart Firkin forever. At that moment, the hero moved to some unknown space that resembled a huge square between worlds. But suddenly, behind his back, the old man heard some happy and slightly crazy laughter. Firkin immediately recognized the voice of the Phantom King and decided that the named necromancer had arrived to rescue him from captivity, but it turned out he himself had also become a prisoner of the supreme mages of the tower. In the end, Firkin repeated his bitter fate again and got stuck in this cursed place. Although the hero did not specifically recognize this locality, unfortunately, the Phantom King also had no idea where exactly they were now in the space between worlds. Somewhere at the same moment, a human army of elite knights suffered terrible losses in battle with that horrible flesh monster. Even their valiant captain was covered in blood and small wounds, breathing heavily after the exhausting battle. And in the end, this vile monster still managed to defeat him, thanks to his comrades. At that moment, Orn, who had hurried, reached the captain. The warrior decided to find out the most important thing, what happened to the demonic sword after the monster's death. It turned out that now Cal Rose, together with a mage, was pursuing the blade. It could not go far from the battlefield. All that was left for the captain was to curse wildly at what had happened. This cursed sword turned out to be quite a thorn in the ass. The commander barely managed to destroy the monster, and he had no idea that the demonic blade was capable of trying to escape on its own. Of course, Orn hurried to calm his captain. Two of the kingdom's best seekers were involved in the matter, so by all calculations, no problems were supposed to arise. The captain hoped very much for this, otherwise he would be damn furious. Not only had they lost the captured mage, they also let the demonic sword slip away. But everything went completely against the initial plan of the operation. In that time, the commander almost lost his composure from fear when they let Firkin slip right under their noses. At that moment, a wounded knight approached the captain and apologized to the commander, taking full responsibility for the mission's failure upon himself. Orn was glad that the warrior at least sometimes admitted his mistakes and called him a proud bastard, moreover, arrogantly proud by nature. The captain himself hastily ended the argument, reminding that regardless of the reasons, it was his mistake as the squad leader. And the commander understood if the knight had not thoroughly exhausted the vampire king in previous skirmishes, defeating the heart of the monster would have been even harder. Unfortunately, because of this disgusting mess, they had an incredible number of casualties among the valiant warriors. And besides the losses, they also failed to carry out His Majesty the Emperor's grand plan to capture enemy mages. Carefully detaching the captain from heavy thoughts, the knight decided to find out if anyone had seen the mage, who was neither among the fallen nor alive after the battle. The captain hurried to explain. When they encountered Firkin, for some reason he decided to take the young sorcerer hostage, and then for even more unclear reasons, the old man teleported and took the prisoner away from the battlefield. The only possible place they could have moved to was that magical tower of wizards. Most likely, Firkin brought the captured mage there for his dark purposes. Of course, the knight was extremely upset that Firkin managed to learn the identity of that magical youth and use it against them. The captain had no idea what was going on in the cunning old man's mind. They only tracked his location by magical traces, and nothing else was known about the enemy's true plans. Of course, they expected that any normal person would head to the mage's tower before weighing and considering everything. However, Firkin was exactly the kind who thinks of nothing only of immediate gain. Of course, the knight asked to be shown the way to the magical tower to retrieve his assistant back to the kingdom. But unfortunately, Firkin had cast various spells on his magical path that prevent anyone from following the teleportation trail. Moreover, no knight could cope with the powerful mages of this tower. Stepping onto their territory meant a death sentence for any stranger. All the captain could ask for was that his subordinate return to the capital safe and sound. At that moment, the commander stopped searching for the demonic sword that had escaped and pressed it to his right hand, the valiant Orn. In the end, as he left the battlefield, the captain asked the warrior not to worry about anything, since they all knew perfectly well. The gravity mage simply cannot die in the hands of enemies. At that moment, Firkin slammed the ground beneath his trapped feet with all his might. Despite how fiercely he hit her each time, the surface restored itself in a single moment. For Firkin, this turned out to be pure magic, so he had been engaged in this futile task for half an hour. The Phantom King had the impression that the hero was truly insane. However, Firkin calmly explained that he was trying to find a way out to escape from here. They were trapped in some interspatial dimension, and he needed to leave this cursed place immediately. The named necromancer also noticed that this space was very strange and incomprehensible. Since he could not unleash his true power, the Phantom King assumed the entire place was a continuous ceiling barrier, but when he appeared in the magical tower, he did not feel anything like that on himself. Firkin himself clearly saw their magical power was not completely sealed, so this was an unstable space, but nothing like this had happened to the hero before during long journeys. Moreover, from the Phantom King's story, Firkin understood he had been to the magical tower before, but it happened so long ago that even the oldest Firkin had not yet planned to be born into the world. Therefore, the warrior became even more curious. How old was the named one, or at least from which era did he come? The necromancer laughed eerily and explained that his body was about 1,000 years old. He was born even before the magical tower of the wizards was built. He said this so gloomily that he did not notice another man appear behind him. It was the same mage who had regained consciousness, and at that very moment cast a spell of gravitational collapse on the enemies. But in the end, everything turned out to be a complete failure, and this, in fact, was quite expected for this place. Firkin immediately called the mage closer. He needed to know why he had followed them into this strange space. Only then did the hero remember. They themselves had dragged him here against his will. However, Firkin hastened to explain that it was not they who saved him from death specifically, it was Adolf. He picked up the young man and complained about the homeless stinker, and Firkin himself just wanted to throw the prisoner out. At that moment the mage already clearly understood. Although yesterday they were still sworn enemies, now a common danger stood before them all. Therefore, they needed to unite to get out of here alive. Firkin had no idea how to trust a person who had just tried to attack them from behind while they were talking, and the Phantom King decided to find out what the young man knew about the mysterious place of their imprisonment. He calmly explained, once this place was called the Passage, the very path through which people entered the tower or exited it on their business. However, Firkin objected. Any passage must have a guide, so the boy was mistaken in his assumptions about the nature of this place. Yet the mage calmly reminded that there really was a guide here until the incident that happened 30 years ago. Since then, this place has changed greatly and has become exactly as it now appears before them. Since then, the only exit from here was blocked, so that without the permission of the great sage, no one could enter or leave the tower. Obviously, from Firkin's guilty look, the Phantom King quickly realized it seems the hero had managed to annoy many during his long life. The old man himself did not want to discuss it and decided to consult on how best they could get out of this space. The only solution was to summon the guide by force. As Firkin explained to his companions, this place was unstable. The space was clumsily assembled over the original passage. Although at first glance the magic here dissipated into the air, in reality the space absorbed it to sustain its own existence. And if at the same time more magic is poured in than the place can absorb, the false space will explode, and a real passage to freedom will appear. Of course, the task sounded quite simple, so Firkin decided that the name should take on this matter. He was a true specialist in dark magic. But the hero himself was most interested in who this guy was and why he knew so much about the magical tower and its secrets. Then the mage finally pulled the mask off his face and explained that he was not some great sorcerer. He had simply encountered this place before in the past. After that, the young man calmly greeted the old acquaintance, the Ghost King, and introduced himself, the 12th of the immortal kings. As soon as these words were spoken, a cemetery silence fell over the space. No one could expect such a turn of events from an ordinary prisoner. The Ghost King told about events that happened long ago in the frightening Cursed Valley. One can enter there, but not come out alive. Then the Emperor invaded there with his elite knight squad. The warriors killed all the living dead, considering them spawn of the underworld. Of course, the spirits did not understand what was happening to these people, why they had invaded without declaring war, to kill. When one of the undead approached a knight to find out the reason for the invasion, he only ordered the monster to remove its dirty hands from him and was already preparing to kill him. But the knight's path to the dead was blocked by the Reaper's scythe, making it clear, beyond this point, only death by his blade awaited them. But suddenly, defending his comrade, Orn ran up and threw the Reaper away with a powerful blow. After which the warrior aimed at the enemy's throat. But he easily dodged his attack and reminded the human creatures that they stood on the sacred land of the dead. Here, such atrocities as they committed were simply unacceptable by the laws of the afterlife. But suddenly, the ruler ordered the dead to retreat, and the named necromancer appeared before them. The emperor wished to speak only with the ghostly king, otherwise the knights would continue killing everyone indiscriminately. The ghostly king did not recognize the human as worthy, so the lord of the dead would not listen to human commands. However, to stop the bloodshed among his subjects, the named one appeared and decided to find out what was happening in his domains. Obviously, the king's first thought was that the human had returned here with a war against the undead. After which I realized, Firkin's friends seemed to have just become the king of men and came with ill intentions. At that moment, the king himself demanded that the necromancer explain how to create a living dead. The king needed any means of resurrection. This is how Firkin understood that the 12th immortal was a living dead, created by the Phantom King himself. However, the named hastened to explain that the human king did not create a new immortal warrior. This guy was the last immortal born 300 years ago. After the attack of the religious cult, he left his body. The mage himself explained, the emperor secretly returned him long ago, the one who lost his physical shell. Also, the ruler promised, for his faithful help, he would grant him the desired eternal death. After all, as everyone knows, an immortal cannot die even when he loses his body in battle. All living beings were born with the blessing of oblivion by the will of the god of light, so that, when faced with death, they would forget their past lives and be freed from the pain of memories. But the immortals destroyed this blessing and curse. They did not forget and could remember their entire long life without exception. Yet memories of pain and suffering remained in memory forever. Ultimately, the immortals became humans wandering in darkness and experiencing pain every moment of their existence. Essentially cursed beings who were not destined to find peace even in death. Divine immortality was both a blessing and a curse, from which the 12th immortal sought to rid himself at any cost. However, the Phantom King considered him an ordinary weakling, incapable of coping with this burden, as a true immortal king should. The 12th himself explained, one could only be freed from this cursed burden in one way, by completely disappearing from the world. What has been well known to the Phantom King since ancient times. As everyone knows well from ancient knowledge, to lift the curse of oblivion during the creation of an immortal, it is necessary to sacrifice an appropriate amount of life force. In exactly the same way, the essence of the forest or the heart of the earth chose the lives of valiant dwarves for their dark purposes, and the soul sacrificed was destroyed forever, even if by nature it was immortal. Firkin thought that in such a case it might be possible to create a new immortal from the soul of another immortal warrior. And although in theory this was quite possible, during his long practice, the late king had never encountered such cases before. But then a bold idea immediately flashed in Firkin's mind: how to accelerate Bendel's resurrection using this knowledge. Yet in the end, the hero decided not to bombard the named one with questions, as he understood the true intentions of the emperor. The ruler of men decided to use the 12th immortal to create a new immortal warrior for his armies, and he did not object to such a fate, for he was born a hideous half-orc. He had long been tired of living in a despised body that painfully tormented him. Firkin was extremely curious to learn from the Phantom King the details of how exactly the ruler created the new immortal. The necromancer who advised the emperor in dark arts, the named one, was supposed to know about this firsthand. But between them there were only strictly business relations, without any personal attachment. In exchange for revealing the secrets of resurrection to the emperor, they were guaranteed the safety of the Cursed Valley until Firkin appeared there with war. At that very moment, the 12th immortal realized that he seemed to have said too much about secret matters. Now he had introduced himself enough to his companions and suggested focusing on getting out of here alive and unharmed. Firkin was not at all against helping his comrade, but he still had not explained where he knew so much about the structure of this place of imprisonment. The mage calmly explained that he himself had once been a sorcerer from this Tower of Wizards, and now, of course, served as a member of the Emperor's first knightly order. At that moment, all three together released the accumulated magical energy and, surprisingly, the young mage's theory worked exactly. The space began to collapse under the pressure of their combined power. Firkin was worried that their release was going too smoothly and easily, as if some trick awaited them from the tower mages. But for now, looking at the cracks in space, everything looked like a real success of their escape plan. And at that moment, at the place where the entire trio stood, a gigantic explosion sounded like the landing of a nuclear warhead from the sky. Eventually, it became absolutely clear they would not be let out of here so easily. The mages of the tower had prepared a trap. At that moment, the magical judge himself appeared, and explained to Firkin that, by the decision of the High Council, they decided to get rid of Himas, a future threat to the Sacred Tower. Therefore, he decided to fulfill the will of the Great Sage as ruler and head of the council. Likewise, under the leadership of the Supreme Sage, other powerful mages appeared to destroy the heretic once and for all in an honorable magical duel. Somewhere at that very moment, other warriors landed in a deep cave among the rocks. Rose had no idea why they stopped the pursuit right here, and her companion hurried to explain. Somewhere in this cave hid a demonic blade, and here the trace of its dark magic ended. Likewise, here they came across the remains of a terrible flesh monster that tormented their warriors. So, having destroyed the last remnants of the monster, the mage suggested Rose look around to understand exactly where the cursed sword was located. But as soon as the warrior turned, the blade had already pierced through her companion, and behind her stood a non-human silhouette emerging from the darkness. Eventually, the girl's body fell onto the stone ground, and the mage froze, looking at his new enemy with horror. At that moment, the monster opened its mouth and commanded, "Miserable humans must stop chasing it through the caves." The mage hurried to apologize to Rose that she would have to endure some pain from the wounds until he caught that vile monster. After these words, the sorcerer tried to erect a binding barrier around the monster, but the monster immediately lunged at him, aiming its demonic blade forward and fervently craving blood. Fortunately, at that very moment, the creature froze. It was bound by a magical circle of spells that the sorcerer managed to create on the cave floor. Yet the monster only laughed fiercely, calculating that such pathetic magic would not hold it for long. And Rose, who by this time had regained consciousness and stood up, with a single swing of her blade, cut off the head of that vile monster. Of course, immediately after that its head began to regrow, with the disgusting squelching of flesh. However, the warrior did not allow the creature to fully regenerate, and repeatedly chopped it into small bloody pieces with her sword. Then, freed from the monster's tentacles, the mage managed to securely seal the demonic blade inside a magical crystal. But the sorcerer honestly admitted he no longer hoped to see this cursed sword in action again. It seemed the vampires decided to reforge the broken blade for their dark needs, so he wanted to take the artifact to study its power. Rose asked the mage to wait a little with the research for now, simply because there was a hole in her chest from the blade, so the warrior asked her companion for help in treating the wounds. However, the mage rudely ordered Rose was not to call him by his former name, to call him the Knight of the First Knightly Order. Moreover, he did not understand how such a mighty dragon as she could worry about such insignificant wounds. Rose was, honestly speaking, surprised by the insolent attitude that this wizard allowed himself. After all, she was not going to let such audacity pass so easily. At that moment, the sorcerer created his identical magical clone and ordered Rose to immediately return to the camp before the command became suspicious. Honestly, the warrior was very surprised by the perfection of the clone. It did not differ from the original even in the flow of magical energy. The thing was that this clone was created thanks to the highest version of shape-shifting magic, the art of the keepers of the ancient forest. It was the best way to hide one's true identity from enemies. And honestly, no matter how many times she encountered the wizard's alter ego, Rose already began to think, was the mage himself just another clone of the true sorcerer? The mage did not respond to her thought, only asked the warrior to hurry with the departure, because in these parts, cult movements were noticed, so the situation was extremely dangerous for lone travelers. For their next important conversation, he would find a more suitable and safe place, but now they had to decide what measures to take against the mighty Firkin in future battles. Still, the mage was not exactly sure that they could stop this dangerous man, but the sorcerer perfectly understood. They were obliged to do it for the safety of the kingdom. After these words, the mage took his true form and was about to fly away. At the last moment, only saying goodbye to the warrior, he promised to meet her again, and asked her not to forget their true sacred goal in this war. And watching the fleeing sorcerer with her eyes, the girl understood. He should not have said such obvious things to a warrior who knows everything. After that, she addressed the created clone, and to her surprise, it could speak like a living person. After all, each clone was created from a fragment of a real magician, and it inherited his mind. The most amazing thing was that even though the clone was only a tiny part of a great mage, it still spoke to her condescendingly, because even in its small body, in its opinion, there was more intelligence than in all of Rose. At that moment, everything happening in the canyon was clearly observed by a night archer from a high cliff. He was extremely curious to find out what exactly these two had planned in their secret negotiations. At the same moment, the supreme sage of the magical tower descended to the ground and slowly approached the hero, spreading his figure threateningly. At that moment, Firkin was already surrounded by other powerful sorcerers, making it clear that any resistance would be completely futile against their combined power. It was time to cleanse the heretic's karma with fire and sword. At that moment, Firkin only carefully looked around, understanding that the magical energy from the destroyed dimension had begun to slowly gather around. When the space partially collapsed, the scattered magic finally began to circulate normally in the air. On this basis, Firkin had a practical question. How much time would he need to smash the faces of all these sorcerers in righteous fury so that they would be unrecognizable? It was only a general question out of curiosity. The hero asked the magicians not to be offended by his bluntness, because it seemed to him that they needed to convene an urgent council meeting right now to find an honest answer to this question. But one of the magicians burst out shouting, because of the hero's impudent questions, demanding that he be silent immediately. Everyone already understood his bloody intentions hidden behind this question. While the sorcerer was loudly shouting threats, Firkin crouched down and attacked him from behind, plunging into the floor of the destroyed space with colossal force. Then the hero realized, since the wizards do not want peaceful negotiations, they will have to answer his questions experimentally in an honest fight. The supreme mage, however, ordered all other wizards not to succumb to the provocations of the dangerous hero under any circumstances. After that, all the sorcerers combined their forces and again launched an attack on Firkin with destructive explosive magic that shakes the very foundations of the universe. The mighty sorcerers perfectly understood. From this destroyed space, Firkin had nowhere to escape. He was like a wild beast trapped in an iron cage. So they only had to patiently wait for the hero to exhaust all his strength in a senseless struggle, and then they would kill him without much difficulty. But the more magical power the wizards spent in this space, the more they destroyed it with their own hands, unaware of the consequences. Firkin himself was very disappointed with their mediocre efforts. The mages considered it great magical art. So the old man decided, the magical tower had become very outdated over the past decades and lost its former power. Only then did the hero realize, while he was chatting with the opponents, he did not even notice how he ended up in the very center of a huge magical circle of spells. But from below, a real explosive wave hit him, one that threw absolutely everything around into the air with colossal force. But that's good. Along with this explosion, the dome that held them captive was also destroyed. In the end, Firkin challenged the sorcerers and let them destroy his space with their own hands. Now everyone found themselves in a completely different area, and this passage was well known to the hero from past years. The old man knew perfectly well the sole ruler who controlled everything here. So turning to the golden-haired guide of the world's boundaries, he warmly greeted an old acquaintance whom he had not seen for many years. At that moment, young Adolf had completely different problems. He too found himself in an unfamiliar space, surrounded on all sides by ancient scrolls. Before him sat a venerable old man, and all this time he was filling some ancient books of wisdom with magical writings. So after a brief polite silence, the mage cautiously inquired where exactly he was now. But tearing himself away from the sacred writing, the elder honestly admitted that he was hearing such a strange question from a guest for the first time. If the youth had no idea what this place was, the greatest mystery for him remained how he had even gotten here through the magical barriers. But still, the sage hurried to explain that by geographical coordinates they were in the magical tower of the wizards. Of course, for Adolf this was a real shock, but the old man quickly began to assure him that this was only the antechamber of the magical tower, a place through which all outsiders pass who want to get inside. Adolf was simultaneously stunned and delighted. He had always dreamed of getting into the legendary magical tower. All the mages of the world wanted to acquire the sacred knowledge of ancient arts here. Whatever Adolf had done in the past, he could not find any key to this holy place. The youth could not have expected that he would end up in the tower through the ill-fated teleportation stone. And the old man advised the young man not to rejoice too much at such a quick success. After all, he was a comrade of the dangerous Firkin, so he would stay here only briefly, and then a harsh fate would catch up with him. The young mage almost fainted from such news, because he knew the High Advisor represents the most elite group of wise men in the world. He was struck that they had come personally to meet with Firkin. Yet the elder hastened to explain, the wizards meet Firkin as a dangerous criminal who violated the tower's rules. Therefore, he was summoned to be judged for his misdeeds, and also for his named accomplice, a necromancer who had long been expelled from the tower for dark crafts. Of course, Adolf did not know what awaited his comrades in the future, but he needed to reunite with his group of friends at any cost. So the young man began to beg the elder to open for him the cherished doors to freedom. Still, the sage extended his hand as if blocking the young man's way and not allowing him to go further into the tower. Adolf got a little angry and warned, if this continued, he would stop calling the old man a respected sir and would make him an ordinary old man without any respect. Enraged by such insolence, the elder immediately cast a magical barrier at the young man, which knocked him off his feet, and with all his might pushed the insolent guest straight into the nearest obstacle. Then the sage reminded the foolish boy that he was in a sacred magical tower. If he was not a true mage, he would not get a step further according to ancient rules. So first he had to prove that he was truly a worthy sorcerer, not an impostor. In the end, having no other option, Adolf began to cast spells with all his might. But his magic resembled the most ordinary fairground tricks for the entertainment of the crowd. Although, frankly speaking, this even impressed the venerable elder with its originality. But the sage still believed, if Adolf was a true mage, he must have had a scientific dissertation submitted for review by the scholarly circles of the tower. He wanted to find out what magical rank this young man held in the hierarchy of sorcerers. When Adolf explained that he could only control the elements of nature, the old man drove the youth away, not recognizing him as a true mage. Or the sage ordered him to stay here and silently await his fate, not disturbing anyone's request. However, since no charges were brought against Adolf, the tower could release him as soon as Firkin's fate was decided. At that moment, Adolf realized a normal conversation with this old man was impossible unless he was willing, but he had to get out of here, because only here could he find a clue to where his mentor was. Then the elder realized this young man also intended to break their sacred tower rules, so the sage decided to resort to harsh measures against the insolent guest. But suddenly the old man felt a strange tension that bound his entire feeble body. And when he looked back, he saw a gigantic giant standing next to the young man and protecting him from the offenders. Obviously, so as not to offend his friend, the giant immediately stretched out his mighty hands to the old man as if he was about to catch a bug. Immediately Tot fearfully suggested to Adolf to go wherever he wished, without any obstacles. And the whole point was that the elder counted the young man was using such a powerful familiar. He simply had a sea of vital energy and a huge reserve of magical power. The very fact of the existence of such a creature was already a historical discovery for the tower, so the sage wanted to know who this familiar was and where he came from. And Adolf briefly called him the likeness of the god creator. And basically the elder understood, this guy is not bluffing or deceiving him. Otherwise, there is no way to explain the existence of such a phenomenon of power. But he saw for the first time a mage who uses the creator himself as his familiar in battles. The elder immediately began to apologize to the young man for his improper behavior and rudeness. He was incredibly ashamed that he did not recognize the high mage and almost drove him away like some commoner. He wished to find his teacher, and the sage was ready to help him in this noble endeavor with all his might. Therefore, he personally escorted him to the right place, paying great honors. Returning to Firkin, he stood in the new space, still surrounded by the evil wizards of the tower. All the sorcerers silently stared at him, not knowing what to do. Therefore the hero logically decided that the great mages were frightened by the complete defeat and became upset. Now they definitely cannot do anything against his power, so how they stood like pillars almost caused the old warrior to mock. Of course, the wizards were angered by the hero's arrogance. He clearly did not understand how much the world of magic had changed compared to the past. Therefore the mages gathered their combined power to attack the sinner for his unforgivable sins. So that he would not slip away from justice, they wanted to personally show him the end he deserved for his crimes. And at that very moment, all the casting mages were thrown out of space and they found themselves where they usually held their meetings in the magic tower. In these passages between worlds reigned a sacred neutrality according to ancient laws. Such combative behavior was absolutely unacceptable for the tower mages. Firkin, who was now covered by the Defender Guide, decided to find out who would be next to want to challenge him to a duel. And the mages began whispering among themselves, understanding, by the rules they are forbidden to use magic in the presence of the guide. Even transporting the hero to another space will be extremely difficult by the laws. So the sorcerers were simply indignant at the cunning Firkin, who hid behind the guide's back as if behind a shield. At that very moment, the supreme sage explained to the guide that they all wished to return to the tower to continue the trial. So he asked to open the passage into the sacred walls, and immediately created portals for them, through which the sorcerers could return to their native Penates. Eventually passing through this portal, the great sage asked Firkin not to loiter, and to follow them to continue the trial. Firkin almost burst out laughing at his condescending words and self-confidence. After this, the hero suggested to the Phantom King to gather their belongings so they could escape from here while there was still a chance. But the necromancer warned the old man that it seems he will still have to return inside the magical tower against his will, because the last ingredient for creating the immortal was right here in the vaults. The distrustful hero decided to ask the named one about which exact ingredient is involved in the ancient ritual. And he reminded that they already had the essence of the forest for the victim to lift the curse of oblivion from the soul, and also the heart of the earth from which the physical body of the immortal warrior was to be created. Only the eye of the essence remains the true inheritance of the dead from the times of creation. If nothing has changed over the past centuries, this ingredient must be right here, in the vaults of the magical tower. However, at that very moment, the guide made it clear that their audacious escape plan was impossible to carry out. After all, he could not leave from here in principle, and none of the creatures that entered here alive could leave the magic tower without special permission. At this time, the venerable elder was leading Adolf through the corridors, and along the way asked about everything that came to his mind regarding the young guest. Thus the sage understood. This youth was a disciple of the seventh sage Havar Brighton and traveled with the essence of the forest. He was also called the soul of the god among the common people. Obviously, having heard about such an interesting youth, the old man immediately wanted to learn as much as possible about him down to the smallest details. Although he knew the question would sound rather rude, the sage still felt. Teacher Havar died 30 years ago in a great battle, so he was incredibly curious how the youth, barely past his second decade of life, became a student of a mage who had long perished. Of course, Adolf understood that it was hard for a reasonable person to believe this, but he declared, his mentor was resurrected like the 13th immortal from the dead. At that moment the elder realized, all of Adolf's words were the delusions of a madman, because this young man was simply insane. The youth himself explained, Havar was like a spiritual father to him. He was the one who found him when his parents abandoned the child, raised him as a son, and taught him magic and martial arts. But soon their peaceful home was attacked by heretic cultists with fire and sword. After a desperate clash with them, the mentor disappeared without a trace. Adolf did not know why or where, but before leaving the teacher sealed magical power in his body with a special spell. This seal cannot be removed by any force, and that is why he was searching for his mentor all over the world. Still, the elder did not believe the youth's words and decided that he was an ordinary liar and fantasist. But he did not show it, he only calmly nodded while listening to his story. While the sage absorbed the tale, they arrived at the majestic gates. The elder immediately suggested entering the treasury of consciousness, a great repository of knowledge. Adolf understood. He was standing before the gates of the library of the magical tower, where knowledge and information from the entire known world converge. The elder explained that initially access to the treasury was granted only to the tower's mages under strict rules. However, in exchange for studying the giant with whom Adolf traveled, they would be given several free visits to the Sanctuary of Wisdom. As it turned out, the elder had recently convened other mages for a council, and it was then that the giant agreed to be studied by the learned men. However, Adolf warned, they could not conduct experiments on the giant or harm him, only a small survey questions and answers about his nature. In the end, the elder promised to abide by the conditions and led the giant the form of a divine entity. And Adolf was left alone with the repository of knowledge for independent study, but the young man had no idea how to open this cherished gate to wisdom. And then the elder realized that he had completely forgotten to mention an important detail: the doors were magical. They would not open unless a special access spell was spoken. However, since Adolf's magic was sealed inside his body, he simply broke this gate with his fist with brute force. Of course, the elder was impressed by such strength, but ultimately decided not to reprimand the young man for damaging property. Moreover, the doors were enchanted with restorative magic. From any damage they would heal themselves, like a living creature. Honestly, even the magical repository itself was shocked by the inhuman strength of this young man, because it had never before seen such talent among mortals. At that very moment, the master of the library became angry because of the noise someone had boldly dared to enter in his presence. He decided that the boy who entered his sacred domain did not know how to behave properly at all. However, Adolf calmly approached the angry old man and immediately apologized for the noise, explaining that he needed to find a certain person among the books and scrolls. Then, after the apologies, he understandingly handed him the library usage guide, the terms of use, consent forms, and all that bureaucratic paperwork. Adolf had to carefully familiarize himself with all these documents and sign them for admission. At that time, Firkin stood before the guide and did not understand at all why he insisted that he could not leave the tower of his own free will. Even the Phantom King found it strange that it was not the guide's decision to make whether to leave the tower or stay in it. He explained that by the personal order of the great sage, entry and exit from the tower were categorically forbidden for everyone. That was his indisputable decision. If they wanted to leave, they had to obtain written permission from the ruler of the tower himself. And here was the main problem: these mages did not look friendly to the exile at all. Firkin was surprised. The previously neutral guide unexpectedly sided with the mages against them. After all, the hero did not think that he would ever turn into a watchdog raised by the great sage for protection. The guide himself explained that he was not guarding this passage. He was simply escorting lost souls and unquestioningly obeying the tower's orders as part of his official duty. Then Firkin understood the full complexity of the problem. Even if they find all the ingredients to create the immortal to get outside, he would have to engage in an open clash with the High Council of Mages of the Magic Tower. And the Named was very surprised by this. This news hit Firkin's nerves and completely confused him. The warrior was going to tear everything down here to the ground anyway. But it turned out that the destruction of the Magic Tower in the hero's mind was only the last step in a hopeless situation. The warrior could not believe that they would not even be able to obtain the simplest permission from the great sage. Firkin did not want to arrange a real bloody fight in the holy place without necessity. The Named reminded that, judging by their previous conversations with the sorcerers, peaceful negotiations themselves were a completely pointless endeavor. However, Firkin understood, if they cannot negotiate with the mages or kill them, they need to find a new great sage, and the hero decided to appoint one of his faithful comrades-in-arms to this position. Of course, Divinity immediately thought that Firkin had invented complete, utter nonsense and rubbish, but the Named was already tired of trying to understand the logic of this strange man. The necromancer explained that this was an absurd idea because, to become the great sage, one must secure the approval of the majority of votes at the meeting of the High Council of the Tower. But Firkin knew. For the ambitious, there was also a bypass option. For this, it was necessary to get a letter of recommendation from the former great sage and secure the support of influential supporters. All they needed was a letter of recommendation from the former sage and one supporter who had joined the Council of the Tower. Then they could demand the holding of extraordinary elections for the position of great sage, and therefore, the position of great sage would at least for some time remain vacant for new contenders. And if the position of great sage is vacant, then during this time, the powers of the ruler are transferred to a temporary candidate according to the laws. Of course, the Named was curious, where Firkin knew all these subtleties of the tower's politics, but it turned out, it was precisely thanks to this method that the current great sage took his position. The warrior would simply give it to him in the same way, using his own cunning methods against him. But this still did not explain where to find the great sage of the previous generation, an ally in the council, who would support their candidacy. Firkin reminded that according to Adolf, his teacher lives among people, and the precious student at that time found himself in mortal danger in the tower. So if they get in touch with the mentor, he will immediately run here to help his beloved protege. As for the supporters in the council, let them get to it right now, without wasting time. After that, the hero, with a silly expression on his face, began to think about what exactly they should do to make the plan succeed. The Named one was stunned. A living person had such a crazy resemblance to the living dead by facial expression, but Firkin specifically parodied the inhabitants of the world of the dead with all available means. They needed to contact Havar and get the ingredients to create an immortal warrior. There was simply no other way now, so they rushed straight to the very heart of the magical tower to implement their audacious plan. At that very moment, the giant was sitting on a stool. Those strange magical elders had seated him there to study him. After which the learned men took out all sorts of scalpels and knives to begin their primitive examination of the divine being. The giant, as known to the sages, had many sacred names and legends: the first man, pure soul, radiant majesty, holy spirit of creation. And of course the giant who created the plant world with his own hands. Wherever he stepped, flowers and trees of unprecedented beauty grew. The earth broken under his feet turned into mighty mountains and hills. For life to arise, only his pure river stream of tears was enough. All living creatures worshipped him as a deity, calling him the tree giant and creator of the world. But the cursed day came after the birth of the abyss, invisible spiders of chaos. In the end, the body of the fallen giant was finished off by the remaining gods. His remains, full of ancient sorrow, were thrown into the mortal world. There they took root and grew a small garden. But suddenly, life stirred in the densely embedded thoughts within his flesh. They awakened him, restoring the self-awareness he once possessed. Then various beings began to appear to him, craving power and might. Alas, all the giant could offer was a deer, or wisdom and knowledge, for no trace of his former strength remained. Seekers of power invariably left his abode with disappointment on their faces. Thus the giant's world remained unchanged through the ages. Suddenly he saw Firkin, the very one who somehow managed to find himself on his territory. The giant immediately became angry, deciding that before him was yet another annoying bug wanting something from him. Having heard this sad story about the fall of a divine being, the elder mages realized. At first the giant thought the warrior was just a persistent seeker, so he needed to be squashed without much thought. The sages, especially those most curious, wanted to learn more about ancient times. After all, these were events that happened over 100,000 years ago. At this moment, the eldest of the mages, before the giant continued the tale, strictly ordered all scribes not to miss a single word of the divine revelation. They had no right to allow any conjectures from themselves, only exact facts. After all, the site before them was a reliable historical source and a perfect chance to rewrite all the legends of past eras. Then the giant told that at the beginning of the world, 100,000 years ago, there existed an ancient dragon Tyrannosaurus. Of course, it would not have been difficult for the mages to believe that the Tyrannosaurus was actually a dragon, not an ordinary lizard as they had considered it until now. The cries of the outraged wizards spread throughout the magical tower. Obviously, the high mages were extremely dissatisfied with such disturbances. They were angry because they had not yet properly begun the study of the ancient creature, and their subordinates could no longer control themselves. Therefore, the wizards, before continuing to study the guest, offered him some nicely sliced fruits to taste. Other inhabitants of the tower also joined the feast, as they had become very hungry during the long preparations. The most amazing thing turned out to be that even Firkin himself joined the banquet. But the hero wanted to have something more substantial than ordinary apples. After finishing the last piece, the warrior explained that he would not refuse if the elders offered him some grapes as well. At this moment, the mages stared at him with some kind of misunderstanding, as if they were stunned and frozen like statues. Immediately after this, they showed their guests the full depth of misunderstanding of how a brazen violator dared to appear here and demand overly expensive grapes, which even they themselves did not have. And at that moment, the angry Firkin rushed to one of the elders standing in front, after which he instantly killed the gray-bearded man against the wall, firmly grabbing him by the face. Then the outraged warrior snatched a weapon from him, raging because these mages so rudely greeted an old friend instead of giving a proper reception. After this, Firkin decided to use the magical saw, which was no longer needed by these sorcerers, to use it for its true purpose. Probably the frightened mages immediately switched to berserk mode and prepared to defend their magical citadel. A fierce battle broke out, and at that very moment, the Ghost King also appeared from the portal. He was surprised that Firkin really managed to break the tower's defense system just as they had planned. It turned out, some time ago, the warrior took on the role of the chief hacker, while the named performed the function of searching for the necessary magical items. The gravity mage also wanted to help his comrades somehow, but his main task was not to get under the feet of more experienced seekers. Of course, the named warned the hero, as soon as he starts rampaging here, a great sage will come after him, the supreme guardian of the tower. That is why Firkin needed to break the defense system as quickly as possible. So he asked the necromancer to buy time, while the warrior distracted the sorcerers so that he could find all the components needed to create the elixir of immortality. The main goal was to bring back their companion Bendel, who would also become their loyal ally if everything succeeded. If their plan was successful, the journey would be over, and nothing would keep the necromancer and the warrior together anymore. And Firkin asked the Phantom King to remember, if they were defeated, they would keep trying until they achieved their goal. This literally meant the named had to complete the task perfectly if he did not want to spend the rest of his days in this cursed dimension with the stubborn warrior. The attacking mages had no idea that something was wrong with this man. It seemed as if he was immortal and completely invulnerable to their spells. He gently patted one of the mages on the shoulder. The Phantom King admitted that he himself had long wondered what was wrong with Firkin. He believed that they would get along with this wild boy and asked the sorcerer to look into his eyes, because the warrior was currently under the influence of the demonic helmet of Mogulissa. Immediately after that, the hypnotized wizard explained that what the master was looking for was in the research zone on the 5th floor. It was Bendel's magical inheritance shelf in the Grey Hall. The key to knowledge about resurrection was exactly the way to defeat the mighty warrior. Having heard such detailed instructions, the named quickly realized there would be no extra hands for the plan's implementation. At that very moment, the 12th immortal burst out of the portal, already ready to provide feasible assistance. Meanwhile, Firkin had already thoroughly beaten all the mages who were in the room. Finally, the supreme elder of the tower appeared, and this only pleased the hero, since his subordinates turned out to be completely helpless, so the warrior could not have a proper fight with them. He hoped that at least with the supreme mage, he could arrange a decent fight within the walls of this magical citadel. At that very moment, the events shift to the capital of the Iron Empire, and to be more precise, to the hidden dungeon beneath the royal palace. At that moment, the court wizards were enchanting the only blade, infusing it with their magical energy. But something went wrong. A hurricane force swept across the entire area, although the sorcerers were strictly following the instructions recorded in the ancient spellbook. Only then did they realize what the problem was. the mage decided to use pounds instead of the kilograms they were accustomed to when calculating magical formulas, and all the calculations went awry. In the end, the sorcerers were convinced. Now the sword would definitely go out of control, and they would no longer be able to tame it. At that very moment, the energy around the blade began to thicken like storm clouds and incinerate the sorcerers standing nearby. However, when one of the mages was already ready to say goodbye to life, the deadly strike did not happen. His Majesty the Emperor appeared. He protected the unfortunate warrior from the raging magical element. Of course, the subject was very glad that the ruler came to save them. But the sovereign calmly explained that he came here because he remembered well the day when the holy sword was made. This weapon surpassed all the magical instruments of the empire combined. It was precisely for this reason that all this time he had been collecting dozens and hundreds of magical tools, also that the day would come when he could unite their power into one single sword. However, the emperor naturally knew, during the unification of such powerful artifacts, one would have to face dangerous side effects. The same happened with the holy sword on the day of its creation, but then the magical storm raged many times stronger than now. At that very moment, the mana of the sorcerers began to slowly leave their bodies. They understood if they stayed here any longer, they would all simply perish from exhaustion. The emperor calmly explained, to tame the raging storm, the blade must be infused with equally powerful magical energy. He reminded the mages they had sworn to give their lives for their ruler, so they must fulfill this oath. And immediately the wizards understood what the sovereign expected from them. For the glory of His Majesty the Emperor, they began to release the energy that had accumulated in their bodies over years of service. Soon Orn, suspecting nothing, wandered the palace grounds and suddenly felt that something was not right. A colossal surge of energy burst upward, many times exceeding the height of the palace itself. This bright flash was noticed by Cal Rose, who was nearby, and she understood the time of trials had come. The emperor himself finally held the completed sword in his own hands. He understood, on this day, only one of all the sorcerers managed to survive. Everything was for the common good. They had to make the same sacrifice to create a weapon capable of resisting future threats. Of course, the emperor knew, sooner or later history would erase the Tower Mages from memory, but he promised as a ruler he would always remember their sacrifice. It was these sorcerers who became the key to the birth of the new holy sword. They gave their lives to create the legendary weapon. At that moment, Cal Rose joined Orn in responding to the surge of magical energy directed at the emperor. They arrived to make sure their lord was all right after such a powerful magical explosion. Orn was struck by the fact that the mages, despite their extreme exhaustion, so submissively lay before the emperor. Only then did the knight realize with horror that it seemed all these sorcerers had exhausted themselves completely and died, sacrificing themselves to create the holy blade. The emperor thanked the warriors for arriving on time. They came to congratulate their lord on finally obtaining his legendary blade. Yet Cal Rose warned, according to the original plan, there was still enough time to create the holy sword. She did not understand why there was such haste to complete this very important ritual. Orn immediately harshly reprimanded the girl for such audacity. He did not understand how she dared to so boldly question the emperor about his actions and decisions. At that very moment, the knight caught the contemptuous gaze of Cal Rose herself. It made him uneasy. At that moment, the girl raised the very sword of the demon lord and explained what she was waiting for. The emperor would await his arrival before taking up the creation of the holy blade. At that moment, the emperor, without any doubt, launched an attack on Cal Rose, who stood right before him. She instantly shielded herself with the demonic sword. However, the blade shattered in half, and the blade itself crumbled into countless fragments. Of course, the ruler doubted that the true sword of the demon lord could break so easily from a single strike. At that very moment, Orn did not understand what was happening before his eyes at all, so he preferred to remain silent so as not to be punished for untimely questions. Cal Rose just laughed at the foolish question of His Imperial Majesty. She thought that the lord was clearly provoking a duel with her. Then Orn completely lost his composure, not understanding, since when she had been speaking so boldly to the ruler of the empire. At that moment, the emperor calmly explained to the knight that the First Knightly Order had always had many talented people with different views on politics and military actions. At that moment, Cal Rose removed her camouflage spell, realizing that the emperor recognized her too easily even in disguised form. She also decided it was unwise to use pounds instead of kilograms in the magical formulas. This mistake cost many sorcerers their lives, and the girl perfectly understood. If the emperor did not finish creating his holy sword, they would no longer remain just a man and a woman. They would become warriors who would cross blades in a deadly duel. This was great news for the emperor. as right now he wanted to test the power of his new holy blade in battle against a worthy opponent. So the ruler ordered to immediately meet and cross swords. At that very moment, Orn pondered what true talent really is. He believed it was a power that from birth distinguishes one person from another. Orn was always ahead of everyone without making special efforts, while some only dreamed of glory. He simply acted and achieved his goals with blood and sweat. Thanks to his natural talent, he became a knight of the empire and gained unquestionable authority among his comrades in arms. But as they say, there are still stars above the sky. Then above him appeared a whole constellation of those whose abilities far exceeded his own. And there was also a monster named Cal Rose, who with a snap of his fingers turned all his talents to dust. Her inhuman movements went beyond his understanding, had monstrous strength and incredible speed. He had not noticed this before because the girl skillfully concealed her true power. And some instinct told him that trouble was here. Orn always suspected, Cal Rose is not a human but a monster. And now he realized that all this time she had been hiding a demonic essence under a human guise. The knight tried to explain to the emperor that the power of his sword had not yet stabilized, and soon knights of the order would arrive so the ruler should stay safe. Orn wanted to stop this creature, once his comrade in arms, by his own strength. But the emperor calmly asked the knight to stop this pathetic spectacle. He had to unconditionally obey the words of his ruler. And the sovereign wished to test the power of his new holy sword in battle right now. At this very moment, he saw a worthy opponent before him and considered it an incredibly fortunate coincidence. Of course, Cal Rose was impressed that the king of men remained as arrogant as before. However, the ruler thought that he was still far from the dragon's snobbery. Only then did Orn realize the terrible truth. He considered Cal Rose a monster, a demon anyone, but she turned out to be a real dragon. Now the knight understood why the girl was so almighty. She was gold among all other precious metals, because dragon blood was embedded in her from birth. At that moment, Cal Rose herself hurried to warn the emperor. The sword is capable of consuming the will of its owner and turning him into a puppet, but the ruler still repeated the same mistakes as his predecessors. So she resigned herself to the fact that humans are two foolish creatures, unable to listen to wise advice. But to the emperor, these empty talks were meaningless. He intended to destroy everyone who stood in the way of absolute power. Only then did Cal Rose realize the emperor was simply a psychopath who craved blood and destruction. That was exactly why the true holy sword did not choose him. What he created was too dangerous even for the emperor himself, a cursed blade that brings only death. So this dragoness had to take the sword from him to save the world from future calamities. At that moment, the emperor immediately turned to his loyal knight, who stood behind him and prepared for battle. The lord ordered to immediately report to the commander of the order that the war had begun, a battle between man and dragon that would decide the fate of the entire empire. Right after that, a fierce duel began, and Orn rushed to carry out the emperor's command, asking him to be careful in the clash with the ancient monster. The dragoness herself laughed at the fact that the man called their confrontation a war. Cal Rose calmly explained that it was still far from war. It was better to call it simply a dragon hunting a reckless mortal. But after the very first clashes, the girl realized the imperial sword was indeed incredibly powerful. It turned out that even the name of the holy sword was somehow insufficient for this blade. It surpassed all known legendary weapons. At that moment, the emperor slipped behind his opponent and raised the blade for a deadly strike. The dragoness immediately realized that something was burning and took the blow with her own body. Eventually, countless bloody cuts spread all over her body, yet even these wounds were not deadly dangerous for the ancient creature. Having just risen, she hastily warned that the magical sword still remains only a magical tool, and therefore just as dangerous and unpredictable. The emperor, however, did not understand how Cal Rose could remain so calm in such a situation. At that moment, she no longer had both hands, so she could not fight at full strength. However, the dragoness displeasedly reminded that she was a dragon, and those were not even hands, but only front paws. Moreover, the wounds on her human face meant nothing to her. As long as the ancient being had magic, she could recover as much as she wanted. In principle, the emperor was not surprised at all. After all, this was the main feature of great lizards. And he even rejoiced because he knew the opponent had enough strength, so he could experiment with her as much as he wanted. Only then did the girl realize that this little man actually wanted to kill her just for fun. So having grown wings and accepted a half-dragon form, she warned, she wanted to protect him from the danger of the cursed blade until the very end. After all, they were still good comrades in arms. Now she changed her mind about sparing the madman. Suddenly, the captain of the night squad entered the room, calmly greeted the mother of dragons, as if he had been expecting exactly this development. After that, he dragged the bound Mage Knight and offered Cal Rose to solve the dilemma, either tell them the whole truth about her origin, or they both would perish here. Of course, the dragoness was quite impressed upon seeing the fallen sorcerer, as she knew how strong he was in magical arts. At that very moment, the captain himself laughed maliciously, realizing that he had managed to corner the ancient creature with no way out. However, the emperor quickly ordered the captain to pull himself together and stop laughing like a dull villain from cheap legends. He immediately apologized, for he himself had forgotten. In this story, they were not scoundrels, only defenders of humanity from the dragon threat. However, Cal Rose actually found it funny to watch these petty scoundrels who thought that hunting the wizard would anger her. They really understood absolutely nothing because whatever happened to this mage, it did not concern her at all. Yet mortals would have to pay for daring to threaten the ancient dragon. Captain, meanwhile, was glad that he had still managed to irritate the girl, although she herself felt calmer than a boa before hunting. Then the leader of the knights showed her a new captive and warned, if the dragoness did not confess her true nature, they would kill this prisoner too. He only looked away fearfully, begging Cal Rose not to worry about him for the sake of her own salvation. The captain perfectly understood. There was no point for Cal Rose to pretend that she understood nothing. Her dragon nature had long been revealed thanks to their investigation. The leader of the knights counted on the dragoness not being able to endure and keep her composure when they killed the man dear to her, unless she was a completely heartless monster. Yet her magical attack unexpectedly wounded this little man with her own hand. After this, she demanded that these people finally stop tormenting her nerves and finish what they had started. The ancient creature was already quite eager for a real battle. Then the emperor realized simple negotiations never worked with dragons, so he would have to force her to submit by brute force. After this, the ruler raised his new holy sword to subdue this monster. Cal Rose already understood. The emperor would have to sweat hard to conquer Hirsch like truly very strong opponents, much more powerful than herself. While these two were fighting with blades, a beautiful butterfly with blue wings suddenly flew between them. It was teleportation through which the mage materialized, who, according to the captain's guesses, had been kept in a fake unconscious state in the dungeon all this time. But the sorcerer calmly explained, the unconsciousness was absolutely real due to magical exhaustion. His body was still lying unconscious near the captain. Only then did the leader of the knights finally realize the mage they had captured from the very beginning was just one of many incarnations. But the wizard himself hurried to explain. He said he really did not like such words because he never created forgeries. Each of his incarnations was a separate personality with its own thoughts and desires. Although their roots were the same, in one spirit, all his selves, living different lives, were entirely real beings. Only then did Orn finally understand the meaning of the young man's words. He claimed that all his clones were his alter egos, different facets of one personality. The knight was terribly curious about who this old man was, the one he was now seeing before him. Sim was an old man and a great wizard as well. In this form, he was an ordinary person. He also pretended to be an adventurer setting off on adventures with friends, and a bandit who took wealth from weak travelers. Of course, the captain immediately calculated that the old man they brought to Cal Rose as a hostage was also part of the great magician. But in reality, the mage had no idea who this person was, although the old man himself would not object to becoming part of a powerful sorcerer. In the end, he put on his magical mask, and the wizard made it clear. He had many personalities, including the personality of a member of the First Knight Squad. It was precisely because of this that the emperor became extremely curious about who this young man was. Although perhaps it would be more correct to ask who they all were. The captain of the Knight Squad was very interested to find out whether there was some secret squad that was everywhere and nowhere at the same time, and somehow connected with dragons. However, interrupting his thoughts, the mage calmly explained that they were shadows and by no means enemies of the emperor. In a certain sense, they and the ruler of humanity had a common goal to protect the world from true evil. However, their purpose was by no means connected with his magical sword, because it was too dangerous a power for a mortal. Their duty was to maintain balance, so the sword that the emperor held in his hands was not supposed to exist. Of course, the ruler understood that these two were trying to convey their opinion to him, but the outcome was predetermined. They were opponents with radically different views on the world's order. So without any doubt, the king of humanity rushed to attack these monsters. Of course, Cal Rose immediately wanted to rush into battle to tear this little man into the smallest pieces. But the mage hurried to stop her, making it clear that the time for the decisive clash had not yet come. At that moment, the sorcerer's clone grabbed the emperor by the hands, after which an explosion occurred, acting as a smoke screen and allowing the wizard and the dragon to hide from the battlefield. They knew that ahead lay a long journey before they and the king would come to a common understanding regarding the fate of the cursed sword, and then they would meet again for the final battle. Immediately after this, all the mage's clones began to gradually dissolve into space. Watching how he had been led by the nose and deceived all this time, the emperor goes mad and swears to make these scoundrels pay in full at the next meeting. Meanwhile, Firkin's fight continued against another mad elder from the magic tower. This sorcerer decided to create a fiery sphere of dissolving flames, capable of incinerating any mortal. But in response to this blow, Firkin met it with a crushing fist. Immediately after this, the old man was struck by a lightning discharge. The wizard called this spell a static vortex, a frightening sorcery that releases colossal power measured in millions of watts. However, he did not understand. Firkin was a true devil in the flesh, because this discharge simply refreshed the warrior. The hero decided that it was a wonderful physiotherapy for muscle pain, and after that decided to give the seventh old man a healing procedure with his fist. Immediately after this, he also healed some from dementia when delivering healing blows with his fist to their heads. But at that moment, a huge concrete pillar fell upon the hero. At that moment, Firkin was pressed to the ground by the full weight of the magical structure. The great master of the tower ordered everyone to retreat. He himself would deal with this mad warrior. The crippled sorcerers immediately scattered in all directions, but they had no idea to admit that they were useless in battle. They simply decided that the great sage had not given them enough time to reveal their true potential. At that moment, the hero had already destroyed the huge column that the mage had brought down on him. He was even disappointed. The power of the magical tower was greatly exaggerated, and he hoped that his opponent would choose sparring, not boring philosophical discussions. If it were otherwise, the warrior would be insanely angry at their such boring life philosophy. But the wise old man hastened to explain that the mages of the tower did not exist to kill warriors like the hero. They were the last bastion science, and magic prevented the destruction of this world from ancient threats. Honestly, Firkin almost laughed at these words. He thought that the other sorcerers did not even suspect that they were the last bastion of humanity. But the warrior was still curious to find out, what did this self-proclaimed last bastion do when the Lord of Demons appeared? As Firkin remembered, they hid in the tower behind their disputes and did not show their noses while the heroes shed blood on the battlefields. But the great sage knew the Lord of Demons was not the most terrible threat to humanity. Demons, humans, their rulers and warriors, all this is just a war for dominance, a struggle of despots for power. This is not the end yet, not the milestone that the magical tower will witness in future centuries. Firkin still considered this mage merely a cynic who did not sympathize at all with ordinary humanity in its suffering. To this claim, the elder replied to the warrior, reminding him of the fourth rule of the tower. Their knowledge and visions are preserved exclusively until the end of the world. The only one who broke this rule for selfish purposes was Firkin. The hero did not consider his actions selfishness. He believed that such a desire was the wish of all humanity to free itself from the yoke of dark forces. The warrior did not understand at all what his fault was after all. It was the tower mages who created the holy sword at his request, but the sage reminded him. It was Firkin S. Bendilam who incited other sorcerers to make this weapon. As a result, 1,000 great mages, including the great sage of the past, sacrificed themselves for the creation of the cursed weapon. They not only broke the sacred rules, they undermined the power of the magical tower forever. For the Firkin Tower, salvation did not exist, it was its curse. And as a great sage of the present times, the elder considered it his duty to pass a just sentence on it. Of course, the warrior raged furiously. These mages made him a scapegoat for their own decisions. If they had not helped stop the Dark Lord then, he would not have left the tower in peace and would have wiped it off the face of the earth along with all its inhabitants. But the sage insisted that they were capable of protecting themselves from any threats, and it was ridiculous, because they could not stop Firkin alone. Of course, the elder did not argue. The warrior had become much stronger than in his past incarnation, and comparisons here were inappropriate. The great sage knew ordinary attacks would not harm him. At that moment he began to cast some powerful spell, and even Firkin tensed, because he had never seen such magic before. Therefore, the best solution in this situation, he considered an attack. The hero thought that in the first round the victory would be his. And just then suddenly, right before the great sage appeared a well-known silhouette, the knight Errol in all his glory. Obviously, Firkin immediately realized that she was a ghost and did not believe this trick. He instantly attacked the apparition. The most amazing thing is that although the warrior seemingly did not believe in this illusion, his fist still stopped. He could not strike Errol because at the last moment, the great sage intervened and bound Firkin with magical chains. At that very moment, just as the hero was bound by spells, Errol struck him with a heavy kick and, by this proved that she was by no means a ghost. Then the warrior, no longer willing to endure humiliation from such a beating, grabbed the girl and did not let her continue hitting him. However, she snatched her fiery sword and immediately attacked, not allowing the sorcerer to come close enough for the spell. Firkin himself, looking at the abilities so similar to the skills of the real Errol, tried to grasp it with his mind and convince himself that it was all unreal. He remembered the last expression on the girl's face before she disappeared forever into his interdimensional bag. Right now, she coldly swore that she would gladly beat Firkin with all her might. It was too much like the real stern Errol he once knew. At that moment, the great sage realized he had completely forgotten about the power of the sacred relic, the Chapel of the Depths. It was an artifact capable of summoning beings that live in human memory. Thus, Bendel materialized before the hero straight out of the air, created in the image of what was hidden in the warrior's memories. Obviously, Firkin immediately rushed into the arms of his old friend and began apologizing for everything that had happened, understanding that the mage's death was his fault. After that, he decided to sniff out how to find that cursed sword to turn everything back and resurrect the fallen comrades. But at that very moment, the Ghost King stopped the hero, explaining to the warrior that they were summoned to defeat Firkin once and for all. The emperor ordered the hero to take his blade and fight like a man should, but the warrior struck the ruler with only his hands without any weapon. Of course, he immediately swung his blade, wanting to take revenge on the hero for the unexpected attack. But Firkin easily dodged and began hitting the emperor with his bare fists almost to the point of half-death. At that very moment, Errol also joined the fight. Since Firkin decided to fight not with swords but with fists, she had to give him a good thrashing while the opportunity still existed. Seeing how these two together rushed at him, an unarmed old man, the warrior understood. As before, they had neither shame nor conscience. After that, he pushed the attackers away, waving a demand, enough of these pointless games at last. After that, the hero crept closer to Errol and gave her a strong tap on the forehead from the pain. She immediately pressed the injured spot. At that moment, the warrior, carefully looking at the girl's appearance, realized she was the perfect wife for the human king. Of course, the old man's words drove her to true rage. She could not accept that she had spent so many years of her future life next to the emperor, and could not come to terms with it. Firkin only smiled mockingly. In response to her reaction, he was very eager to know from which exact time interval this trio had appeared. At that very moment, the great sage stood, observing everything that was happening, and held the sacred relic in his hands. Approaching him, Bendel honestly admitted that he did not expect such a turn when the sage decided to call them out of oblivion. The ruler of the magical tower considered it a worthy punishment after all. The warrior would meet death at the hands of those dear to him. And Bendel found it truly cruel, considering that he was called to kill a friend who was like a brother to him. Yet the mage could not go against the laws of cause and effect, so striking his staff on the floor, he began to cast battle spells. The only thing the mage wanted to find out from the great sage at the end was what their fate was and whether it was worth such sacrifices. The great sage calmly explained that the very presence of the hero and his pitiful current appearance should already be the answer to Bendel's question. However, unfortunately, the sorcerer still did not understand what future awaited him in this new life. At that moment, Firkin was fighting with Errol. She pressed her fiery spear to his eyes and offered to release her in 3 seconds. And as soon as those 3 moments passed, Bendel rushed at the warrior, drawing his lightning flash. Obviously, Errol and the emperor, who had teleported, decided Bendel managed to kill Firkin with such a powerful attack. However, the wizard knew perfectly well. Their opponent was a warrior whose strength was growing at a suspicious speed. Errol herself already realized they could not defeat this guy. He was simply having fun watching their pitiful attempts to harm him fall apart one after another. At that moment, the great sage understood this trio would not cope with Firkin's current power. However, fortunately, he reassured them the warrior would not be able to cause them great harm, although they did feel considerable pain from his blows. At the same moment, the sage decided to endow this trio with power so that they could help them achieve victory. Immediately, the emperor and Errol felt a force bursting through every cell of their bodies. They were cursed with the death curse called Berserk. This curse helped them squeeze their capabilities to the limit, even if it ended in death. However, for those who had no future anyway, it was literally a blessing from ancient forces. Firkin, seeing that concession from the sage, was insanely enraged. He couldn't believe that he was putting on such a spectacle before him. Eventually, the warrior stopped restraining his anger, and at that moment, his aura and bloodlust became palpable to everyone nearby. Honestly, the great sage couldn't believe that the hero cursed himself to activate this madness. It seemed Firkin didn't know that it was black magic, more precisely, a curse that devoured life force. Perhaps he even consciously took this step, although the sage could never comprehend it. In any case, everything happening now was a real disaster, because the warrior was someone whose actions were simply impossible to predict. At that moment, the necromancer wandering the magical tower quickly sensed a surge of black magic. Honestly, the named was surprised that Firkin really cast dark spells on himself. Of course, he taught the hero these spells when he asked, and had no idea that the warrior would ever dare to use them. For the Phantom King himself, it was not that important. Firkin was going to create an undead anyway, so sooner or later, he would have to abandon his human essence. Soon after climbing a long ladder and finding himself in the upper chamber of the tower, the necromancer decided to search for the very eye of the prophet. And most incredibly, he came across a giant who was sitting and telling the young wizard various legends. Of course, the sorcerer was terribly frightened when he suddenly saw the named approaching, very one they were to punish for the invasion. He begged the divine being to immediately flee from the threatening danger. But the Phantom King had already attacked this foolish wizard and rejoiced that he had finally found a likeness of a god. The necromancer pondered for a long time where he had gone, and it turned out the giant had moved here to tell a story about his glorious past. While the Phantom King diligently searches for the necessary artifacts in the tower, he asked that the deity's account be sent to the hero. He could really use help in the battle with the summoned enemies right now. Of course, the giant was curious about when the necromancer himself would join them for the battle. But the necromancer had already found the eye of the prophet of colossal size, so he had more important matters than helping the hero in a fight with enemies. At this moment, still unconscious, Firkin recalled his distant past. Then, being a little younger, he searched for the old friend for a long time and finally came across his trail. After this, the warrior greeted the girl named Kari Rose, whose real name was Zaragan Red, a mighty dragoness, the Red Dragon. The winger was at least surprised that Firkin appeared so unexpectedly in her domain. The hero disappeared in search of the holy sword and now just as suddenly reappeared. The dragoness wondered if the warrior had indeed found the longed-for missing item. However, Firkin assured that the search for the holy blade was only a matter of time. He thought he had already found the key to the mystery of the weapon's location, so the search would take only 3 years. Of course, Cal Rose found it hard to believe, worried that the warrior would wander the world for another 30 years searching for the cursed sword. However, Firkin promised that if he did not find his blade by then, he would even call the ancient dragoness his little sister. Eventually, the dragoness decided to find out from the hero the real reason why he had traveled all this way to her, but he only asked the girl to keep his magical pouch of interdimensional space. Cal Rose immediately calculated that Firkin was some kind of madman for trusting her with such a thing and promptly threw the artifact to the ground. The warrior explained that she was overreacting after all. It is normal among friends to ask each other to watch over their belongings. However, the dragoness reminded, in this sack was sealed the demon lord himself. This is not at all the same as leaving a pet in the care of acquaintances. That is why the hero wanted to leave this bag with her. He was afraid to lose it again. He was even embarrassed to talk about it, but the warrior knew if he lost the artifact, a real catastrophe would happen. What scared him the most was that this bag could end up in the hands of the demon army. But for these words, he received a heavy blow right in the face from the angry dragoness. Her Rose even felt a little awkward, just wanted to hit him, so she couldn't hold back her impulse. But the girl believed that the warrior was to blame himself for receiving such a greeting. She had no idea why the hero needed that sword at all. The demon lord had already been defeated, and the rest of the dark forces were just minor bugs. Firkin did not need to wander like a beggar, was supposed to be close to those who valued him. It was time to forget about the holy sword and simply return home, because the world still needed him as a protector. And as soon as the dragoness said this, the atmosphere around the hero sharply thickened from the growing anger. Sensing the threat from the warrior, Cal Rose had already taken her dragon form, preparing to punish this hopeless, stubborn one. And Firkin calmly patted the dragoness on the shoulder and promised that he would return soon. He just needed to retrieve the item that rightfully belonged to him. Moreover, the warrior very much hoped that she would no longer say something like, "Come back to him," or reproach him for searching for the cursed blade. Immediately after that, the hero threw a pouch at Cal Rose right in her face. While the girl rubbed her eyes in surprise, he fled and promised that he would definitely visit as soon as he found his sword. At that moment, a wizard who happened to be nearby confessed. He suspected that Firkin would sooner or later come to the dragoness for help. But even he did not guess that the warrior would leave her this pocket dimension pouch with the demon lord enclosed inside. And the dragon also noticed. As soon as she remembered the holy sword, the hero's gaze changed so drastically in a moment that there was only one conclusion. Firkin became addicted to the search even if he had to give his life, he still would not abandon the search for the cursed blade. And although the wizard himself was sorry to admit this fact, Cal Rose was right in her fears. It seems the mage's mistake caused Firkin to lose all humanity in himself for the sake of obsession with the holy weapon. But fate, essentially, is inevitable. As members of the organization Shadow, which guarded the world order, they understood better than anyone. The holy sword cannot be trusted to anyone because this weapon brings only destruction. At that moment, standing amid the ruins of the magical tower, Firkin finally came to his senses. The warrior could not even believe that he had so thoroughly destroyed this ancient citadel of knowledge. Next to him stood a giant who had brought the hero to his senses with mind control magic. Only then did Firkin realize that he had fallen into a trap and activated the Deadly Warrior mode, an advanced version of the Berserker. He also thanked the Divine Visage for freeing him through mental influence from this magical trap. The warrior had no idea where all the mages had gone, and the greatest sage even less so, because among the ruins he saw no one. However, the ghostly Bendel calmly explained that they had been thoroughly beaten and fled from the enraged hero, tucking their tails like beaten dogs. Still, Bendel knew the misfortune of all the mages was their excessive arrogant pride. At that moment, the beaten sorcerer reminded the hero too much of the silhouette of a dying friend from the Dark Lord's lair. So Firkin hurried to his comrade to find out how he was feeling after such a fierce battle. In response to the mutual question, the warrior hastened to explain that he was perfectly fine, a bit out of breath, and he felt nauseous from using dark magic, but otherwise everything was simply wonderful. Bendel, meanwhile, hurried to explain that he was fine. He was an artificially created being and would soon disappear into oblivion forever. Therefore, the mage asked Firkin to listen to him, because when the giant controlled his mind, the sorcerer somewhat recalled the true course of past events. Pulling his old friend close, Bendel revealed a terrible truth. The holy sword that he had been searching for on this life path, he would never find. Then the phantom mage said something that made Firkin's eyes nearly pop out of his head in astonishment. Bendel still hoped that the hero would finally stop searching for the cursed blade and return home after all. The warrior had greatly neglected himself in recent years. The wizard hoped that his friend would believe his words and take care of himself because he deserved it. Moreover, the phantom mage thanked Firkin for the good time they had together, like in the good old days of their adventures. However, the hero, having said goodbye to his friend, could not believe what he had just told him. At that moment, young Adolf finally studied all the library usage manuals and signed all the forms handed to him by the attendants. He hoped that now the library guardian would allow him to find what was needed for their mission. The young mage also explained to the elder that he needed information about a sage named Havar Brighton, one of the greatest sorcerers of the past. However, the wizard hastened to explain, the tower does not provide any information about mages who have left the walls of the citadel. But seeing Adolf's rage fury at such a refusal, the guardian decided to make an exception for the special guest. Eventually, he led the young man through the dark and deep corridors of the library. But he asked not to lose sight of him. In the next moment, the elder saw how the young man, catching on the bookshelves, slipped along them all the way to the very bottom of the tower as if on a rope. Of course, the folios he clung to immediately rained down on him like hail. So the guard could only ask the boy to keep quiet within the sacred walls of the library, although the young man himself believed that the noise was caused by the old, worn-out building. The wizard complained that the younger generation did not listen to their elders at all and did whatever they pleased. Adolf was curious whether they had reached the right place because, to his surprise, there was absolutely nothing here except emptiness. But the guard hastened to explain that information about the tower's mages was not publicly available because their identities were kept secret. It was a tribute of respect and honor to such great people. Soon the elder activated a magical circle that displayed information about all the tower's sorcerers living and dead. As soon as the magical mechanism was activated, a passage opened leading deep into the dark corridors of the dungeon. Adolf, of course, found this secret place within the tower's depths suspicious, but there was no way out. He had to go there to complete the mission. Fortunately, the library's master decided to guide him. After all, this room was like a crypt that had not been opened for a long time. Naturally, the young man felt that there was nothing in this passage except emptiness and impenetrable darkness. But suddenly, the boy saw the silhouette of a person coming out from the depths of the dungeon towards them. At first, the keeper did not understand what was being said, but in a moment he recognized the silhouette approaching in the twilight. Another moment and the keeper began to cast spells, not realizing who dared to break the sacred rules of the library and enter without his permission. But the Mage of Gravity hurried to introduce himself to the master of the book repository, and this somewhat eased his anger. While the old man froze in amazement at the unexpected acquaintance, the sorcerer had already used the magic of his element, pressing the old man into a half-torn space with the force of oppressive gravity. Of course, the keeper tried to resist this gravity somehow, but he could not. He was torn off and fell somewhere into the very depths of the magical tower. Gravity himself just jokingly said that the old man entered the wrong password, and the library pass was immediately cancelled for a security violation. Adolf, dissatisfied with such an address to the servant, pointed his magic staff at his neck. The young man understood. He needed this old man to get the necessary information about the sage Havar, and hoped that the man would be accountable for his actions. Only then did gravitation understand. This young man was his savior from captivity, so he decided to repay him. But he did not know what responsibility Adolf demanded from him. The wizard could only apologize for neutralizing that old man. And at that very moment, the library alarm blared at full volume. Soon the book repository itself was to self-isolate and throw the uninvited guests outside. Only then did the young man realize that he had tried in vain by signing all those papers for access. But gravitation asked him not to grieve in vain. First, they needed to get out of here, because they could move together towards the goal. Fortunately, the guide had already taken care of how to leave this place. A mysterious figure opened a portal for them, so they found themselves again in the space of the interworld. Of course, Adolf became eerily curious about how gravitation created such a miracle after all. The boy had never seen such a method of traveling between worlds. However, he hurried to explain to the young mage that this magic did not belong to him at all. The sorcerer pointed to the guide, who helped them move. He was thrown into the library by order of the ghostly king. The necromancer needed the inheritance of Bendel, a grimoire that the great wizard used in life for his spells. Adolf was no less shocked when he realized this mage apparently helped them, although before that he was their opponent. But it turned out the ghostly ruler gave him a promise: if he helped the youth, then the named would grant the sorcerer eternal death, liberation from immortal torments. Of course, Adolf hinted that he himself could grant this arrogant one the same eternal death with his spells. But he hurried to explain that he was ready for death, not just like that he was the 12th of the immortals, twice risen from the dead. The first time the mage returned as an immortal being, and the second time he was purified by the temple of light Alua. Even if his body perishes, the mind will eternally wander in the void, because an immortal who has lost the flesh is doomed to eternal existence in darkness. He simply wanders across the sky, not knowing when the end of his torments will come. Thus the sorcerer wandered in oblivion for 3,100 years, but the emperor returned him to a living body. The sorcerer did not want to go through such torments again, so he sought someone who would grant him eternal death, be it the emperor or Firkin. Of course, Adolf became very curious about how they were going to give the mage that very eternal death. But he promised that the young man would be able to see everything with his own eyes. Truly a unique spectacle when a new immortal is born and the old one disappears forever. After that, the 12th immortal asked the guide to send them to the Phantom King. Yet for some reason, the guide did not respond or answer his request, as if petrified. At that moment, they felt a foreign energy and realized someone was approaching them through the corridors of the interworld. Already by the sound of footsteps, the 12th immortal understood it was a man who would play a key role in the upcoming battle. Because the great emperor himself had come to the magical tower in person. At that moment, Firkin joined the comrades. He had been curious all along about where Adolf had disappeared and what he was doing in the tower. But then the warrior ordered the young man to retreat and not interfere. Apparently, it was time to settle old scores with the emperor. The events shift to the magical tower, specifically to the hall of the High Council. The defeated mages suffered a complete collapse. Every bone in their bodies ached mercilessly. They could not believe that Firkin had done this to them all alone. Absolutely all the wizards fell in an uneven battle, so with their last strength they tried to heal themselves and each other from the wounds they had received. Of course, they came to the great sage to find out what to do in such a miserable situation. The sorcerers believed they could not defeat this robber by their own strength. They thought they needed to summon all the sages of the tower and discuss what had happened. But the keeper of the magical citadel understood. There was no need for Thaith already had an answer to their dilemma. And when he said this, everyone noticed how badly the great sage was wounded after the clash. It seems that when the elder decided to engage in battle with the hero, he meant only one thing: to allow Firkin to beat him. The mages could not understand why, even using the sacred object, the tower lord ended up in such a miserable state. Other sorcerers perfectly understood. As sad as it was, this tower could no longer defeat the hero. Once the warrior was not so powerful, but still, the blood of the first people flowed in him, ancient warriors of unprecedented strength. So the mages decided to find out what decision the master of the tower had made regarding their misfortune. He honestly admitted that over the past few decades, Firkin committed numerous crimes against various peoples. The orc army was defeated, the dragon's nest plundered. Besides this, fairies, trolls, ogres, goblins, spirits, giants, and many other creatures suffered from the attacks of this man. And thanks to such a huge number of defeated enemies, Firkin's power increased many times over, so the mages had to enlist the support of the barbarians to use them against the common enemy. And that is why the sage led into the tower a man whose grudge against Firkin was even greater than that of all the sorcerers combined. Of course, the mages understood. This was truly a disgraceful situation, as they had never allowed outsiders into the tower to resolve internal problems. Moreover, they harbored doubts whether the emperor could defeat this warrior in a fair duel. And the great sage understood that this task was not easy for one person at all. However, the ruler was not alone. He brought with him Orn along with knights and the supreme commander. Of course, looking at the arrivals, the hero made it clear. He did not care whether the emperor was alone against him or a whole trio of enemies. But at that very moment, one by one, the heads of those creatures whom the warrior had ever offended or defeated began to appear. Honestly, there were too many of them, so Firkin felt a slight malaise from such a concentration of enemies. The emperor was pleased that he could finally see with his own eyes the face of the legendary Firkin. The ruler decided to first find out how the hero's magical bag was doing after all these 30 years of travels. Firkin honestly was not happy about such a meeting. The emperor met him for the first time in 3 decades, and the first thing he did was talk about the cursed bag. The lord radiated coldness and a lack of friendliness. However, the warrior hastened to explain that he had long since lost what the emperor had been so persistently searching for all these years. Of course, the ruler of men decided that he was mocking him and asked Firkin to be serious in conversation at least once in his life. However, the hero was by no means joking. He was a true master at losing valuable things. In the end, the emperor realized negotiating with Firkin was pointless, so he decided to force him to tell the truth by force. But to the great surprise of all present, Firkin did not even try to dodge the attack that was flying straight at him with deadly force. And at that very moment, everyone saw that the emperor simply disappeared, nowhere to be found. The warrior just laughed. Another fool fell into this trap of space. After that, he showed the guide of the neutral territory of the interworld that such inadequate behavior would not be tolerated there. So no matter how many locals gathered against him, by the laws of this place, they could not even cut a hair from his head. But the most amazing thing was that the emperor still managed to attack him despite the protection. Because of this, Firkin was frightened. He could not even imagine such from a ruler. Firkin immediately turned to the space guide, not understanding how he allowed such a nasty mistake. Yet he realized the guide definitely transported him to another dimension, but the emperor kept returning to this space. Only then did the hero understand. The ruler invariably returned to this place again and again. Firkin did not try to dodge the next attack. He caught the opponent's sacred blade with his own palm, but he was seized by anger at an old friend. The emperor should have understood. Such a wound is unbearable for a warrior. Moreover, the king had to find the right moment for a proper dialogue before swinging his blade in an attempt to hit his comrade. When the hero was already about to strike the emperor in response, the space suddenly changed. Firkin moved inside the magical tower and only then realized there was a neutrality working there, which also affected his powers. Suddenly turning around, the warrior noticed a great sage behind his back. It was this elder who was the cause of all the spatial displacements. The great sage calmly made Firkin understand that now was not the best time to talk about what had happened. It was clear he was preparing to send the hero back into battle. Firkin immediately found himself in the sights of a giant ogre who had already raised his axe for a deadly attack. Right behind him, a centaur galloped, aiming his spear at the hero. Only then did the warrior realize the neutrality of these creatures only seemed good in reality. It did not work at all. Adolf saw that Firkin was struggling with the crowd of enemies and decided to help his comrade. But the hero asked the young man not to worry about anything. He ordered the boy to go to the Phantom King and help the necromancer. Only with the help of the named Radiance would this senseless battle finally end. At that moment, the Phantom King was reading a prayer before the eye that pierces all creation. The necromancer asked, "Let the nameless Lord, once the King of the dead and all that exists, answer his only question about the future." The eye responded to the words of the named one, and then the Phantom King asked that the prophet's eye show him the future. The eye of the prophet informed the necromancer about his fate. Soon the status of the Lord will be downgraded to a phantom serf. But he was glad that he would no longer be a slave. Perhaps he would manage to negotiate phantom freedom or a phantom ministerial position. At that moment, the 12th immortal appeared in the room, and Adolf did not understand what this mad necromancer was whispering about. Soon the Phantom Serf explained to them that he had tried to find out why all the warriors' plans had failed. But he immediately hurried to warn they still had at least two important matters left. The first was to find the 13th Immortal, Adolf's teacher, inform him about the situation in the magical tower, and allow this abnormal chaos. So the necromancer used the sacred eye of the prophet to find the young man's mentor wherever he might be. Unfortunately, even the eye of the prophet failed to find the 13th Immortal was never found. More precisely, I found him, but could not comprehend the location according to the eye of the prophet's report. Adolf's teacher was already in the magical tower, being a corpse. Adolf noticed that for the immortals, it was normal to consider themselves dead, but the young man was only partially right in his assumptions. The 12th Immortal hurried to explain. Their bodies were not corpses, but only organisms transformed into a living appearance. The body was restored by the magical power of the stone, because the flesh of the immortal is not made of real flesh, but of magical energy. It was for this reason that the Phantom King revealed the soul of the 13th Immortal, the one that had never descended into the world of mortals. His body was still sleeping in the magical tower, and the soul had not descended into the real world. This could only mean one thing: the current 13th Immortal was not Havar Brighton, Adolf's teacher, at all. For the young man, this sounded simply impossible and more like devilry. He could not comprehend who then had cared for him and nurtured all this throughout the entire time. Who was that man from his memories who called himself a mentor? Adolf could not understand why the Phantom King did not think to ask directly who the 13th Immortal was. But the necromancer was no fool. He had already inquired several times, but only received vague answers. And the eye depicted this mysterious figure sometimes as a coachman passing by, sometimes as a traveling mage, sometimes as a peasant, and sometimes as a knight of the order. The Phantom King had long suspected that this guy was extremely cunning, but the 13th Immortal turned out to be more cunning than the necromancer could have imagined. Moreover, the named one felt that the mysterious mentor was constantly watching what was happening through the spirit implanted in Adolf's own body. The young man had many questions about the identity of his teacher. The main thing was that he did not understand why the 12th Immortal's gravity mage constantly wanted to roam around naked. Such a sight unsettled the young man, and he wanted the necromancer to drive him away. And the named one began to tell about the second matter, entrusted by the hero. It was the ultimate goal of this journey. Now they and Adolf will witness a new immortal. For the mage himself, it was a great honor. His life would end as the first immortal among the 12, the Phantom King. The necromancer himself recalled that initially they were supposed to use the essence of the forest as a sacrifice. But Mag still continued to beg to be allowed to take this place, and the king could not refuse him, but warned it is too late to retreat. Soon his soul will be torn apart by darkness, and it will vanish forever. He decided to find out whether the immortal King 12 was afraid to disappear as an entity. At that moment the mage remembered his last meeting with Chief Dutchin Far Venom. Obviously, he did not understand where his subordinate was running to and begged him to stay. The commander reminded about their agreement. The mage had to return to his place, and the chief promised him help in any matters. Despite Dutchin Far Ven clinging to him so much, the only desire of the 12th Immortal was to end his own life, so he was ready for anything. The moment just passed, the Phantom King began the ritual that could no longer be stopped. The necromancer started reciting the spell of rebirth of the immortal into a new entity. At that moment, Dutchin Far Ven was still fighting the opponents and clearly did not understand why he could not defeat them. Suddenly, Orn crashed into him, and they tumbled into the water that filled the entire arena space. Dutchin Far Ven immediately threatened Orn. If he crashed into him like that again, the commander would kill him himself. But the warrior, without unnecessary movements, pointed to the sky to his comrade. The guide of the place had changed. Now all restrictions disappeared, and only the primal instinct of destruction remained in the world. All the enemies demanded was to defeat Firkin at any cost. Dutchin Far Ven immediately grabbed his long sword, thinking he could handle the hero's defense 1-2. But suddenly a huge troll grew before him and blocked the path, not allowing him to approach Firkin. The opponents had a huge queue of creatures they deployed for battle against this barbarian. Firkin did recall the events of recent days when he came to Gildezen, not the strongest, but quite powerful among the dragons of the Grey Mountain. The ancient dragon was furious at the man who dared to enter his territory. He warned that although he was not the strongest of dragons, his power far exceeded that of humans, so he could not understand how a mortal dared to step here. Moreover, the dragon had no idea how a person had gotten to his lair at all. After all, the forest was set with countless deadly traps, and many of his servant guards were lurking. So he wanted to know how a person, looking like a homeless vagabond, managed to sneak in here. Firkin calmly explained that he was a warrior, so no dragon would stop him. The dragon Gildezen immediately recognized the warrior, but had no idea how he ended up in his domain. At that moment, the enraged Firkin decided that this very dragon had stolen his sacred blade. Gildezen tried to reason with the warrior, reminded him that he had been standing on the mountain for many years, and that he had a pact of mutual non-interference with the hero. Firkin listened to no one, demanding that the dragon return his holy weapon. Gildezen was pleased that all the treasures the hero had collected for so long were lost in an instant. The Ancient One believed that the old man was to blame for the loss of his wealth and got what he deserved. He reminded that although the dragon did not have Firkin's holy sword, he had countless treasures the warrior had stolen, every single one. The hero easily repelled the dragon's fiery attack and made it clear that Gildezen had nowhere to spend his valuables. They had no economic sense. Therefore, there was no point in objecting when they were taken from his treasury. When the memories receded, Firkin found himself fighting a giant, who raised his huge axe over him. Firkin decided that he was about to lay the enemy low with a crushing blow. But for Firkin, the giant's blow was like a joke, so he quickly repaid the ogre with a strong fist. The opponent's consciousness became so clouded that his thoughts began to get confused. Although the giant held on with his last strength, he still lost consciousness and fell right onto the water surface. All the other monsters immediately became enraged and demanded from the hero that he return to them what he had so boldly stolen from their treasuries, or else they would kill him. The warrior himself understood. These creatures do not value at all the fact that after their encounter with him, they remained alive at all. Firkinu honestly did not care about the worthless stories about the expensive things of the enemies, so he ordered everyone to attack together to deal with them in an instant. Duchen Farven only smiled after the hero's bold words and asked Firkin not to regret the enemies. Immediately after this, he struck the warrior with a pillar of fire that consumed his entire body. Then the young knight calmly greeted the old man and suggested finishing the fight they had not completed for quite a long time. Firkin only snorted discontentedly. This young warrior simply cannot understand that his threats are frankly futile. The guy himself wanted to check if the hero would stand his ground when he burned him with his sacred, unquenchable fire. Duchen Farven thought that at least he would graze Firkin and wound him a little. But the old man ended up behind the boy. He prepared a strike to sober him up a bit. The youth jumped back but warned Firkin he could not keep dodging attacks forever. After all, the body of that knight was blazing with a flame that set everything around on fire, and even Firkin would not be able to withstand that heat, despite his incredible strength. The warrior was forced to admit the fire was indeed very hot. So he found nothing smarter than to strike the water, and a huge wave rose, almost sweeping Duchen Farven himself away. The fighter honestly admitted the idea was not bad, but he thought it was not enough to extinguish the opponent's unquenchable fire. But at that moment the blue flame began to dissipate, and Firkin, hiding behind the wave, stretched out his old hands to the boy. Only when the warrior had already grabbed him with a firm grip did Duchen Farven realize he had used the water to block the view before the strike. The knight found himself in a very disadvantageous position. The old man firmly grabbed him and swung his free fist straight into the opponent's face. But as soon as he twisted away at that moment, the boy grabbed his spear to strike the hero's neck. He aimed roughly at the carotid artery. Honestly, Firkin praised the youth for trying to catch him off guard in hand-to-hand combat for such a young warrior. It was quite good. The truth was that he needed to be more attentive to details. When the next moment Duchen Farven looked the enemy in the face, he saw their battle equipment prepared in advance, the secret breath of a warrior. Honestly, the young knight did not feel such horror, even in that clash with the toothless vampire. At that moment a troll attacked Firkin. He blocked his view, not allowing him to attack the opponent. The Emperor had just joined the fight with his new sacred sword to pierce the hero through. The Emperor's plan worked. He pierced the warrior's body along with the troll, sparing none of them. Due to the open bleeding, Firkin quickly dropped to his knees, but just as quickly rose to his feet. After that, the hero unleashed a hail of powerful blows on the troll he dared to attack without warning. He demanded that he immediately begin to beg for mercy, otherwise, the warrior would simply finish him off here and now, for the giant even daring to attack him. Only then was the hero able to exhale and calm down when he was convinced the troll definitely would not regain consciousness anytime soon. After that, Firkin decided to focus on the sensations of his body and realized his condition was worse than he expected. Although the warrior concentrated all magical power on healing, the recovery speed clearly did not keep up with the volume of lost blood, so he had no idea how long he would last with such wounds. At that moment, the emperor pressed the blade to the opponent's neck and asked Firkin to stop pretending to be strong. But the warrior decided that his old acquaintance had completely lost his mind. He spoke to him, as if trying to mock a defeated enemy. After that, the hero loudly insulted the judge of the space and declared that there was complete chaos here. He asked the guide to do something to restore order. But the guardian reminded them that they had already annoyed him with their slaughter. After all, he was the one who guarded the dead path, showed the way to those who had lost their way, and was supposed to protect the tower from any danger. Of course, he was supposed to destroy anyone who dared to threaten this tower in any way. So he ordered Firkin not to disturb the peace of the sacred place, and there would be no exceptions for him. To be honest, the warrior was terribly disappointed. The guide had betrayed him, even though they had been friends for many years. Firkin understood the guardian was not the greatest traitor among the entourage. The greatest turncoat was the emperor. After a friendship that lasted more than 10 years, now he wanted to kill him. At that moment, as the guide was about to attack the hero, Orn jumped on him. The atmosphere began to heat up. The hero realized everything was clearly going against him. Moreover, Firkin was shocked. Among all the people, monsters, and half-people gathered in this place, there was not a single one who wanted to take his side. Suddenly, a troll rolled up to him, and the warrior decided that at least this fighter was fighting alongside him. But still, the giant launched an attack on Firkin and raised his axe above his head. At that moment, the troll noticed. His hands were cut off, and behind them his head was severed. The emperor felled the giant with one blow, unwilling to share the spoils. All the monsters immediately rebelled against the ruler's action. After all, he had summoned them all to take revenge on Firkin, but in the end betrayed the allies for his own benefit. The emperor reminded them, to him, all these creatures were worthless worms, and if anyone dared to prevent him from finishing off Firkin, he would deal with each opponent without exception. Only then did the magical beings realize this man could not be trusted. They no longer wanted to endure his oppression and decided to destroy both the emperor and the hero at once. But at that very moment, a huge pillar of flame blocked their path, created by Dutchin Far Venom. He calmly explained to the monsters that his imperial majesty had not yet dealt with Firkin, so there was no reason to interfere in the duel. The beasts were furious that some mortal, like an important person, dared to shut their mouths. It would cost them nothing to finish off a few more people, along with the vile emperor. At that moment, Dutchin Far Ven realized all these creatures had a furious desire to take revenge on the warrior for old grievances. Eventually, he understood. Until the emperor finished his work with the hero, the young knight could have plenty of fun with all these animals. Somewhere at that moment, while the battle raged, Firkin tried to stretch his numb joints. He had no idea that at such a mature age he would feel like a real old man. However, the emperor most of all wanted to talk about his own interests. Then the old man asked the emperor what he needed and why the warrior had traveled all the way to the magical tower. Firkin suspected they would talk again about the magic pouch, but he had not had the pouch himself for many years. Suddenly, at that moment, the emperor threw a sword into the hero's hands. He explained that he had already calculated where the pouch was located, although it was not easy. But first and foremost, he wanted to make sure that he could defeat Firkin. Only if he overcame him would he be able to save Ariel, locked in a magical bag. But as soon as Firkin took the weapon in his hands, he immediately realized it was not a real blade, but some kind of silly trifle. The emperor decided that the hero was making a fool of him, so he asked for at least a little seriousness. After all, he was a man of honor and did not leave him unarmed in an honest duel. The ruler also warned. This time everything was so serious that if the hero lost, he would simply pierce his heart through with the blade. Therefore, the emperor's last request was this. The elder had to give his maximum effort. Firkin could not ignore his friend's last request. In fact, he was even a little glad to remember. The warrior had not given anyone quality lessons in fencing and martial arts for a very long time. At that moment, the agony of the 12th immortal was coming to an end. The Phantom King warned that now the resting soul would finally be able to cast off the chains of oblivion and come at the call of infinity. The 12th ruler was to lose his mind by accepting the dark essence. Now, instead of him, the 14th immortal was to awaken. After that, everyone froze in anticipation, sensing what exactly was about to happen with the magical energy of the tower. At that moment, struggling with the hero, the emperor recalled their shared past. They trained together in the art of the sword, and out of 99 duels, Firkin won every single one. The ruler was convinced the hero was simply lucky, but without that luck, the warrior would have long ago lost to the heir prince. However, Firkin only smiled and explained to his friend, it is not worth blaming others for the fact that he was a true failure. Obviously, with madness in his eyes, the emperor slowly demanded that they meet once more in an honest duel. Firkin tried to explain that a person simply would not have enough strength to fight him and should admit defeat. The warrior thought it wiser to remain silent after all. The emperor himself probably perfectly understood the difference between their combat abilities. But the young man reminded that he was the heir prince of the kingdom and the future emperor who would unite the entire continent. He would turn the kingdom into a great empire, so there should be nothing that, as a ruler, he could not handle. Yet the ruler felt that today was indeed an unlucky day for another fight, so he suggested postponing the duel until next time. And as he was leaving, the emperor dared to ask the hero who he really was. For the young warrior, this sounded too philosophical. But deep in the emperor's soul, only one thing troubled him. The boy, who had been engaged in petty thefts in narrow alleys, suddenly attracted the attention of a great sage. The prince could not understand how the thief learned magic and achieved unprecedented heights in the art of combat. Firkin had not even held a sword for more than a year, yet he had already surpassed the prince's heir in skill more than once. So the emperor understood, the hero was clearly not ordinary. Moreover, in the magical tower, they believed that an unprecedented power flowed in the warrior's blood. They say that Firkin's blood was the blood of the first man on earth. Firkin did not understand what the prince was talking about, because he knew his parents they died during the war when he was still very young. The hero thought there was nothing remarkable or special about him. The prince still believed that Firkin inherited the blood of the Holy Forefather. Looking at his skills, this seemed quite plausible. Then he asked his friend not to relax too much, because someday the heir would definitely surpass him and become famous forever. The hero did not insist, he only hoped that someday the prince would still achieve his goals in the martial arts. With these thoughts, the current emperor continued to train with all his might. However, Firkin immediately noted, since those unremembered times, the ruler had not changed, he remained just as slow in battle. He began to hesitate as soon as their swords clashed, losing his combat advantage. The emperor was furious. Firkin, despite all the years, remained just as talkative as before. Therefore, he asked his former comrade not to waste words, but to actually show what he was really capable of in battle. Firkin quickly recalled that the emperor had never been distinguished by cleverness. He always understood only the language of force. So the warrior always spoke to him in that very language and preferred to do so. Honestly, after the first fierce attack of the hero, the emperor was genuinely surprised. After all, despite Firkin being wounded, he did not lose his strength. Moreover, at that moment, the warrior broke through the emperor's defense, managing to knock off his armored pauldron. Immediately after this, half of the ruler's armor shattered into tiny splinters, exposing his shoulder. Firkin warned that the emperor managed to save his life only thanks to strong armor. The hero decided to show him he would not always carry him in battles. At that moment, the emperor raised his sword for a strike that could literally cut the hero in half. Therefore, the warrior hurried to dodge the blow because he understood he simply could not parry it with his weak sword. Since the armor no longer fulfilled its protective functions, the emperor ordered it to be removed so that it would not hinder him in battle. Firkin had no idea what this madman was trying to achieve when he was taking off his armor, which could very well save his life. In fact, the emperor was simply curious to test how right the hero was. Really, was it only the armor that saved his life in their duels? After this, they crossed blades in the decisive strike. Firkin perfectly understood what would happen after the clash. His sword would shatter into tiny fragments. This was exactly what was expected from such a weak blade against the sacred weapon. Ultimately, while the emperor remained whole and unharmed, the hero's entire body was covered with bleeding wounds. So the warrior immediately fell to his knees, coughing up blood. He wondered how the emperor still managed to find a gap in his defense, but the old man was not going to give up and offered the ruler to fight once more. The latter calmly explained that he did not like to negotiate with weaklings, so Firkin could simply say goodbye to his life. At that moment, Orn had just finished the fight. He pierced through the conductor's body. Firkin no longer had any allies left, and if anyone survived, they were not going to continue fighting for the hero. All that remained for the warrior was to submit to fate. In that case, the emperor could show mercy to the fallen enemy. But the hero felt that the gods had completely different plans for him. Then he pointed his finger at the enemy somewhere upwards. At that time, the appearance of the divine being arrived, crushing Firkin's enemies just in time. The warrior gratefully looked at his comrade, who arrived late but still managed to save him from certain death. All the mages gathered for a great council in the main hall of the tower. One of the highest sages ordered all the wizards to stand so that they did not block the space ahead. All the sorcerers had to remain in combat readiness for defensive actions against the warrior. And suddenly one of the wizards had a question. Where had the great sage gone? He simply disappeared somewhere off course, although he was already quite old for such disappearances. And the mage suggested waiting until the messenger returned with news about what was happening. Then they would sort out the details of the events in the tower, so for now they shouldn't worry too much. However, the High Mage reminded them that the Great Sage always made the decisions. The mages had no doubts. They could not go against the sage's decision regarding the punishment of the warrior. Therefore, he asked the wizards not to worry, everything would be as the Great Sage said, and the situation would resolve in their favor. At that time, the sage himself was watching everything that was happening through his crystal ball. Obviously, all the mages froze in anticipation. Firkin would finally be punished for his sins and crimes against the tower. The 1000th layer of the Supreme cracked, which meant the end would come to all the tower's mages at the hands of the warrior. At that very moment, Orn, who had pierced the guide's body, realized the sword would not budge. It was as if someone had blocked the blade with the evil magic of the Space Guardian. After that, sparks of lightning pierced the guide's body. The warrior quickly understood. He had clearly done something wrong by attacking the tower's keeper. At that time, Firkin was communicating with the form of the divine being, not understanding where he was disappearing to. Even if the giant was a god, he could have come faster to save the hero from inevitable death. But the giant explained guiltily that he had lost his way in the tower's labyrinths, so he had to find his way back to the hero, hence the delay in help. Overall, Firkin perfectly understood. Without the guide's help, moving through the magical tower was extremely difficult. The guide, apparently, had completely lost his temper because of what had happened. However, seeing how it sparkled with all the colors of the rainbow from rage, Firkin understood nothing good would clearly come of this. While the warrior fought the emperor, the rest of the idiots clearly did something to the guardian of space. Therefore, the hero decided to ask the giant if they could exit this space by the same path he had entered. They needed to settle everything as quickly as possible and get out, because otherwise, if they did not hurry, they would simply perish from the conductor's wrath. At that moment, Firkin noticed traces on the palms of the divine being's appearance. Having escaped from under the debris, the emperor grabbed the giant's fingers. As soon as the giant dealt with this, he immediately tried to grab the ruler with his other hand. However, without properly seeing what kind of creature was before him, the emperor took it for some kind of stone boulder. Firkin asked his old acquaintance to be more careful with his words. After all, the creator of the world himself stood before them. After that, he decided to ask his friend what it was like to meet face to face with a dweller of the heavens. As soon as that moment passed, the warrior again rushed to attack his former buddy, but he managed to dodge and covered himself with his sacred sword. The emperor did not believe Firkin's words about the giant's divine nature. He decided it was some nonsense. Even if the old man's delusions were true, he did not care. Firkin's end was already too close in any case. But the hero perfectly understood. Now there was no point for the two of them to hold back. It seemed that very soon this space would go mad, and all because of the emperor's subordinate, who created such a thing with the tower's conductor. At that moment, the guardian changed his appearance. He was wounded, and he raised the alarm throughout the magical tower's territory, after which the dangerous zone was separated from the main halls. Giant pillars of flame and destruction began to rise from the water. Orn rushed to the emperor and made it clear that they needed to leave immediately because the space was collapsing before their eyes. Yet the ruler ordered the warrior to take Duchin Far Ven and depart with him because the emperor still had unfinished business with the hero. Firkin advised the ruler not to waste time and to flee while he still had the chance. Soon the conductor would burst into rage, and then it would be impossible to enter or exit here by any means. So if the emperor still wanted something from him, couldn't they handle all the matters outside? At least there they could fight as long as needed for an honest duel. However, the ruler obviously did not believe the hero's words. He thought that he was deceiving him again. Still, it was not surprising to suspect deceit in a person who had been hiding from him for a whole 30 years. With Firkin, he explained with a smile that the problem was not at all with him, such was his fate. He was supposed to find the holy blade, he just hadn't been looking for it among the world's treasures all this time. Eventually, the warrior, together with the god's avatar, who had shrunk to a small size, crawled into the room where the ghostly king stood. The entire chamber was bathed in bright crimson light from magical rituals. Firkin approached to greet his little friend. He didn't even know how to call this dear friend now, who had decided to help him resurrect his comrade. The hero considered promoting the necromancer, but before making any conclusions, the Phantom King suggested Firkin make sure of the result of everything he had done here. The silhouette from behind reminded the warrior of his old comrade Bendel. Firkin had already rejoiced at the meeting, but when he turned around, the hero realized it was the 12th immortal. Of course, Firkin got angry. He decided that the Phantom King was simply mocking him. The warrior even blamed the necromancer for all the problems since their meeting in the tower. However, the named explained that he could not bring back to life someone who had died 30 years ago. He had done everything in his power, and now Bendel was alive in a new body. This 12th immortal was his dear friend. so Firkin could go greet him instead of just yelling at the necromancer for what he had done.